back over his head for 6.
The trees behind us. Oh, he's bowled him.
Hartley bowls, Critchley looking to sweep. Oh, it's a handsome looking shot by Lawrence. He's lifted Hartley out towards the wide long on boundary.
There we go.
That's exactly where he's walloped it for 6.
Here we go.
Right in our direction. Who's underneath it? It is Josh Barnum with a terrific catch. With Lancashire batting in their first innings. In fact, they've just picked up another wicket. Harmer's been caught behind by Keaton Jennings.
Want to face Lawrence in the bar afterwards.
PW appeal there, he's got him. The Bottleman's gone. With 5 overs left tonight if they want to keep going. Here's Lawrence looking for a big hit. Be a wonderful way to reach 3 figures, and he does just that. Outstanding innings from Dan Lawrence. He's adding to it here with great power. Bracewell off the back foot, muscled away again. Bracewell off the back foot. Clobbered back over Hartley's head. Oh, Lawrence is just hitting it wherever he wants at the minute. This time it's flicked away for another 6 out towards square leg. It's disappeared over the wall again. Goes again, that's 6. It's heading in towards the catering van. And there's another one here out towards the pavilion. Well, it's an exhibition of hitting by Bracewell and by Lawrence. Here's Lawrence going again, but straight down the throat of Keaton Jennings. That ends an outstanding innings by Dan Lawrence. And it also brings to an end the day's play. And here we are again at Blackpool Cricket Club, final day of Lancashire against Essex in the LV County Championship. And the heavy roller out in the middle with with Dave doing his stuff again. I think it's Dave on the heavy roller. I can't see from here, but we'll find out in a minute when the camera pulls out. And the news from the middle is that Essex have indeed declared, which is the reason why Dave's going back and forth on the heavy roller, because Lancashire will be coming out to bat in the next 4 or 5 minutes. The declaration from Essex, as expected. That declaration coming overnight, confirmed about 15 minutes ago, leaving the opening batters, of which there's one of them, Luke Wells, for Lancashire, with the task of trying to score in a Bazball world 430 runs to win, or trying to bat through 96 overs to try and save a match. And Essex requiring 10 wickets to win on this final day. Essex are in a very, very strong position. They've enjoyed a really good 4 days. They certainly enjoyed an excellent 3rd day. For viewers on Lex TV, we've just been watching the highlights of where we got to last night, and the innings of Dan Lawrence certainly was a spectacular knock. 135 for Lawrence. It was a pretty bruising day for Lancashire, with some brutal batting for Lawrence, and he was well supported by Matt Critchley and then by Doug Bracewell, who made 61. We'll perhaps gloss over some of the Lancashire bowling figures. It wasn't a day that I don't think will live long in the memory, albeit we must say that Tom Bailey picked up 3 for 71 and Will Williams 2 for 23. So new bowlers for Lancashire certainly did their bit. As the players head out, you can see, if you're watching on the live stream, it's a lovely day. In fact, it's probably the best day of the whole lot. I think the forecast is clear. We mentioned this yesterday, that there's no real issues with the weather today. The forecast is nice and clear, so we should get a full day's play in. It's actually quite calm. There's not too much of a breeze, and the sun is nice and bright and nice and warm as well. So it's a lovely day to play cricket and to watch cricket as the umpires and the players head out to the middle. And the Lancashire opening batters, Jennings and Wells, are creeping out. It looks like the roller's done its work, and that'll slowly edge off the outfield. It'll do it at its own pace, nice leisurely, calm pace as it reverses past the collection of Essex players. Don't roll over Sir Alistair Cook. Make sure you don't you don't do that to England's greatest batsman. And we're all set for this final day. So that's where the state of the play. It's 430 runs to win. We do live in a baseball world at the minute, for better or for worse, and clearly for better, because it's great entertainment, isn't it? So it's just over 4.5 runs and over, thereabouts. 4.5 runs and over for Lancashire to try and get 430. But you can almost put that to the back of your mind, really. Lancashire need to be in a position where they get to tea with plenty of wickets in hand, and if they do get to tea with plenty of wickets in hand, and they might even be able to dream of something extra special on this final day. It would blow the records for both highest successful run chasers and highest fourth innings totals scored at Blackpool Cricket Club. They were in the kind of mid to low 300s, the records for the highest run chase and highest fourth innings score. So it would it'd pretty smash them apart if Lancashire were to get this. And Essex with their two frontline seam bowlers, Porter and Cook, backed up by Walter, who bowled beautifully in the first innings, and then the Simon Harmer factor as well. Will I'm sure be hopeful of making this new ball work. So here we go, first ball of the final day, and it's Jamie Porter. He's running in from the south end of the ground. The slip fielders there for Essex, a Cook at first slip and Harmer at second slip, and Matt Critchley at third slip. So the three slips standing to the keeper's left-hand side, Cook, Harmer and Critchley. Then there's a little gap to Walter, who was in a gully position. As Porter comes around the wicket and bowls, left by Luke Wells, taken by Will Busselman, the Essex wicket-keeper, and there is no runs. That declaration of 292 for 8, setting Lancashire 430 to win. I think the first priority will be to try and bat a little better second time round for Lancashire. Again, Wells leaves, and through it goes to Bottleman, and there is no run. Wells looking to avoid a pair in this match. He was out for naught in the first innings, bowled by Jamie Porter. And Keaton Jennings, who's at the non-striker's end at the minute, he was out for 29, caught by Critchley off the bowling of Sam Cook. It was actually a really good passage of play by Essex, and it was a super delivery by Cook. And that edge with the keeper standing up was taken by Critchley. Again, Wells leaves. So we're 4 balls into the final day. One of them left alone by Luke Wells so far. As Porter turns and sets off again, he's around the wicket. Just tucking the bat, I think, inside the line there, Luke Wells. Yeah, just rehearsing that. Through it goes to Bottleman. And there is no run. So in the Lancashire first innings, yeah, well, Porter and Cook always start with the new ball. They are the Bailey and Williams of the Essex team in terms of the new ball bowlers, but got some good support. Walter picked up 3 for 20. Barely seen Harmer in the match. It's driven down the ground by Wells. Bat on ball for the first time this morning to complete the first over of the day. Jamie Porter starts with a maiden over. Yeah, just the 3 overs by Simon Harmer so far in this game, but it's the seamers that have dominated across both sides. Cook with 4 wickets in the first innings, Porter with 1. I mentioned Walter with 3. And Tom Bailey, well, he picked up 6 wickets in the Essex first innings, and then 3 more in the second. So 9 in the match for Bailey and 5 in the game for Williams. So it has been a game where the seamers have been on top. Now going to see Sam Cook from the north end of the ground, and scratching there to take guard is the Lancashire captain, Keaton Jennings. Facing the first over of the day from this northern end of the ground. And interestingly is this Essex field, which is the keeper standing up straight away as Cook comes around the wicket and bowls to Jennings. He's just glanced down the leg side, and that's the first runs of the morning. Nice shot by Jennings, eased away down to fine leg, and Lancashire's second innings is up and running with a 4 for Keaton Jennings. There's also that short leg fielder in place there, and that's Nick Brown, who's under the helmet with the pads on. So he's at short leg. So the keeper standing up, short leg, and then 3 slips is the field that they've set straight away to Keaton Jennings. He gets on the front foot and pushes this ball away through the offside for a single. And Bracewell catches up with it. The score moves on to 5 without loss. But I suppose the point about that is that, of course, that's how Keaton was dismissed in the first innings. He quickly put the keeper standing up and short leg in place, and targeted the pads and just on off stump, and he's caught by Critchley at 3rd slip. So they've gone straight back to that plan, but from the first ball to Jennings. Keeper drops back with Wells on strike now. It's Cook around the wicket and bowls. Again, that's glanced away down to fine leg. And through Wells goes for a single. And the score ticks along to 6 without loss. Now then, we didn't hear too much from Dick yesterday because of a slightly croaky throat. So we rather tentatively switch on Dick's mic for the first time this morning, and I'm hoping that some words might come out.
Well, it's still a bit of a croak, but it's an awful lot better than it was yesterday.
Excellent. Here comes Cook into Jennings. It's defended into the offside. There's no run. Good morning, Dick.
Good morning.
How are you feeling?
Well, as I say, I'm feeling a lot better than yesterday, and yeah, how long it'll last, I don't know, but just make the most of it while I can, really.
Have a good morning session, and then you might tail off in the afternoon.
The excitement in the afternoon might be so great that I'm glad not to be on here.
Well, yeah, Essex will certainly be hoping for an exciting final day. There's Cook again in bowls, and again Jennings just pressing forward. The ball bursts through the gloves of Bottleman, and there is no run. So 3 slips, a keeper stands up, there's a short leg, and it's a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off point and fine leg. It's Nick Brown under the helmet at forward short leg, and it's Sam Cook to complete his first over of the morning. Around the wicket to Jennings. That beats Jennings, who's not got much room to work with there, with everybody all crowding him from behind the stumps and to the side of him. It's the end of the over. I suspect that's a tactic and a line and an approach that Essex will maintain for a little while here to Keaton Jennings. We've had 2 overs of the morning. Jennings is on 5, Wells on 1, and Lancashire are 6 without loss here on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and the app. We're live from Stanley Park in Blackpool. Few clouds above us, but it's a nice, sunny, bright day. It's the best start to the day's play we've had so far this week.
And I don't want to labour upon my my incapacity of yesterday, but
As Porter comes in and bowls. And, Wells defends, and there's no run.
But suffice it to say, I'm sucking away on a lozenge, which was actually my age. We discovered driving around the immediate vicinity of Blackpool. We decided last night that they're actually made just down the road in Fleetwood. These well-known lozenges.
Porter comes in and bowls, and that's defended away by Wells, and there's no run. Oh, it's the old fisherman's friend, is it?
Ah.
That's just up the road in Fleetwood.
And if we were creating unpleasant noises in the just now, it was my phone that was the miscreant, for which I apologise.
It was playing some tunes there, Dick.
Was it really?
It was.
Oh, good grief.
Bit of background music going on.
Oh.
It's all good.
I must have forgotten to switch it off after I'd done my 11 o'clock report.
Porter to Wells, that's a good ball. Sharp delivery. Beats Wells. Taken by Bottleman, and there's no run. How was your evening on the Fylde coast, Dick? Have you enjoyed a nice trip to the west coast of Lancashire?
Yeah, well, we went for a meal, and of course by the time we left here, and having done an interview or two, it was pretty late, as you know, but yeah, we found a pleasant place to eat in Poulton-le-Fylde.
Oh, nice.
And then went a bit further just to look around, as you say, Fleetwood.
Porter from around the wicket to Wells, who leaves. Nice carry into the gloves of Bottleman, takes it at shoulder height to the keeper, no run.
Which is a strange sort of place, I thought. I mean, I'm not saying that critically, it was just different from many. And then we saw this factory for this well-known throat lozenge, which I suppose is fair enough, since it's a fishing port as well as a ferry port.
So did you buy some from like a factory shop, or did you just from a local off licence? Those?
Oh no, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
No.
Porter to Wells, that's forward and defending. To mid-off, and there's no run. 6 without loss.
Yeah, then we came back all along the coast road to Blackpool.
You can get the tram all the way up
yes,
there.
yeah, we saw. In fact, for a long time we were going right next to the tram line. And at one stage, driving through Fleetwood, the main road seemed to have to cross the tram lines, so it suddenly became as if it was in the middle of the carriageways. Interesting.
Porter to Wells. It's forward, punches with a bit of authority, but straight to mid-off, and there's no run. It's the end of the over, the third of the morning. It's a 6 without loss. Wells 1, Jennings on 5. You could see the flag on the very top of Blackpool Tower. It's not being battered by the wind. It's a much calmer day by the coast. It was absolutely being blown here, there, and everywhere. Of course, the first 2 or 3 days, but much better day. And the viewing, I suspect, from Blackpool Tower today would be absolutely beautiful. We've got to see from I've still never been at Blackpool Tower. How can I live in Lancashire and not be
outrageous?
It is, isn't it? I think it might be against kind of county rules.
You may get drummed out now you've admitted that publicly.
I think I'd be right to be hounded out of the county. Forward goes Jennings and defends, and there's no run. But if you're venturing to Blackpool today, then it's a perfect day for a trip up the tower. You'll see for miles around.
Well, I hope it lasts, because we're also booked in our hotel tonight. We weren't sure, but obviously this is going to go more or less the distance, so we've booked in tonight, which means tomorrow morning before we set off south, the intention is to go up the tower.
Nice. Cook to Jennings. It's a single here, just off the front foot. Sent it to the right of mid-off.
I noticed Buttleman already keeping up to Jennings. It certainly, I think it fairly obviously contributed to his downfall in the first innings. Can't remember exactly. He edged and slipped somewhere.
He did, yeah, to Critchley.
Yeah. Because he was sort of anchored in the crease, whereas he wanted to go down the wicket a pace or two.
Should come back for 2 with that, so Jennings is back on strike again. And just eases onto the front foot. It's an immaculate forward defence by Keaton Jennings.
And for the very last reference I promised to my incapacity yesterday, I'm very grateful to all those who, either via social media, email, or text messages, sent me best wishes. One of them said, "I can feel the pain just by listening to you attempting to talk." Well, I can assure you it didn't actually hurt at all. It was just that it had gone, and that's it. End of subject.
Cook to Jennings. And that's through to the keeper, who peels away as he takes the catch, as Jennings just pushing forward again. It's not too far away as it just snakes past the edge of the bat. Certainly there's a sense here that Essex will try and create some doubt in Jennings' mind and play along with the idea that this tactic and this trap that they've set will inevitably work, and Jennings, I'm sure, will just ignore the whole lot and calmly go about his work. Defends to the leg side this time, and there is no run. There's Paul Walter. And a big part with the ball yesterday. Walter, he kind of changed or further increased that sense of momentum that Essex were building.
Well, yes, he was the surprise, really, because with all due respect to the big man, and being a big man, I wouldn't want to upset him. But yes, he was a sort of an unlikely hero in a way.
Final ball of the fourth over. Clip down to fine leg for a single by Keaton Jennings.
But I also think that, I know an innings doesn't have one turning point, it's a combination of things. And you can argue for all sorts of things causing the sudden collapse of Lancashire in the morning. But I thought, you know, if there was a pivotal moment, that run out of Velas, wasn't it, second ball he received, seemed to begin, you know, the whole rather sorry second half of the Lancashire innings.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair way to describe it. It did all melt away rather quickly with, well, certainly with the bat, and then actually with the ball and in the field a little bit. It was just a day largely to forget for Lancashire. It was a pretty grim one, really. Set up the day for Essex to attack and to try and force a win. And Jennings pressing forward again. The keeper standing up to Porter this time.
The Essex scorer Paul Parkinson tells me that the last 5 overs of the Essex innings yesterday evening went for 90 runs.
Yep.
90 runs in Championship cricket is going some.
Yeah, it's almost kind of unheard of, isn't it?
Yeah.
It was a torrid session for Lancashire. It was a pretty enjoyable one for the two Essex batters. It's a good shot, thumped down the ground by Jennings. That'll be 4 runs to mid-off, through mid-off, straight mid-off actually. Nice strike by Jennings. And score ticks along to 13 without loss. Jennings on to 12 with that. So you've got Porter running in from the south end of the ground. That's where the little kind of grass embankment just raises up behind him. There's quite a few spectators dotted around there watching Porter coming into ball. Set to mid-off this time, fielded by Dan Lawrence. It's a good day for him yesterday. I think he did a bit of a quick escape, didn't he? I think one or two of our colleagues from the written press were quite keen to speak to him. I think he'd done a quick dart, get out the ground. So, unfortunately, the Centurion wasn't around to chat about his innings. So deflects that into the offside. Jennings goes jogging away towards square leg, which would suggest that's hitting somewhere a little uncomfortable. 13 without loss.
We had 1 or 2 emails yesterday that I didn't get through, or let's just say one reason or another, one of which was from Eddie in Frinton.
It's Porter bowls and nudge away off the hip down to fine leg. He'll get 4 again, I think. Yeah, he does. Cookie's down there at fine leg, and he maybe went 4 or 5 paces to his left, but just easing the ball away off his hip for another 4. Keaton Jennings moves on to 16, and the score moves on to 17 without loss.
And we had a bit of a discussion, I'm not sure if it was yesterday, more likely to be the day before, about which county has the longest coastline. And apparently Cornwall, Essex and one other lay claim to it. Eddie in Frinton's convinced it's Essex because the coastline includes various islands off the coast.
Porter to Jennings, he leaves that ball. It's the end of the over as well. 17 without loss, 16 to Jennings and 1 to Wells.
But more specifically, referring to this game, he says, watching the live stream over the last 3 days has been an absolute breath of fresh air. It's been like stepping back 40 years or more, and warmest congratulations to Lancashire and Blackpool cricket clubs for going back to its roots. Well, I'm sure they'll both appreciate that. Yes, I must admit, it is a bit like a trip back into the past, and I mean that in an entirely complimentary manner, mainly because there's so much past that I can remember, or in some cases can't remember. But yes, it is a wonderful setting. Everybody very pleasant, and yeah, brilliant.
Cook again. Edged. Ooh, and Harmer away to his right. I think that was Harmer that got a touch on that. He's the man that's on the ground. That was a sharp chance. That went quickly. But I think Harmer went to his right. In front of Cook, who's at first slip. Oh, it would have been a really good catch.
Yeah, it would.
But it's the first chance of the morning. Put down by Harmer. Lifeline for Wells. It's defended up to mid-on this time, where the Essex skipper, Tom Wesley, fields, and there's no run. Yeah, it's a super tough chance that. We saw Jennings take a fantastic one-handed catch yesterday.
Yes, we did.
It would have been a sharp chance. It's Harmer committing to go to his right, so went across Cook. He wondered with Cook just a little bit deeper whether he thought maybe it wouldn't carry to Cook. Lifeline for Wells. It's turned out towards square leg for a single this time. So he doubles his total, and Lancashire move on to 18, Wells on to 2. Brings Keaton Jennings back on strike. So the field is going to change again. Up comes the wicket-keeper. Doesn't look like they're going to have the short leg in place. Just the keeper standing up. There's a short fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, point, 3 slips and a long leg. Let's Cook around the wicket. And Jennings defends away into the offside, and there's no run. So 18 without loss. 16 to Keaton Jennings.
And I'm given to understand today by a gentleman whom I've met and whose company I've enjoyed, who is, I gather is a bit of a legend in Lancashire cricket, called Jerry Wolstenholme. And he tells me that, I'll tell you what he tells me in a moment.
Let's Cook around the wicket, balls. He's cramping Jennings up for room, and ball deflects away into the offside, no run.
Jerry tells me that the 8th wicket unbroken, oh no, it wasn't unbroken of course because Lawrence was out off the last ball, so the 8th wicket stand was a record for a visiting side here at Blackpool.
Oh, okay, right.
Previous record only being 73. It was 107 yesterday.
Final ball for Cook this. This over, and it's defended away by Jennings into the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, that partnership. Let's just have a little look back here on the replay. This is the edge. Just squares him up. It's a leaping catch by Harmer. It would have been a stunner, really.
It would.
I mean, he's an outstanding slip fielder, but that would have been right up there with one of his best.
But as you say, the one by Jennings yesterday was really outstanding. At the time, I was sitting over in the stand on the west side of the ground and had quite a good view of it, and it was really spectacular.
So 6 overs of the morning. 3 for Cook and 3 for Porter. It'll be Jamie Porter to continue. In balls to Wells, who drives to mid-on, and there's no run. It is this part of the innings which it would appear to be where the most danger lies for the batting side, because once this Kookaburra ball gets kind of beyond 25, 30 overs or so, well, I don't think the bowlers are massive fans of it. I think it comes a bit soft and it doesn't seem to do much. So Wells defends and there's no run, no ball signalled by the umpire. So Essex, with this front line bowling attack of Porter and Cook, and a bit of Walter and Bracewell, have got it would seem a relatively small window to try and make hay before it in theory would get a little easier to bat on. Of course, Essex do have the chance to use a second new ball later on in the day. We've got 96 overs today, so they would have a second new ball available for them later on today. Wells turns his next delivery away to bat with square leg for a single. Takes him on to 3. And the score moves on to 21 without loss.
Thanks, Peter, for your couple of emails. Peter emailing from New Zealand.
Oh, nice.
I infer he's an Essex supporter because he wonders why Essex are wearing black armbands. And I must admit, until you said that, I hadn't noticed, so thanks for that. When I'm off air, I shall find out, make one or two phone calls or inquiries and pass the information on to you.
Here comes Porter to Jennings. Let's run down to fine leg for a single.
And thank you for your best wishes, Peter.
Jennings on to 17 now. 22 without loss. Brings Luke Wells back on strike. Still got a leg slip in place as well, which is Paul Walters. The 3 slips and the leg slip. That's a nice shot. It's worked through mid-wicket by Wells. He timed it well enough for 4. Creeping up towards the boundary. But doesn't get there. So come back for 3 in the end. They've run 3. Wells moves on to 6. It's 25 without loss. I think I should be hoping that it's a good batting day today. So it looks like a good pitch. And
yes.
It's a relatively small ground, and there's a shortish boundary to one side and a pretty quick outfield. And they'll be hoping that those things work in their favour. Jennings defends. Ball is scooped up by Nick Brown, who comes up from point, and there's no run.
Andy, who describes himself as an Essex exile living in County Durham in Chester Street, also confirms, I think that's probably in quotes, that Essex has the longest coastline by sending me a link to an article in the East Anglian Daily Times. Well, they might be a little biased, of course.
Porter to Jennings. Flicked away off the pads down to fine leg for a single. And Jennings moves on to 18. That's the final ball of the over as well. So we had 7 in the morning. And the score is 27 without loss. Jennings has 17. And Wells unbeaten on 6. So relatively calm first half an hour of play. 1 chance created Wells dropped by Harmer. The bowling of Cook when he was on 1. Will be Sam Cook to continue. Spectators inside the ground today. There's a few, and there's a few that are watching, and there's a few that are just having a little doze. Nice warm morning. There's a Cook around the wicket to Jennings. He's just dropped it away into the offside, and through they go for a quick single. That's nice, nicely run by Jennings.
Yes, it's a slightly smaller crowd than Reese in the last day or two, and slightly smaller than I expected. But I suppose the Lancashire supporters are more likely to witness their side winning than losing. On the other hand,
it's Cook. He's right arm around the wicket to Wells. Defended, and he played it like it just bounced a little sharper than he was expecting. It's deflected into the onside for no run.
On the other hand, if Lancashire do get the 430, for a start they'll deserve a victory to chase that score. But also, all those Lancashire supporters who aren't here will regret not coming along to Stanley Park, and those who were here will forever be able to say, oh, you should have been at Stanley Park the day Lancashire made 430.
It's Cook to Wells. That beats him. It's a really sharp delivery that by Cook. He just pulled Wells a little forward, not committed entirely to it. The ball kind of cuts him in half a bit. It's gone past his inside edge, I think. Through to Buttleman. It's a good ball by Cook. Not sure how you play that.
Still, the crowd may gradually come in, yet it's only 11:30.
That's true. Yeah, it might just thicken out a little bit later on today. Wells defending the ball again. That would play it like it came back in towards him. Coming off the inner half of the bat and turned away to mid-wicket, no run. I suppose it's a shame that just the way the fixtures have worked, that at least one, if not, ideally 2 of the 4 days when you come to an outground are over a weekend.
Yes.
Make it. I suspect if this was on a Saturday, or this would have been played on a Sunday now, you would get a healthier crowd. It's attracting a relatively small audience. There's Wells defends, no run. But it's that thorny subject of scheduling, isn't it? And when the games are played.
Well, yes. I mean, it suggests the thinking by, well, I suppose the ECB who decide the fixtures, the thinking being that they've got to look after the sponsors, who obviously prefer to sponsor events midweek.
Yep.
Because people would rather indulge in hospitality in the firm's time than in their own.
That's true. Cook to Wells again. Just a little extra bounce. It just spin him around a little bit, and he defends it. Good over that by Cook. He sent down an absolute jaffer to Wells that beat him all ends up, and then he's just found a little spot there where it's just caused him to be a little hurried up on his defensive shots. Good stuff by Cook. Testing, probing over to Luke Wells. 27 without loss. Well, the hearty band of cricket supporters are in the ground. I mean, the game at Southport a couple of weeks ago, we're chatting to the chairman of Southport, and he just backed up what you were saying, Dick, there, that working week worked well for them because they could sell hospitality. They I think they had the first 2 days sold out in the corporate hospitality. Jennings drives this ball away from Jamie Porter, playing it nicely along the ground through extra cover for 4 runs. Handsome looking shot by Keaton Jennings.
Yes, before play started, I had a look round the magnificent pavilion, and it really is something to behold. And when I played club cricket, I've been in a few pavilions, and never anywhere quite like Blackpool Cricket Club.
Nice. Oh, you managed to get in this morning then, did you? Excellent. Good.
Yeah, no trouble.
For a man of your connections, man of your standing, Dick, that's no issue. Yeah. Just turns this away off his hip to mid-wicket, Jennings.
And amongst all the many attractions I've been referring to at the clubhouse, it's a superb display of what my wife tells me are hydrangeas in front of the clubhouse.
Oh, okay.
Pink hydrangeas.
Yes, I can see those now. I'm glad your wife informed you what those were, because I didn't have a clue.
No, neither did I.
I mean, they look lovely. Nice and bright and colourful.
They're hydrangeas.
Excellent.
There they are.
Here's Porter to Jennings. And just drops it away to mid-wicket and there's no run.
There's also a lesser variety of the shrub called a lodranger.
Have you made that up?
I may have done.
Maybe in a slightly now you've got your voice coming back a little bit. You've been mischievous again. I preferred it when you couldn't speak yesterday.
It's funny you should say that, because so did a lot of people.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
31 without loss. It's Porter to Jennings. Pushed away into the offside, no run. It's one of the features you see a little bit more at Outgrounds, isn't it? Because there were some wonderfully manicured hanging baskets in Southport.
Yes.
Clearly took a great deal of pride. They were watered regularly through the course of the morning and then late in the evening, and making the ground just look as pleasant and as pretty as they can. Porter to Jennings again. Oh, that bounces and that bursts through the gloves of Bottleman. He's quite busy behind the stumps.
He is, isn't he? He's a busy cricketer.
Yes. A bit of a live wire. He's buzzing around. Wicket-keepers tend to be like that, don't they?
I don't know that he's particularly chirpy. I haven't heard him very much. Some wicket-keepers really rabbit and rabbit and rabbit.
Final ball of the over. Turned away by Jennings. To a backward square leg, and there is a run.
Who was the fellow at Leicestershire who kept wicket and then became coach? Paul Nixon, wasn't
Paul
it?
Nixon,
He was very chirpy. He never stopped talking. I bet he did have a sore throat by the end of the day.
Yeah, they do tend to be often the kind of the source of the spark in the team, don't they, the wicket-keeper?
Yeah, oh, yes.
Kind of keeping the spirits up. And
well, they're at the centre of things, aren't they?
Yeah.
Literally.
Yes. Oh, we're going to see our first bowling change this morning. So that's Sam Cook's opening spell. It's coming to an end.
Doug Bracewell, well, had this. I haven't got the figures in front of me, but he made 61 in well over a run of ball, was it? I mean, it was very, very sharp.
Yes, it was 61 from 35 balls.
35, thank you.
With 5 4s and 4 6s.
Many of which resulted in a lost ball.
Yes, I was asking the Lancashire scorer this. They had 5 balls lost yesterday.
They don't come cheap.
No. So Bracewell did his bit with the bat yesterday, and he comes in with the ball for the first time today. Good looking shot by Jennings. It's also a very good stop by Dan Lawrence. Jennings just got a single. Good work by Lawrence, because that was hit firmly.
He timed his dive very well.
He did. I'm sure his century and the way he batted yesterday would not have gone unnoticed in the England team.
No. Nor at the Oval.
No, true. Wells drives again. Excellent stop. This time is it extra cover by Matt Critchley. Wells denied certain runs there. Powerfully hit. And Critchley leaping low down to his left, and he's bouncing on some of the kind of practice wickets there as well. That'd be a pretty hard fall, that. Into the 10th over of the morning. It's defended by Wells. Away into the offside for no run. And a couple of results yesterday, didn't we? We had the victory in both Division 1 and Division 2, a victory for Warwickshire beating Kent by an innings and 46 runs. And in Division 2, Durham beat Gloucestershire by 9 wickets. So a win for Durham and a win for Warwickshire in yesterday's, both those games finishing yesterday. It's played back to Bracewell by Wells, and there's no run. It means that Warwickshire move up to second as it stands in Division 1. It's just move ahead of Essex, but that potentially could change. And Durham increase their lead at the top of Division 2. They're now 60 points clear. Goodness. It's left by Wells through to Bracewell. So 5 wins from 9 games have given Durham a commanding lead at the top of the Division 2 table.
I've mentioned the emails that have come in. I haven't mentioned the email address today. If you want to communicate with us, it's BBC Essex Cricket @gmail.com. And although the address has Essex in it, obviously we warmly welcome comments from any cricket supporter.
Bracewell around the wicket, left by Wells. And taken by the keeper, so that completes the over. The first sent down by Bracewell, just the 1 run off it. So 10 overs gone this morning. Lancashire 33 without loss, Wells on 6. And Jennings on 25, not out.
Yes, and so far the Lancashire batsmen haven't given the Essex team any great cause for optimism. They have had one very tough chance dropped in the slips, but generally speaking, the bowlers more often than not found the middle of the bat. So you still feel, well, I still feel that, especially not having played any part in the game so far, well, a significant part, that the man just coming on to bowl might yet have, if not the last say, a significant say. Simon Harmer.
Yeah, for the first time today, and for just the 4th over of the match. Harmer coming into the attack.
I've forgotten how to turn his arm over.
Might be a bit, yeah, a bit of warming up. So here he is, twirling in around the wicket. It's Jennings looking to sweep. Picked up by Nick Brown at short leg. It'll be interesting to see how Lancashire play Harmer. On the sweep again, Jennings just dabbing the ball away to the leg side. The umpire at square leg, that's Peter Hartley. He's not got a good view there, so he's going from square leg to point. There's too many people blocking his view.
Yep.
That's the view he did have with Brown stood in front of him, so he's not having that. He's going to go on to the other side and have a clearer view. It's Harmer to Jennings, and that's played forward, and there's no run.
Which is fair enough, of course. I mean, it's the fielder who has preference. Yes, I mean, if he wants to field absolutely square with the batsman, then that's, yeah, that's okay. The umpire has to work around the situation.
To Jennings, that brings him forward. So that's the first time we've seen really Jennings, or a batter, beaten.
And of course, Harmer loves bowling to left-handers. An off-break bowler, bowling the leg breaks to the left-hander. Cook lurking in the slip.
And he's got 2 of them here. Forward goes Jennings and defends, no run, but it's that last delivery that would be the one that would just get the eyes open for Harmer.
Yeah.
Genuine play and a miss, bringing the batter forward, ball turning away and bringing that slip into place potentially. Defended again by Keaton Jennings, and that's the end of Harmer's first over of the morning. So it starts with a maiden. It's a 33 without loss. And well, so far so good for Lancashire's 2 opening batters. both faced similar number of deliveries. But Jennings has found the going a little more easier in terms of runs being scored. He's got 25 to Wells' 6.
So yeah, 33 of 11. Even I can work out without it saying that that's 3 and over.
Bracewell to Jennings. Correction to Wells, and that's defender away into the offside for no run.
And it's now 2.96 for over. I just love the software that instantly converts, calculates the run rate.
On Mike's TV during the T20 games, we had a win predictor, which
Oh,
was
yes.
quite exciting. And actually, if Bracewell comes in and bowls again to Wells, rocks back, pulls the ball out towards square leg, and that's going to be 4 runs. For Wells, he moves on to 10. 37 without loss. But during the course of that, the last T20 match, the win predictor actually changed as the bowler was running in. I've never seen that before. It decreased. He must have fancied that the bowler was going to bowl a good ball. Yeah, he
Yes.
dropped that. The win predictor changed as the bowler was coming in. That was terrific. Oh, Wells just pulls away. I don't know whether something is...
That's artificial intelligence for you.
It is, yeah. They're coming together, aren't they? To take over our lives.
Yes. Yes, there are a lot of doom and gloom merchants, aren't there, talking about that?
Bracewell sets off again. Over the wicket. Good looking shot. And a very good stop again by Critchley. Nice looking shot by Wells for no runs. Good stop at extra cover.
Yes, he had a good innings yesterday. We're inclined to sort of home in on Bracewell towards the end, and obviously Dan Lawrence. But Critchley played a typically responsible innings for 40 runs yesterday.
Yeah, that partnership with Lawrence was 95.
Yeah.
Bracewell to Wells. Again, he
Didn't like that one.
didn't know. Played it rather awkwardly, but did well, perhaps just to guide the ball away to the leg side. There's been just 1 or 2 this morning from this north end of the ground that seem to have taken the bat a little bit by surprise.
Yes.
And Wells coming down the pitch to have a look at the spot where the Bracewell was landing it, and Cook got a couple to bounce a little extra too on the back end of his opening spell. It's Bracewell to Jennings, and that beats him. It's through to the keeper.
Thanks to Jamie, who's passed us a note saying the armbands are due to the passing away of the Essex Chief Executive Officer's father. The CEO is John Stevenson, former Essex and Hampshire player, and one of the small club of those who got 1 England cap. So thanks very much.
It's Bracewell to complete his 2nd over of the day. Jennings drives, beats Lawrence this time. 4 runs. Well, he's played that cover drive a couple of times this morning, Keaton Jennings, and he's played it to perfection. Lovely shot. Easing it away to the right of Dan Lawrence at mid-off for 4 runs. So 29 now to Keaton Jennings. It's 42 without loss for Lancashire. So a really positive start, actually, with the bat. They'll be thrilled, these two, Wells and Jennings, the first 50 minutes of play.
Yes, with every good reason to.
Wells facing Harmer for the first time. He's around the wicket to the left-hander. This is the intriguing battle, isn't it? And the impact that Harmer can have here on this final day. 4. Well, I suppose it's effectively a third-day pitch, isn't it? When it didn't play on the first day. Oh, keeps low on Wells, who's done really well to keep it out. He's down on his knees, Luke Wells. Blimey, he did ever so well. Bat on ball. He's had some really awkward deliveries, Wells, to face this morning. He seems to have had some a little bit more than what his partner at the other end has faced. Getting right forward again, smothering the ball away into the offside. There's no run.
Thanks, Steve, for your email, which I'll go through at the end of the over. Istanbul, Steve, one of our regular emailers. Sorry.
Okay, it's just a forward defensive up by Wells. A good stride down the pitch and pushed away off the front foot. In fact, change of ploy here. Nick Brown going in at silly point. Again defended by Luke Wells. Gathered by Walter, hands it back to Harmer. And the first 2 overs sent down by Harmer will give us the impression that he could be in for a long day.
Yes.
He's into Wells. Uses his feet and works the ball to mid-on. End of the over. Another maiden. 42 without loss. And Luke Wells has survived a probing over from Simon Harmer.
And Istanbul, Steve says, morning, gents. Superb opportunity for another win today for Essex. But the perils of an Essex exile. Apparently he was travelling from Dalaman to Istanbul all day yesterday, so didn't have any idea of what was happening. And frustration turned to joy late into the evening. A good advert for cricket. Appropriate, especially since losing the first day to rain in effects. He then comes up with one of the most painful puns, but I suppose I set the trend.
His braceful around the wicket balls into the keeper, the gloves of the keeper. There's no run. Is it a cheesy pun?
Well, I referred to the hydrangeas having a distant relative known as the lone stranger.
Yeah.
No, known as the low dranger. I've now rather ruined it now.
Oh.
In fact, I'm sorry, Steve.
You've ruined it.
I have ruined it, because he says, was there one single plant separate from the others, i.e. the species known as the Lone Ranger? Yes. Oh, how to ruin a hilarious joke.
Brace well to Jennings. Off the back foot and just drops the ball away into the offside. No run. We can just pretend that the first part of that never happened.
Yes, quite.
And we'll just enjoy the terrible pun that's been sent in from Turkey somewhere.
Delamar.
Delamar, okay.
Or Istanbul.
Right. Bracewell. He's ready to come back in again for his third ball of the over. Jennings with a little step towards him and then just eases the ball away to square leg. And there's no run. So it remains on 29. It's 42 without loss. Down to 2 slips now, but still the leg slip. There's a backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Short, and that's pulled by Jennings. Just for a single.
Down to Porter in the dim distance out towards the bar.
It's a rather empty-looking bar, isn't it, today?
It is. I can't think why. There will still be plenty of Essex supporters. Although I believe they can sup a pint or two in local parts.
Jennings moves on to 30 with that. So that brings Wells back on strike. Bracewell to Wells. Snaps the ball away into the offside. Takes the bottom hand off the bat. Picked up by Critchley. And there's no run. Will Williams just having a little chill out by the edge of the boundary with the hydrangeas behind him. Nice bright sunny day, nice warm day as well, so good day to watch a bit of cricket. Short ball. Oh, God, it's so short. He's leaped over the keeper. He's gone down towards the boundary. It's been signalled as a no ball, and he's gone for 4. Banged in, short, wide. Batter ducks. Keeper goes flying. Ball goes down towards the boundary.
Look where it finished crossing the boundary, though. Well wide of the sight screen.
4 no balls takes the score on to 49. It's turned by Wells down to backward square leg for a single. And that completes the over, and that brings up Lancashire's 50 as well.
Yeah, and well, relatively trouble-free 50 runs, but I suppose relatively says it all. Just the occasional ball really getting the better of the batsman. There have been enough such deliveries to keep Essex very interested. I'll make way for Jamie for 3/4 of an hour or so.
Cheers, Dick. It's a good opening spell. we weren't quite sure how long the opening spell would last, but he's done the thick end of 50 minutes. It's a 12 to Wells, and Jennings has 30. And then it's Harbour. Oh, there's a few round the bat now. There's a slip and a silly point and a short leg. Wells goes back. Good looking shot. Cut for 4. Just dropped a little short there, Harbour. And Wells hammering the ball away for 4 runs. It takes Lancashire on to 54 without loss. Wells moves on to 16. Harbour bowls again. He's off the front foot and drives to mid-off this time, and there is no run. And Jamie Bowman's back alongside us for another day, Jamie.
Yeah, good morning. Nice to be back, and then much nicer weather.
It is, it's lovely. Oh, and this is a lovely shot as well. Good use of the feet by Wells. Down the pitch he comes to Harbour. And drives that up and over. The ball was heading down towards the boundary. It took long off for 4 runs. A nice hour this so far for Lancashire. It's probably gone just about as well as it could possibly go.
Yeah, no, I mean there was one chance, wasn't there?
Oh. Yeah, it was Wells edging to Harbour. It's falling defence and there's no run. It was a tough chance. It would have been a pretty spectacular catch from Simon Harbour, but he certainly got a hand to it. Going away to his right. That's been it, I think. Yeah, it's been about the only chance. Over to Wells, and that's played back along the ground. Gathered by Harbour, no run.
And what's vital, isn't it, for Lancashire, that they're not sort of going into a shell here. They're playing the natural game.
Harbour from around the wicket bowls, and he's driven, burst through the fingertips of the Essex spinner. But there's no run. It's the end of the over. 8 off that for the first runs that Harbour has conceded. And Lancashire are 58 without loss. Wells 20 and Jennings on 30.
It can be the risk, can't it, when you're faced with a mammoth total on the last day, that you kind of shut up shop and dead bat everything. But that's not the way either of these batters really play. And as soon as you stray away from your natural game, you're putting yourself more at risk, aren't you? So they're willing to play the shots. We've seen some big hitting already, some good boundaries.
Yeah, encouraging start. Be a long day of batting ahead for Lancashire. Brace well to Jennings. It's defended towards Wesley at mid-on, and there's no run.
We were talking earlier about what the mood in the dressing room might have been, but in many ways, I suppose they're sort of waking up today, and it's almost a simple task, isn't it? they've declared overnight the 0 for 0. You bat all day. It's kind of, there's nothing complicated about it.
No, it sounds pretty straightforward, doesn't it? Bracewell to Jennings. It's defended into the onside. No run. I suppose you've got to try and believe, especially with this Kookaburra ball. I don't think has had enormously good reviews.
No,
that if you can,
that's an understatement.
Yes, if you can get through it with not too much damage done, then you're in a much healthier position. It becomes a little easier later on. But it's a really good start for Lancashire. Essex still searching for their first breakthrough as Jennings defends to mid-on, no run. I think the way it all unravelled in the first innings for Lancashire, the kind of, even if whatever the end result is from this match, they've just got to perform better from the second time round. That's kind of the minimum requirement, really, to bat better second time round.
Yeah, we spoke to Carl Crowe, didn't we, last night, and it's almost like he was saying that's the first time that's really happened this season. You've got to put it behind you. It was bound to happen. It happens to most sides once or twice a season.
Jennings off the front foot, defends into the offside, no run. Yeah, I must admit, Jimmy, and you watch plenty of Lancashire yourself, I can't remember a day's cricket going as badly as that for some time, really. I mean, it's just everything that went wrong. It was a pretty shocking day. I can't remember actually the last time that.
Well, with that morning session with, that's it, 7 wickets going down, and then the last hour, which was just brutal. Some brutal batting.
There's Bracewell to Jennings, edged. Oh, it's a fantastic catch. Goodness, Buttleman, the keeper, has taken an absolutely outstanding catch. Brilliant one-handed take by the keeper. I mean, that has flashed and flashed hard. It's come off the bat with real pace. Jennings looking to flash the ball away, and Buttleman has leaped up away to his left-hand side and has taken an absolute stunner with his left glove. Brilliant catch.
That you're not going to see many better catches this season, I don't think, from a wicket keeper. That is superb. Because he flashed hard at that, really flashed hard at it. Top edge. It was high as well. It was high. It was almost behind him. He's really leapt up into the sky there, hasn't he? Look at that.
Yeah, it's better to actually in real time, isn't it? You get a sense of it in real time there, watching that back.
Brilliant piece of keeping.
Well, Jennings has gone for 30.
And that's a big wicket, isn't it? We know Jennings can bat long. Man who got a triple century last year. We know he can bat well in situations like this, and perhaps got a bit too confident with the start there. Yeah, he was looking to score there. It was a real big flash of the bat to a wide one, which, you know, he could have easily have left, but obviously Lancashire want to keep the scoreboard ticking over, and they play their natural game. But that's not taking anything away from that catch. I mean, that was just superb. And it's the sort of catch that can just change the game in many ways. You know, really give the fielding side a lift, and everyone's bouncing on the toes, hoping the ball comes to them rather than hiding in the field.
Jennings took a stunner himself yesterday, one-handed catch at slip. So another blinding catch taken by Buttleman. So, yeah, Bohannon on strike. That's down the leg side. First delivery to Bohannon. It completes the over. A wicket maiden for Doug Bracewell. 58 for 1. They've created 2 chances in this first hour of play of Essex. Harmer, man on screen there, has dropped one. It was a tough chance. going away to his right in front of Cook. And the second chance has been taken. An outstanding catch by Buttleman. And Lancashire have lost their first wicket. Keaton Jennings, the man out. A brilliant catch by the keeper. It went quickly to Buttleman off the edge of Jennings' bat. And he's gone for 30. And Lancashire lose their first wicket after a pretty solid first hour. Essex declaring overnight to set Lancashire 430 to win. Lancashire are 58 for 1. And so continues. Just on the live stream though, just saw a replay of that Keaton Jennings catch I mentioned from yesterday. Harmer to Wells, who's forward and defends. And there's no run. Three around the bat. Cook at first slip, short leg and a silly point. Wells drives. Big puff of dust comes up off the surface as the ball just bounces in front of him, and it's gathered at mid-off and there's no run. There's the enormous frame of Paul Walter at silly point. There's a... Oh, that comes down. It actually goes to Walter. It kind of hit him. Maybe somewhere in the stomach. Wells advancing down the pitch towards Harmer.
That's a chance, that, isn't it?
Yep.
That's what he's there for. Came at a nice height for him, sort of mid-drift height.
Well, welcome back from Blackpool Cricket Club. Apologies for the loss of our broadcast. One or two slight power issues. But let me bring you up to date with what's happened since you were last with us. Well, Luke Wells has reached a half century. He's 54 not out. And Josh Bohannon is unbeaten on 25. And Lancashire are 117 for 1. With we're into the 28th over of their second innings, so the deficit is 313. In fact, it's now 312 as they had another run to it. So we're slowly kind of getting back to a full service, but it might be another 5 or 10 minutes before you get your full usual service via Lancs TV. We're back on the way on the BBC Sport website and app as well. So slowly just getting back to normal. Got Harmer bowling to Wells, who's coming down the pitch and hammering this ball right down in towards the media tent for 4 runs down towards the long on boundary. I think the view you've got is just basically the one that's behind me. I don't think there's any other kind of multi-camera set up just yet, but as I say, that hopefully we'll be back in full swing. So Wells going along quite nicely here. Half century for Luke Wells as he tries to work this next delivery out towards backward square leg, and there is no run. Just looking at what Wells has done this season as Harmer comes in and bowls to Wells. Down the pitch again, all the way for 6 this time. Down towards the long off boundary, and Wells advancing nicely here for Lancashire. We've got about 15 minutes left of the morning session, and Lancashire up to 129 for 1. You have to bear with me because I'm struggling with the scoreboard myself. I don't have a monitor, so I'm just kind of trying to work out what the scoreboard is away to our left-hand side. But 129 for 1. That's the end of the Harmer over. So Lancashire progressing nicely. Wells on 65 and Bohannon on 26. And partnership worth 71 runs between these two so far. So it's just that one wicket, which was the dismissal of Keaton Jennings, who was caught superbly by the wicket-keeper Will Buttleman. As Bohannon plays it up towards mid-off, and there is no run. So it's 129 for 1. Yeah, it was a fantastic one-handed catch by the keeper, Will Buttleman. Dismissing Keaton Jennings is the only wicket that Lancashire have lost, so they've had a very solid morning session here. Bohannon off the back foot just drops the ball away into the offside, no run. Jennings going for 30. And Essex have used the bowlers Porter, Cook, Bracewell and Harmer. We've got Jamie Porter bowling now from the south end of the ground. He's wicketless, he's gone for 27. Cook 8 overs for 33. Bracewell 5 overs, 1 for 21. And Harmer 8 overs for 44. So about 12 minutes until lunch. And it's 129 for 1. It's flicked away to backward square leg by Josh Bohannon. Through they go for a quick single. Dick Davis is back alongside me for this little final period up to lunch, and what's your assessments of the morning session? Good afternoon to you, Dick. Oh,
excuse me.
Oh dear.
Well, very clearly it's been Lancashire's morning, losing only that one wicket.
As Porter's in and bowls to Wells. It's a top edge over the slips. Maybe it might bang into the generator and just bring it back to life. He's gone for 4 runs. And Wells takes his total on to 65. It's 130 for one. Yeah, flashing hard and flashing over the slips and down towards the boundary. I can now see what view, for those watching on Lancs TV, I wasn't sure what you were seeing, but I can now. As it's turned away towards the onside for no run, you're seeing basically the camera, it's at the back of us. So unfortunately, yeah, there's no kind of multi-camera function. You're not going to be able to see different replays and all that lot just at the minute, but hopefully, fingers crossed, you'll get that back in the not too distant future. So we'll, as ever, we'll continue.
We'll soldier on.
We'll soldier on. Giving you the old ball by ball as the game progresses. We're back on the BBC Sport website now, so welcome back to listeners via the BBC as well. Short ball by Porter, good take by Buttleman, and there is no runs. That's the end of the over. That's 29 overs gone, and the score is 134 for one. Wells on 69 and Josh Bohannon on 27, and I can only think of really the two chances that have been created. One that was put down by Harmer off Wells, and then the wicket. It's been a pretty chance this morning, I think.
Wasn't the one played to Paul Walter at short leg?
Yes, yeah, that's right. Yeah, the little shuffle forward from Wells,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Could have hit Walter somewhere on the thigh, maybe something like that. Yeah.
Both of which were sharpish, but there again, both of which at this level of the game they'd expect to take.
So 134 for one. Here's Harmer. He's having a twirl in from the north end of the ground. Forward goes Bohannon. It's picked up by Walter at mid-on, and there's no run. Walter hasn't been used yet in this second innings. Harmer over the wicket and bowls, and Bohannon plays it back down the pitch. Gathered by Harmer off his own bowling, and there's no run. After his exploits in Lancashire's first innings, where he picked up 3 wickets, but Walter just not been used so far by the Essex skipper, Tom Wesley. Here's Harmer again. That loops away in towards the onside. Not sure if there was any bat on that. It bounced to the left of Nick Brown anyway.
And we haven't seen Dan Lawrence with his unique style of bowling either.
Was it frog in a blender description that he used? So Harmer's in and Bohannon goes back. Just takes a single. Little clip down towards fine leg for 1 run. And the score moves on to 135 for 1. Takes Bohannon to 28 not out. Wells unbeaten on 69. I'll bring you the details actually of his 50. Which happened while we were off air. Harmer into Wells, that's defended. Up comes Walter from extra cover to field, loops the ball back towards Simon Harmer. Short leg and a slip in place, and Harmer in. That's a wide ball. In fact, it's been signalled as a wide by the umpire. He wasn't a massively convinced by that, I don't think, was Peter Hartley. He kind of took a bit of time to think about it, but then slowly turns around and says that is a wide ball. Harmer in bowls again, left alone by Wells, and through to the keeper. That's the end of the over.
And we've had quite a few emails through, understandably, many of them wondering what happened to live stream. Well, I think Scott said that the generator went down, but hopefully all okay now. Well, not all okay, but enough okay at least to be able to hear us. Howard says in Greece, great to be able to keep up with Lancashire. I've just lost it off the screen. Entirely my fault. From Crete. Come back to that.
Yeah, because we're going to see Matt Critchley come into the attack. The Wells 50, by the way, 50 off 83 balls with 8 fours and a 6. When he got to that 50, he's now 69 not out. And so here's Critchley. For the first time in the match. Got 6 minutes to go before the lunch break on the 4th day. It's 136 for 1. Josh Barnum on strike. So there's a slip and a short leg. Here's Critchley. Barnum off the back foot. It's chopped away down to backward point. And there is no run. 136 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. Lancashire will be delighted with the morning session so far, as Barnum looks to add to it here. And going back and cuts the ball towards Bracewell on the point boundary for a single. Score moves on to 137 for 1. Barnum moves on to 29, so it brings the tall left-hander Wells back on strike with Cook and with Brown. There's close catches. Cook at slip. Brown at short leg position. Looks like Critchley going to bowl around the wicket to Wells, just altering the field, bringing up fine leg a little tighter, and deep square leg. There's a mid wicket, long on, mid off. Wells is off the front foot, pushes that ball away into the offside. And there is no run. Critchley wandering back to his mark. Comes in and balls again to Wells, who's getting forward and smothering the ball away. And there is no run. He's not bowled a lot this season, has he, Critchley? 60 overs. Compare that to Harmer's 323. He's picked up 9 wickets at 21 when he has bowled. Forward goes Wells, defends again. And there is, again, there's no run. Pace of the latter end of the morning session, understandably, just slowed down here because Lancashire will feel as though they've kind of got much more control over the state of the game with just that 1 wicket falling. A real sense of buzz and excitement and optimism amongst the Essex players this morning, but Lancashire have been positive. They played really well second time round with the bat. He's been led by Luke Wells and set up with Keaton Jennings at the top. Now Bohannon as well. There's an extra man around the batter, so there's a leg slip as well as a slip and a short leg. Wells sweeps, actually crashes the ball into Nick Brown. He's under their helmets at short leg. You're going to dust that off as if there's nothing wrong. It's one or two of his teammates go up to make sure he's all right, but a bit of a pat on the head from his wicket keeper. It's the end of the over. 137 for 1. Lancashire with, well, a couple of minutes until lunch, so time for one more over.
Sorry.
Is that you? Is that you?
Yeah, they want me to do an update.
Oh, I see. Okay. I thought it was the emergency generator sounding. So we'll guide you through this final over before lunch as Harmer's in and bowling. Now then, that's deflected down towards fine leg. Sam Cook chasing after it. He gets to the ball. And comes back for a couple. Takes Bohannon on to 31. So 139 for 1. Homer over the wicket and bowls, and Bohannon goes back. Takes a single, just nudged away off his hip to square leg. It's 140 for 1 now. Armour from around the wicket to Wells. It's left. He just tossed that out wide of off Stumper's Harmer, and Wells not tempted. Watching it go through to the keeper. Returns and sets off again, brushing in past the umpire. Balls, and Wells defends. Steers it away into the offside, where it's picked up at backward point by Sam Cook, and there is no run. Again, forward goes Wells in defence. Been an excellent morning for Luke Wells. 69 not out. He's on the brink of being there for the afternoon session as well. He will be, because he's defending this next ball. Umpire spins round and looks towards the clock in front of the pavilion. I think that's going to be lunch. It is. And the players head off for lunch, and Lancashire have enjoyed a really good morning. They're coming into this fourth and final day under pressure. They had a horrible day yesterday, and they needed to respond, and they've done exactly that. That's been a brilliant couple of hours for Lancashire, and they've given themselves a real platform to at least try and make this game safe heading into the afternoon session. They'll need a further 290 runs from this stage to win the match. Essex still require 9 more wickets, but Lancashire will be really pleased with how they've gone about it this morning. Set up by Jennings and by Luke Wells. Wells has carried it on. He's 69 not out. Josh Bannon's unbeaten on 32. Terrific morning that for Lancashire. We get to lunch on this fourth day with Lancashire 140 for 1 in their second innings, and they still need a further 290 to win. Essex need 9 more wickets. We will take a break. We'll check the power. We'll wiggle a few cables, and all being well, we'll be back with you in about 40 minutes.
Hi and welcome along to Emirates Old Trafford with me, Paul Allott, for another edition of Beyond the Boundary. This week I'm delighted to say that we have got the Managing Director of England Men's Cricket with us in the studio. It's a very warm welcome to Rob Key. Rob, great to see you. I didn't think I'd ever see you in this role, to be perfectly honest, having worked with you in various locations around the country, commentating for Sky. But here you are. And I must say that now we're into July, you've had a very interesting and successful start to your career or your new career. What was it that finally made you take the role?
I did. Well, you didn't think I'd do this. If you'd have asked me this at Christmas time, I'd have thought, what are you talking about? There's no chance I'd be on the other side of the fence being an administrator. I mean, I loved doing the job I had for Sky. I never thought in a million years. The only reason I thought I wouldn't be doing that is if I'd got sacked, to be honest, or I'd done something, or whatever had happened. So it was sort of after the Ashes, and you know what it's like, we used to do it all the time, and you're always sitting around because we love cricket. And we'd be in the back of the commentary box and be trying to work out, oh, what would you do? You do this, or why don't we do this, or why don't they do that? And then it was sort of Strauss, he'd asked me if I would be interested in the role, and I sort of thought, yeah, I suppose so, but never really thought that anything would come of it. But the thing that I suppose was the defining factor in it all was that now I feel like you've got some skin in the game. Now I feel, when you're on TV, you're coming up with a lot of ideas, but really, you might never know if they work or not. And you're never really sort of under pressure in that regard to see if your views have any meaning or if they're right. And what I felt is that on this side of the fence, you're going to be tested, it's going to be a challenge, but also you've got a chance to do some good for English cricket. And I suppose that was the overriding factor, really. It was just to see if I could do any good in the game, if I could actually help out on that side of it.
Was there a deep breath moment or a gulp when you actually realised, I am actually doing this job now, so now I've got to really perform and I've got to put those thoughts that I have into action, into practice?
I think when I was on the train that first day, because working in TV again, there's a lot of time you're very, very busy. There's a lot of time when you're off as well. And then all of a sudden I thought, hang up, I'm going to be sort of flat out now. And I was on the train from Canterbury or Ashford to London on that first day, just after Easter, and I'd sort of said to Tom Harrison, yeah, I'll do it. I'll start on Tuesday. That was the Thursday I said I'd do it. So 4 or 5 days later, I'm like, oh my God, I'm doing this now. And then you sort of go into Lords and you get in, right, this is how it all works. And there was no one really in because either they're hybrid working or people are on leave for Easter. And I remember thinking, do you know what? I've no idea what this job actually is. But the greatest thing, I suppose, is the position that England are in, where Ashley Giles, Chris Silverwood, Graham Thorpe were no longer there. There was no national selector. So it was very clear, actually. It didn't really matter. All the administrative side of stuff I didn't have to worry about at that point because I had to find coaches, find a captain, and then still we're looking for a selector, but I'll get round to that. So there was a very sort of clear focus on what I had to do. So it wasn't too bad.
No, and the best point, I suppose, or perhaps the worst point, depends how you look at it, was that you were starting, as you've said, with a clean slate, but you were starting with England at a very low position in red ball cricket because they'd had a horrendous winter, as you've said, lost the higher ranking individuals, either had been removed before you came along, and you had no captain. So from your point of view, the only way is up.
Well, and that was the same actually when we're interviewing coaches, because what we didn't do was say, right, we think you're going to be white ball, you're going to be red ball. We just sort of asked the field, and people obviously applied for the job, and so.
Well, sorry for interrupting, but you say that now because it's pretty self-evident that's. But did you really, truly, and honestly go in with a completely open mind? And we'll talk specifically about Brendan McCullum, because he had no pedigree as a red ball coach. He didn't have much pedigree as a coach. He'd coached in T20 franchises. So you say that now, but really, did you honestly think, I'm going to walk out of this room and Brendan McCullum's going to be my red ball coach?
Well, very early on, I thought that Brendan McCullum was one of the front runners for me. Forget about what everyone else thought. I always thought Brendan McCullum, but even before I was doing this job, I always thought and I knew him a little bit, not a lot actually. We'd done a bit of commentary together, and I'd watched and I'd listened to the Cowdrey lecture and I'd watched what New Zealand did. And all you ever really want, I think, in anything, is you want people who are aligned to your philosophy and the way you think, and the way that you think the game should be played. And I was very clear on that, and that's what I wanted. And then you sit down and you interview, and there's loads of interviews we did with lots of different people, and you sort of work out who's most attuned to what you think. Because if you don't have that alignment, in anything, then there's real trouble. I think that's where problems come. If you have a coach and captain who aren't aligned, if you have a managing director who's not aligned, if there's someone who has a different way of doing things, and that doesn't mean you can't challenge each other and have disagreements. That's not it at all. But your basic philosophy is the same, and that's what Brendan McCullum had. I had two choices. I saw it. I either had the England team in Test cricket needed someone who was going to be really tough on them, really hard, be like a drill sergeant, who was going to give no quarter, or they needed someone who was going to try and take the pressure off and try and get the best out of them in that way, not be by being soft on them, because actually Brendan McCullum takes no quarter at all. If there's anything that he's not happy with, then he's going to make sure he will pull those people up on it. But it was about how do you get the best out of these people, and that was my view. And that's when I spoke with Brendan, that's exactly how he saw it as well. And that was my sort of theory. I felt that England cricketers had a lot of people, and this is our culture, telling them what you can't do. Oh, I'll be careful of this. Don't do that. Oh, you can't do that. The problem is that's not particularly inspiring. And Brendan McCullum is the opposite of that. He sort of tries to broaden your horizons to what you can do.
So you had this debonair, dashing blueprint whirring around in your mind, thinking, this is really the way I want English red ball cricket to go. And Brendan McCullum was the man that sparked that for you? Or did you spark it and see him as being the ideal, well, he can't be a catalyst, but innovator, if you like?
Well, yeah, he's the one. The only thing I would say, and that's why both of us, Brendan and myself, it's not I'm against it at all, but we don't use the Bazball comment, because what it's not, to me, you said it there, it is not about just playing shots and being aggressive. It's actually, how do you get seriously talented cricketers to make the most? You just get out of their way a little bit and you try and free them up in a world now where there are so many people telling you what you can't do, whether that's in whatever you do, whether you're in politics or anything, and it's in our culture a bit, where I found it actually really fascinating. So we played against New Zealand in a manner, in a style, which actually Joe Root wasn't slogging. Johnny Bairstow, people, they haven't been slogging in that regard.
You could have lost a couple of those games just as easily as you've ended up winning them.
Absolutely.
Let's be realistic about it.
Absolutely, but it's not about just going out there and being ultra aggressive. And what I found really interesting was that, so we won against New Zealand, and then straight away I was like, yeah, but that won't work against India. And it won't work against.
Who was telling you that?
No, in the media, you sort of read and everything, you know. And but that's what I think we do. That's what I do.
They're going to get their comeuppance. It's all going to go wrong.
Which there's every chance that might happen. But why are we getting so far ahead of ourselves? Let's concentrate and focus on what we can control now, today, which is very much Brendan and Stokes' thing. It's like, let's go out and entertain people today, not worry about the future. And it's the same thing, you know, we've got our plans in mind, and there's a hell of a lot of thought that goes into what these guys have done. And it's the same thing, you know, and then it's like, we beat India, and it's like, now it's, yeah, but this won't work against Australia. And it's like, no, okay, it might not, but that's not an inspiring message to give. That's fine for everyone else to be talking about that. But in our dressing room, we've got to be talking about what people can do, how you can succeed, what is possible, not living in this world that we do a bit of, oh yeah, but you can't do this. Yeah, but you can't hit on the up. You can't do that to so-and-so. It's like, all right, guys, yeah, we know that.
Excuse the pun then. What is the key to exploring this self-expression for the players? Because it's the same players that played through the winter in a completely different environment, obviously, but they've been allowed to come out and express themselves. How have you managed to turn that?
Well, what I would say is that's my theory. How Brendan and Stokesy have done it really is the key, and it's little things. It's how do you give people confidence? The game, as you know, as everyone who's played any sport knows, we're different players when we're confident. You know, look at the white ball side here. We've had a tough time against tough oppositions, you know, but they're just lacking that little bit of confidence. But that will come back, and they'll fly again because there's some seriously good players in that. And I watched, so it's the language and the terminology that's used in the dressing room from them. It's not a negative, you know, oh, be careful of this, watch out for that, don't do this on here. And it's little things really, like Alex Lees, for example, who had played fairly in a stodgy manner in the Caribbean. And he got 20 odd in the second innings at Lord's. And Joe Root had played brilliantly. Joe Root had won the game with a fantastic 100. You know, and a game that was in the balance, and Ben Folkes had played really well. So it was obvious that those guys had been the standouts. But Stokes, he sort of made a real point with Alex Lees in the dressing room afterwards, and just like, Alex, the way you went and played there, that intent you showed, that's what we want. That's the best I've ever seen you play for England. So they're giving full clarity on how they want someone to play, which actually, if you look at it, at times when I was playing, we lived in a world where coaches were constantly saying, don't play that shot. You know, if you look to leave, you know, just don't play outside off stump, just leave that ball. But when you do that, the best way, as we all know, to do it is to think positively about it, to look to score and then leave. And it's that sort of thing that they've been talking about. And the same with Johnny, who actually had played a big shot at Lords in the second innings. He came out playing, shot a ball, and he got out, sort of drove a couple, then he went once more and he got bowled. Now, a lot of people would have actually said, what are you doing there? That was the last ball of his spell. Switch on. You know, why don't you think about that? Why did you do that? Don't do that again. Whereas actually what they did, they turned and said, the way you played there, that's what we're about. There's more of that. So whether they thought that was the right thing he did there or not, but actually the next time, how much more confidence do you feel with that? And it's those things. And the same with the ball to Jimmy Broady. It's not being about like, if we look to keep the scoreboard under control and we look to, you know, if we don't let the batsman score, then we'll get wickets. Actually, it's very simple, their thing is, it's like, we look to take wickets with the ball. And you have to, and Brendan sort of says everything better than me, but it's like you have to be malleable enough to change the plan when the team requires it, you know, and do what Ben's asking as the captain and what the team wants you to do. And they've loved it because actually it's like taking away some of the fear of going for a few runs. But you can still, with that, you look to take wickets, but you also still look to stop them scoring. It's just not your primary objective. So you're giving everyone more options. And there's something in it for everyone. It does not mean that if you're a less aggressive player that there's not a place for you in this team. No, that's not the case. This might hopefully just bring more out of you because it's just freeing you where you're not living in this world of don't do this.
It's very clear that there's an awful lot of enthusiasm from within you, which obviously transfers through to your lieutenants, and I use that term not as an insult, but and I think whatever else you've done and you've transformed, I'm saying you, but there has been a transformation in the way Test cricket has been played. It sent out a message not only to England but to the rest of the world about the way the game is played, and it's captured the imagination of the cricket watching and the sports watching public. That must gratify you.
Yeah, I've loved that fact, but that's all down to Ben and the way that, and Brendan in particular, because it's little things to me. Sport is not just about winning. I know we sort of tell our kids, and I get really annoyed when people sort of say, no, it's the taking part. No, I'm not saying that at all. But actually there is a style and a way. This is meant to be entertainment. You know, most people aren't fortunate enough to be professional cricketers. They've got proper jobs, real lives, real struggles, and actually cricket's the thing they want to watch to get away from that. You know, it's the escape, and we're in these guys playing for England are in a privileged position to be able to try and entertain them. So when you go to Trent Bridge, and I wouldn't have done it, you know, because I don't think like that, but what Brendan said at tea about on that last day about we're going, what do they need, 160 or something?
Yeah,
I was in Holland. I was in Holland
tonight.
Actually. No, it was the last day at Trent Bridge. The game was in the balance. Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes were in, and there were 160 needed. What's that? Probably 6 wickets left. And at tea, most of us, as you would know, in the dressing room as a captain, we go, let's just have a look here, lads. You know, let's just see what's going on. Yeah. Whereas Brendan and Ben were like, we're winning this game. And and I don't know exactly, but Brendan was like, I'll take responsibility. If we don't win this, I'll take responsibility. I don't care what you know, it's on me, whatever. We're going out to win this no matter what. You know, and that clarity, and then Johnny goes out and plays the way he did. Now, when you look back on that, with a packed house on the last day at Trent Bridge, the only thing that we couldn't have done there was, the only thing that was the wrong thing to do with hindsight was to block out for the draw. I think we would have got more respect and more more belief almost from the fans, the crowds, in the way that we went and played that game and the fact we gave it a go. And if it hadn't worked, I still think people would have been proud actually of what they tried to do. The fact we actually went and won it and Johnny played that unbelievable innings and Ben did, it then sort of captured the imagination even more. But that's what this is, you know, you and I have done it. This is not life and death, you know, and yet we treat it at times in professional sport like it's a proper job, and it's not. It's like, Gert, this is the best time of your life as a 20 plus something. Make the most of it.
Let's just take it down a level, because the message is very clear, I think, that we now want and expect county cricket, red ball cricket, to follow and think about, or certainly think about and hopefully follow, the example that's been set in the last 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
And let's not forget we're doing this for Lancashire TV, so there's an awful lot of county supporters watching this. How is this going to impact on the counties and in terms of play? Yeah. But also, and we'll come on to this perhaps in a little bit more detail in a minute, about the impact that England has on county cricket. Let's do the first bit first, about the way we play. And you have been, I'm not sure critical is the right word, you have been realistic about in your comments about county cricket and the pitches we play on. And of course, being here at Emirates Old Trafford, we tend to look at this in shock and horror, because we are pleased to have one of the best grounds in the world here. And the pitches are good, and you would know it. And if every county pitch was like this, I don't think you'd have a complaint. But so how is this going to transform English county cricket as well? How's it going to affect county cricket?
Well, similar. I mean, that again, because people would say, why is it important? Surely it's just important about winning. Yeah, okay. Why do you need a brand? Why do you need a style of play or whatever? But it's like, well, if you look at what the white ball team did, it wasn't about winning the World Cup. What Owen Morgan did and Trevor Bayliss was that they changed the way, a mentality as much as anything, for our white ball game. And now you look at probably every county, every club, that way of playing has filtered down. So now we have so many batsmen coming through that play in that method. You know, these young players, now you could argue it's an easier way to go about things in white ball cricket. It's not quite straightforward in Test cricket, which is true. So you hope it has a knock-on effect, that it inspires a few people to want to play the longest form, and actually that there is a way that, you know, Test cricket or the longer form of cricket does not mean you have to defend your wicket like it's your life, is the thing. Whether it does, we'll wait and see. But you're absolutely right. Then the other part of that is other things that it's not quite under me, but it's in my sort of remit, but it's something that I have an influence in, I'd like to think, is things like pitches. And to be fair, this year the pitches have all seemed better. And that's a big thing. And you're absolutely right. Here is probably one of the best, if not the best, wickets in the country because of one thing, really. It's got pace and bounce. You know, and it's not with pace and bounce because it's left so much grass on it that it goes everywhere. And the reason why I think it's so important, because you find out who the best bowlers are, because you've got to be a proper bowler to bowl on that surface. If you're a spinner, you're going to get a bit out of it, but it's not going to be ridiculous. You're going to have to earn your time. And if you're a batsman, you're going to have to bat well to score runs on it. And that, then, when you look at this year where the wickets have been better, whether it's the ball or whatever have you, look at Potts. Because it's a good decision getting Potts. And, you know, he plays with Stokes, so that's lucky.
We've seen him for a while.
Correct.
You and I. We've seen him play county cricket for 3-4 years.
Correct.
And he's been not a total standout, but he's somebody you tick.
But also, because he's done it at a time when it's really tough to be a bowler, this year when no one else was getting wickets, he's learned. All that means is to be successful, you have to be more accurate. You have to do something with the ball. You know, and then it's an easy selection because he's getting 7-fers, and we've seen him, and Mo Bobat, who's the performance director, has seen him from under-19 cricket. So there's this whole pathway in place, and then because he's played in the right conditions, his game leaps forward. And it's the same. There's been so many players like that. I mean, we picked the white ball squads. You got, like Gleeson.
That's been miraculous, the way he's come back into the game. He's hardly bowled a ball for 2 years. And he bowls 93 mile an hour guns now.
I know, and then you must be frustrated as a ex-director of cricket thinking, oh, if only we'd had him for 2 years. But that's the investment that you guys have put in that's now going to benefit English cricket. Fingers crossed. But that's, he's learning in conditions that, it's like when they played, that was great. He did it against India and that batting lineup. On those conditions, it's like, he's
got himself an IPL contract now, hasn't he? Well, it'll be close anyway.
But you know what I mean? Like, if you do that, you've got to feel you've got to feel 10 foot tall. I
agree. It's a good point you make about promoting players or developing players to play international cricket. That is what counties are for. Generally, it's it should be one of their highest aims, to produce the best quality cricketers that they can do. And then obviously there's a natural progression from county cricket into the international. The biggest frustration that supporters and counties have, I think, is that there appears to be, or has appeared to be, a lack of empathy with the counties from England. A particular case in point, the T20 competition that's just gone by, which is a good competition. Yeah. And for my mind should be promoted a little bit more than it is. But we had a great set of quarterfinals, semi-final, final. Yeah. All without the England players. There were 1 or 2 released. Yeah. Grant you that. But would that be a frustration for you that you can't release more? And is that something you might be looking to address?
That's something that, again, with the schedule this year, that has been a frustration, really, because generally, and what we've tried to do is release people as much as we can. So throughout those quarterfinals, I was constantly talking to the coaches, who were very good as well. We said, we don't want people sitting on the bench, which is a massive bonus this year from COVID times, when actually everyone had to stay there. And a lot of the time people are still living in this COVID where, with the way that people did things back then, businesses and stuff like that, you don't have to keep people around. So what we've tried to do as much as we can is release people to play for their counties. And the problem's been when there's been a game the next day or something. And to the point even where we've said to them, I say, right, okay, we've got 3 ODIs, for example, coming up. Do you think that you're going to play every bowler? Is it realistic that every seamer is going to play every game? And we'd say, generally, you say, well, no, there's a chance that one might need to be rested here or there. I said, right, okay, let's try and make it so that if you're going to rest, let's say, I think it might be David Willey at some point. He's got finals day on the Saturday. Let's rest him for that Sunday so then he can go and do that. So we've tried as much as we can to do that. And what we're trying to do is make sure that in so many instances, the schedule's a schedule at the moment. That's something it's not what we necessarily do, but
you'll have an influence over it, though.
Well, you hope so, yes, going forward. Yeah. And this year's been particularly tough because we had that India test match that was a make-up test from this one. We've got to go to Holland because we didn't go during COVID time. So you hope that we can get that better in the future. But generally, we sort of have tried as much as we can. And what we want to do, actually, and we're trying to do, is when we have the conversations about the various players, whether it's centrally contracted ones, which Lancashire have a lot, what we're trying to do is actually work with the counties. So actually to sit round together with Chile, Chappie, the S&Cs, the physios, the people on our side, and actually say, well, what do we all think is best for this player? What do we all think is best for Joss Butler or whoever, Liam Livingstone, whoever it is, and then come up with something that works so that we can give some ownership back to the counties to say, you guys, you producing these players, keep going with it. How can we help rather than us telling you what to do all the time?
That's really good. And what I would have hoped you would do and expect from you. Let's just talk a little bit about the structure. There's going to be a review, or there's an ongoing review. The structure is a thing that frustrates not only players and administrators, and probably you and me, but also members, supporters. Would you consider, and are you considering, reducing the number of county games, which I think would be a good thing, and reducing the red ball games perhaps to division of 12 and 6 and have 11 games in the first division, and then for the white ball T20 just reduce that a little bit, and 50 over, and that may be your most contentious area, given one or two comments that have been passed over the last couple of weeks. Wasim Akram said it's probably on its way out. We all thought about that actually in 2015 when the competition was in Australia, and Brendan McCullum, no less, resurrected the way to play 50 over cricket. So no, we're going back a bit now, 7 years. Anyway, so in terms of the domestic structure, for me it has to change, and it has to be streamlined, and there has to be more time made. Now you can't make time, so what you do, you take games out of it to create time. Or have I answered your question?
No, I think you've answered your own question. No, what it is there's two things. That the high performance review is not just a domestic structure review, and at the moment where there's lots of that you've got the first class counties chairman, you've got the CEOs, you've got various different groups that we're all sort of getting. We're canvassing opinions really to try and work out what everyone who's got a stake in the game really thinks the best thing to do is. So we're not at the point where we're saying you're going to reduce games, you're going to have more games, less games or anything. We're at the point now where we're trying to, because what we want to really do is take the game with us with this, rather than actually just do it to the game, just say, right, this is what's happening, this is what you're going to do. So whether it is less games, more games, whether it's whatever, that part is what's being thrown around at the moment, trying to work out the best way, along with so much of what is high performance. How can we help to make more pitches like Old Trafford? How can you help under-19 cricket? All these things are getting thrown into the mix. And at some point over the next month or two, we'll start firming up some ideas. But lots of suggestions are in the melting pot at the moment. And I genuinely, I'm not trying to hide anything, I couldn't tell you if it's going to, how it's going to end up. There's lots of different ideas, but as you know as well, it's incredibly tough to work out exactly the best way for everyone. But I also think there's part of it that's got to be how can the England team and the England setup help county cricket as well, not actually it's county cricket's job to help us all the time. So I don't know where that's going to end up at the moment, but that's all the things you've spoken about are in the melting pot.
Let's just move on quickly to white ball cricket. You've had a wonderful, I can't say honeymoon period, that's rubbish, but you've had a great start to your red ball performances. White ball's been difficult and is probably destined to get a little bit more difficult before it gets better, because you've got new personnel in Matthew Mott's come in, he's lost his captain, you've lost your talismanic all-rounder in Ben Stokes. Yeah. So it's an interesting one for you, because you were obviously charged, or you thought that red ball cricket would be
the easy one,
and the white ball will just take care of itself. Ain't working that way at the moment, is it?
No, but the one thing I would say about that is that one, I didn't know that Owen Morgan was going to, but Morgs never gave me a guarantee that he was going to do it. And I always felt that he would do what he felt was right, not for him, for English cricket actually. So, you know, Joss has come in, who I think is an outstanding captain, and from dealing with him, he's been fantastic. They've just played against a very, very good side in India, where the ball did actually more than they were expecting. You know, the injuries to our bowlers hasn't hit us in Test cricket at all, because we've got Anderson Broad, and then Potts has come about, so we've not really felt it at all. And we felt it a bit more in white ball cricket, and the batsmen haven't quite been at their best. And a lot of that could be down, the pitch at the Oval had a bit more in it, all those things, you know, there's probably lots of different factors. But when I look at teams, what concerns me more is when you don't have the resource, i.e. you don't have the cattle, you don't have the players. But I look at our batting lineup at Bairstow, you know, you've got Bairstow, Roy, Joe Root, whoever these people are, Joss Butler, Liam Livingston, Salt. There's all these guys. You've got Brooke knocking around. You've got so many to choose from. They'll find form at some point. So I'm quite pleased. I'd much rather we'd played against like a team like that Indian team, and we'd have seen the Gleesons and the people, and Chris Jordan bowled well, Topley bowled well. We started to find out about people properly against a good side, rather than playing someone or a team that were nowhere near as good as us, and we just blitzed through them and we wouldn't learn anything. So I've been quite pleased actually that we're in this period of play. And I also think, you know, people forget, you know, Joss, Matthew Mott, you're quite right. It's going to take them a little bit of time to make it their team and find their rhythm. People forget, you know, Morgs captained England in the World Cup in 2015 as well, and it took him a little while to find his voice and the way that he wanted people to go about it. I think Joss will find that quickly, and it won't take long before they start taking it to another level. There's two seriously good people there with Joss and Matthew Mott. So I'm actually, you know, I think we're in a better place in white ball cricket now than we were at the start of this competition because of some of these bowlers coming through. You know, and then you add to that into the mix, like you got Wokes, Archer, Wood, all these guys, and you think, hang up, you know, this is looking pretty good. We've got more options now than we did.
You've mentioned about 20 players there, which brings me to my next point, selection.
Yeah.
Because you haven't, I want to say haven't addressed it, you probably haven't needed to so far, but there is going to come a point where you're going to have to think about how you structure your selection.
Yeah.
And who is going to do that, and what sort of format it's going to take, how many people, etc.
Yeah.
Are you basically in charge of that at the moment, doing it off your own bat?
Yeah. So I'm effectively the head selector, and what we do is with each team at the moment. So you've got Ben, Brendan, myself as the vote, as it were, because what I like, I can't bear wasting time. So it's like if you all sit around and go, I want him, I want him, I want him, and you go, okay, we've all debated this for long enough. Who you having? Who you having? Who you having? Vote's done, then we move on. And there's been times actually where we haven't always agreed, and it's worked. It works well. And then you see where I'm very lucky, and I couldn't do this job. The performance director, who's been there for a while actually, Mo Bobat, who's an unsung hero actually of English cricket, who has done so much work behind the scenes, never really got any credit for it, from right back to working with Straussy when they set up this plan for England in white ball cricket, all of that. And Mo's fantastic, and he's on that panel. David Court as well, who's in charge of player ID. You've got a whole scouting network of people. I've got a good, you know, whether it's like contacts book in my phone, you know, I can speak to people, whether it's you, whether it's Bumble, whether it's Athnas, anyone around. I can speak to players about, you know, that I still know and say, what's it like facing Potts? So we've got this huge network of people. So it's not about like a head selector. It's someone who's going to actually facilitate that process, deal with the media, all those things. Because, you know, if I want to know about pathway cricket or the next best coming through, Mo, David Court,
you've got people
every scout,
they have people around you.
We've got great people, which I think is leadership actually. One thing I think I've got to be, I don't know how to really do emails properly. I don't know how to do a lot of stuff. But what I do think, I'd like to think I'm a decent judge of character and a person. And I just make sure I've got good people around me that can challenge me and make good decisions. And Mo's certainly been brilliant. The two of us have worked very well together, and that's really helped me. And a lot of the decisions have been joint in that regard. So the head selector or selector, however we slice it up, you know, is about the person that fits into that group. You know, the person that can help facilitate that, to be present at county games.
For the afternoon session on the fourth day. And what a fascinating couple of sessions we could have, because Lancashire are 140 for 1 in their second innings. Require a further 290 more runs to win. Essex have picked up 1 wicket so far on this final day. That was Keaton Jennings, and since then Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon have got Lancashire off to a very impressive start in what would be, well, it would rip up all sorts of records actually, certainly for records at this particular ground. Should they go on to get a further 290, it would surpass the highest chase on this ground, and it's the highest fourth innings runs chase in this fourth innings totals rather at this ground as well. So there'll be lots of records broken should Lancashire get these extra runs. The two batters are coming out, Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon. Wells on 69, Bohannon on 32, as we've been mentioning that Dick is suffering a little bit with his voice. Dick Davis from BBC Essex. Was delighted that Jamie Bowman was able to join me a little bit before lunch, and I'm thrilled that a man very much well known to ex-Essex supporters and cricket fans and cricket readers of various different publications, Derek Pringle, is alongside me for a little bit through the start of this afternoon session. Thank you, Derek, for joining us. Good afternoon.
No, my pleasure. Afternoon.
What do you think of how this game is bubbling up into the fourth day?
Well, I think Essex will be slightly alarmed. They're not looking a bit more threatening, though. The ball has passed the edge of the bat, but I think Lancashire's batsmen have played it really well.
Wells was put down twice. First time was a really sharp chance to Harmer at second slip, and then he kind of pushed one up towards Silly Point where Paul Walter was there. He kind of deflected off Walter. It was certainly a chance, but he's still going. Bannon on 32. I'm pleased to say that viewers on Lancs TV and those listening across the BBC Sport website app, we have fully functioning broadcast for this afternoon. A few technical issues a little bit earlier on. We've got our first run of the afternoon session, which is Bannon cutting Matt Critchley out towards deep backward point for a single, and he moves on to 33, and the score moves on to 141 for 1. It's a perfect batting day, it would seem, at least. The pitch still looks good, and Lancashire made the most of it.
Well, I think it'd be interesting to see how long they persist with Critchley, because the conditions don't feel like leg spin conditions to me, because it's lush. There's been rain in the game. I think the pitch looks, it looks pretty solid still. Normally leg spinners come into their own when it's dusting.
Yeah, it's basically a third day pitch as well, isn't it, with nothing on the first day. Runs away towards point this time by Wells, just off the front foot, pushing it along the ground to Walter. Moves on to 70, 142 for 1. Barely seen anything of Harmer up until today. Only bowled 3 overs in the match prior to his 10 that he sent down in the morning session. Critchley a little quicker this time to Bannon, his left. Taken by Buttleman, who took an absolutely fabulous catch to dismiss Keaton Jennings in the morning session. Critchley to Bohannon. It's worked out through the leg side for a single. 34 now to Josh Bohannon, and it's 143 for 1. Brings Wells back on strikes. They've got this left-hand, right-hand combination. Wells tall left-hander and Bohannon the shorter right-hander batter. Critchley to Wells, hammered away through the offside. It's going to be 4. His Porter on that point boundary. It went to his left-hand side. Probably had about 15 yards to make up, but timed nicely by Wells for 4.
Juicy full toss. Not going to miss out on them. But it's interesting that, a lot of people talk about left-right-hand combinations, but as you mentioned, it's tall and short. That adds an added difficulty for the bowlers to adjust.
Wells looks to sweep. The ball bounces into Buttleman, the keeper, and there's no run. Completes the first over of the afternoon session. So 147 for 1. How are you enjoying Blackpool this week?
Well, I haven't been here since 1978 when I played one of my early games for Essex. So
it's your first trip back since then?
It is, yeah.
Wow, okay.
It is. Well, I don't get up this way very often.
No, fair enough. Does it look a little like it did then? Or
I think the clubhouse looks a bit smarter at Blackpool Cricket Club. As for Blackpool, I'm not sure. I think some of the attractions down the seafront there were probably in their pomp back in 78, and there's a few sort of derelict buildings there now. But yeah, look, I think around Blackpool it's very pretty.
It's going to be Harmer. It will be spin from both ends. It will be Harmer from the north end of the ground over the wicket to Bohannon. That's jabbed away up towards mid-on Paul Walter fields, and there is no run. You can imagine a 4-day trip to Blackpool for an away team in particular. Harmer's in to Bohannon, defended, no run. It would be quite a popular one.
Well, it was only 3-day cricket back then.
Oh, 3-day cricket back then, fair enough.
I can tell you that David Lloyd, he terrorised us because he had every sort of jokey things in his bag. He had things like garlic sweets.
Down comes Bohannon, hammers it back over Harmer's head. It's a big hit. It's a pretty emphatic hit for 6. It's cleared the marquee and it's bouncing somewhere near the car park. 6 to Bohannon to bring up the 150 for Lancashire, 153 for 1.
Well, Harmer's, he's bowled brilliantly for Essex since he's been at the club, but I think, there's been a determination among opposition to get after him a bit more.
Van off the back foot, tries to cut the ball, but picked up at point, no run. He's into his 11th over. He's got 55 runs from 10.4 overs. They have been quite positive, haven't they, to Harmer today?
They have.
He's nudged away just off the pads by Bohannon, away to square leg for a single, so he moves on to 41, 154 for 1.
I think it's just that, if you allow people like him to bowl at you, he then gets into your head a bit, and that's what they're trying to prevent.
Coming into this game with 36 wickets this season. He was, prior to this round of fixtures starting, joint second wicket taker in Division 1, Simon Harmer. Tom Bailey's just creeped ahead of him at the minute with 37. But he'll be hoping to add some more to his tally this afternoon. Wells eases the ball out through the leg side for a single, moves on to 75, and that's the end of the over. It's 155 for 1, so 275 more required for Lancashire.
No, going back to that game in 78, it rained quite a lot, so of course David Lloyd got very bored, and he had things like rubber snakes, and of course Lancashire's overseas pro then was a guy called Mick Malone from Western Australia, and of course in Western Australia, snakes, when they bite you, you die. So he was jumping around. Bumble just made his life a misery with all these rubber snakes, and also he had exploding teaspoons and things like that. So it was a joke a minute.
Something to pass the time away when it's chucking it down. Is Critchley. He's going to continue. Wells on the reverse. Oh, he's been caught. It's a good catch by Walter. And Luke Wells has gone for 75. Reverse sweeping Matt Critchley, and Paul Walter takes a very good diving catch away to his left-hand side.
Well, however you get them, he played a reverse sweep, didn't quite control it, and, the man was in the right place. Big man, Paul Walter, got down well.
Yeah, it was a good diving catch, and Wells stood there almost a little in disbelief, actually. Well, that's a breakthrough that Essex were very much, well, desperate might be a little over the top, but blimey, they needed it after a pretty tough morning with the ball, when they would have been hoping with that new Kookaburra ball that things would have happened for them, and it didn't. But they've got one straight after lunch, and Wells has gone for 75.
Well, it may be doing Critchley a disservice, but it looked kind of almost a final roll of the dice. I mean, I know Walter himself, who got wickets the other day, hasn't had a bowl yet, but no. Often, you look at a bowler who's coming on, you think, well, he doesn't look that threatening. But I kind of guess if the batsmen feel that way too, they can get a bit sloppy, and that's what happened there.
Good replay of the catch here for viewers on the live stream. That reverse sweep by Wells, and Walter, Derek mentioned, is a big lad. It's a long way down. Did well to get both hands on that. Well, they've got rid of Wells, and that perhaps opens up a possibility here for Essex. Dane Villas is the new batter. He hasn't had quite the season he would have hoped for. Rob Jones, Salt, de Grandhomme still to come, but they've got rid of Luke Wells, and that's a big moment potentially for Essex.
Well, he was riding his chance as well, wasn't he? Because he was being aggressive, and he looked to be batting pretty fluently just before lunch.
Villas was run out in the first innings, out for naught. He faced 2 deliveries. His second ball, he just pushed into cover and went through for a single, and Bracewell ran him out. A slip, leg slip, and a short leg, short mid-wicket. Extra cover at point, and short third man. That's run away off the back foot by Villas. There's the catcher of the ball to dismiss Luke Wells, Paul Walter. There's no run. Critchley twirls his way back in again, balls forward because Villas in defence. There's no run. This is the 35th over of the Kookaburra ball, which hasn't received glowing reviews. It's off the back foot by Villas and pushed away into the offside for no run. The going tends to get a bit tough as the ball gets a little bit older. In particular, this type of ball. Critchley to Villas. Run it down to third man. And, there is no run.
Yeah, I was never a fan of the Kookaburra ball when I had to bowl with it. It seemed disappears after about 10 overs.
Critchley to Villas. He's bowled him.
Well.
Villas gets a pair out for naught. 2 wickets in the over for Critchley. 155 for 3, and Villas departs. And just the start post-lunch that Essex were hoping for.
Well, I wonder if that's a bit of modern batsman syndrome. They just get very edgy if they don't get off the mark, and he's just bowled a few dot balls at him, just trying to manufacture a shot there that really wasn't on. He had to give himself room, and it skidded on off the pitch, and bowler knocked his off peg back.
So it's a double wicket maiden for Matt Critchley, and 2 wickets straight after lunch.
Now, of course, you're going to the realms of inspired bowling change by this captain. Rather than the last roll of the dice, inspired bowling change.
Yeah, these things can take a different look, can't they? If it works, if it works. He did look. I mean, he does anyway. Dame Villas, when he does always look quite busy and fidgety.
His weight's going all the wrong direction for that ball. It's going towards square leg, trying to manufacture a shot, which he then played with a straight bat, which exposed his stumps horribly.
Well, he's had a
curious shot.
He's had a bit of a lean year as Dame Villas. He's been outstanding for 4 years as Lancashire's captain prior to this season, but 200 runs, averaging 18 in the Championship. So Rob Jones comes out to the middle. It's a different feel to it now, isn't it, Derek? A couple of wickets and blimey, things can change. Always,
well, you can, especially when you get the main run getter out, you can then put the squeeze on a bit.
And runs were flowing quite freely for Lancashire at the back end, certainly of the morning session. There'll be a different feel to it now. Rob Jones, a new batter. So 155 for 3. Armour to Bahanam. That's 4. Driven to the left of mid-off, down towards the boundary for 4 runs. Well, Bahanam's been in good form again this season for Lancashire.
Yeah, I sense Harmer's not his most confident against him because he is short, and therefore the length of the ball is very important, and he's not quite sure how to peg him back.
To Bahanam. Just clipped away off his hip. Towards backward square leg. There's no run. Yeah, wicketless so far. Harmer into his 12th over. Into Bahanam. It's off the back foot and played down into the onside. Nick Brown under the helmet at short leg fields. And there's no run. Harmer to Bahanam, who defends off the front foot.
See, he's such a good bowler, Harmer, normally. I just think deep pointers are wasted. It's a bad ball position, and now you're in a position to not have him out there because you don't mind bowling that ball. You shouldn't be defensive like that. Get him up in the circle.
Tosses one up to Bahanam, who drives it along the ground through the offside. Might get 4 more. Does. A little extra flight on that from Harmer. Bahanam nailed it away through the covers. Takes him to 49.
Now, if deep point was in the circle, he might have been able to cut that angle off.
163 for 3.
He's doing it now. He's bringing him up. Oh no, it's the end of the over.
There's a little uncertainty because it says 1 ball. Oh no, there is 1 ball left. I think the umpires were a little uncertain.
Oh well, he's going back now, so we're wrong on every count.
Yeah, they were a little unsure as to whether that was the last ball of the over or not, but no, there is 1 more. Bahanam's a run away from a half-century. Harmer to Bahanam, that will bring him 50. He's off the back foot and cuts the ball out towards that deep point. It's Critchley there to field. And takes Bahanam on to 50. 164 for 3. Well, actually, the scoreboard's saying he's still on 49. So.
And I think the crowd are going on that because there's applause now.
There we go. We're all in agreement. There's been a few issues like that today. Part of the outground experience.
That electronic scoreboard, I mean, it's electronic, but it's old school electronic.
Yes.
Probably takes its time.
Yeah. There's no fancy replays on that scoreboard. No. It's 164 for 3. Bohannon on 50. He keeps the strike, took a single off the final ball of that over. Critchley will continue. You mentioned you played here for Essex. We've had quite a lot of Essex supporters getting in touch with Dick about Lancashire playing at outgrounds and how much they've enjoyed watching it and listening to it here. Chopped away by Bohannon, no run. You a fan of it, outground cricket?
Absolutely. As a player, I love playing at Essex's outgrounds, and obviously other counties, because you always get the unexpected. You know, pitches vary from year to year because different groundsmen are doing it.
Critchley to Bohannon, no run to cover.
I mean, as a rule of thumb, I always thought the spinners came into it more at outgrounds because they wouldn't last that well, and they'd always spin a bit.
Critchley to Bohannon. It's played off the back foot and worked out to square leg for a single. 166 for 3 now.
I mean, I've not seen much of Josh Bohannon over the years, but he looks a very organised player.
Yes, he made his debut, I think it was 2018 for Lancashire, and it's been pretty much an upward path for him since. He's been in and around like the England Lions set up a couple of times.
Well, he seems very positive in all he does. Front foot positive, back foot positive, and hasn't, to my mind, yet that I've been watching him today, made a mistake.
His first class career, 60 games, 3,500 runs, averages 45.
Pretty good.
Critchley to Jones. Driven out through the offside. It might be 4 runs for Jones. It is. Towards the cover boundary.
It was wide. I'm not sure. Was it full toss? I think he just caught it on the full toss. Was able to punch it through the covers there.
And just on Bohannon again, 7 centuries, 18 50s. Highest score of 231.
Well, if he beats that today, I think Lancashire will win.
He seems pretty settled at number 3 for Lancashire now. As Jones gets forward, gets bat on that. It's probably a good job too. Work it out towards the leg side. No run, 169 for 3. Comes Critchley and balls, and Jones is beaten.
That looks a good ball, that.
I think he enjoyed that, Critchley, didn't he? Kind of went peeling away.
Well, it's almost the Shane Warne delivery, pitched outside leg, and this one actually missed off. So it turned more than Shane Warne's delivery, famous delivery at Old Trafford all those years ago.
Interesting combination, isn't it, having Critchley at one end and Harmer at the other. It's both spinners, but obviously offering different threats.
I mean, what's interesting to me at the moment, though, is that they seem to be attacking more with Critchley than Harmer. And Harmer's body language is not all that positive, I don't sense at the moment. I don't know whether he's been caught by Josh Bohannon before and given a bit of a mauling.
Having the chat with his captain here as to where they want their fielding positions. At the minute they've got a slip and a short leg. There's a backward square leg, mid-wicket. There's a deep mid-wicket, there's a long on. Wesley will be at mid-off. Deep point, backward point. Nothing's changed noticeably, that's still as it is. 169 for 3, Harmer to Bohannon.
Yeah, the discussion was because he's now decided to go around the wicket to Bohannon. So. Change of angle slightly.
Comes in past the umpire to Bohannon. Oh, it's a little edgy from Bohannon. Squirts down towards that third man boundary. Porter catches up with it. Through he goes for a single. Takes him to 52, not out. 170 for 3. Brings Rob Jones back on strike. So we've got off spin from one end and leg spin from the other. 2 wickets have fallen since the lunch interval. I guess the Essex decision to bat first on Monday, when it looked like a bowl first type of day, was with this in mind, with Harmer in particular on the final day. Swept by Jones, throw towards the bowler's end, and he scampers through for a quick single. Takes him to 5. It's 171 for 3. Brings Josh Bohannon back on strike. Still bowling around the wicket, and Bohannon off the back foot turns it up to Walter, and there's no run. Just a little extra zip in the step here for the Essex players. Seen 2 quick wickets fall. Work to the leg side by Bohannon. Through he goes for a single, takes him on to 53. 172 for 3.
Well, I've not seen a batsman so untroubled by Harmer as Josh Bohannon is here. Actually, he's playing him really well.
He's going to come over the wicket to Jones. Jones off the back foot, chopping the ball away into the offside. There is no run. Porter comes up from backward point to field. It's the end of the over. So it's 172 for 3. With 258 more runs required for Lancashire. 7 wickets now for Essex in what would be a significant win for either side.
Do you know what the minimum overs have to be bowled?
We have got left in the day 58.
That's an absolute minimum, or is that 58 including 20 in the last hour?
That's the minimum, yeah.
Right.
Plenty of cricket to go. There's Critchley to Bohannon. Cut away through the offside. Just for a single, 54 to Bohannon, 173 for 3. Brings Jones back on strike. Do you get to see your former county quite a bit then, Derek?
Not all that much, no. I guess, I suppose, mainly deal with international cricket these days, write about it, but I get down to Chelmsford occasionally. I've been to President's Day already this year and an earlier game in the season.
173 for 3. So you've been on the Ashes road trip, have you?
Yeah.
Forward goes Jones, that's defended back down the pitch, and there's no run.
No, it's been a fabulous series so far.
Here comes Critchley, whipped away with plenty of bottom hand by Rob Jones. Through mid-on.
Another full toss. That's the trouble with leg spinners, they do give you the odd gimme. But if your captain's prepared to put up with that, probably keep him on.
Jones moves to 9. In comes Critchley and bowls, and Jones off the back foot. Tries to steer that away to backward point. No run. 77 for 3. Final ball of the over coming up. To Jones. Oh, he almost takes Josh Bohannon out at the non-striker's end. It's a slightly quirky looking shot by Jones.
Well, it's a very modern player sort of one-day shot. Get that right hand in, sort of almost top spin the ball. Scythe it.
Almost took his teammates out.
I think in the old days they described that as agricultural. These days it seems to be de rigueur.
Yeah, these days it's inventive and creative. 177 for
well,
3.
Some may say that.
So 253 more runs to win. Let's look at some of the scores elsewhere, actually. With games potentially heading towards a result across the county championship. Looking shot by Bohannon, down to long on for a single. Already this week, Warwickshire are beating Kent in Division 1, and Durham are beating Gloucestershire. Durham to strengthen their position at the top of Division 2. Warwickshire move up to 2nd with their win. Forward goes Jones in defence, and there's no run. Slip and a leg slip in place as Harmer's in and bowls. Jones goes back in defence. Porter comes up from point to field, no run. Might be a little happier here, Harmer, having a little spell at Rob Jones. But not for much longer. Jones clips it off his pads for 1 and takes a single.
Still doesn't look like he's quite got his pace of bowling suited to this pitch yet. This end, anyway. I thought when I watched earlier he bowled better from the other end, but not looked too threatening.
Around the wicket to Bohannon. Another run through the leg side. Bracewell comes up from the mid-wicket boundary to field. Bohannon moves on to 56. It's now 180 for 3. Brings Jones back on strike. It's defended off the front foot by Rob Jones. End of another Harmer over. 3 off it. It's 180 for 3. Bohannon on 56 and Jones on 10. That's the end of the 40th over. So, being at the grounds and watching England play and watching this kind of new way of going about it, has it been as exhilarating as it has when you've been, for us who've been watching and listening? Is it?
Well, I think last year was sort of incredible. Really, it was a real I don't know, roller coaster is the wrong word, but an incredible ride last year when it first appeared. Obviously, we're now watching out for it, but I think they've reined it in recently a little bit, which I always maintain you should have to do, especially against a good team like a great team like the Australians. You're not going to have it all your own way. You need to have periods where you suck it in and play defensively a little bit. I think certainly Stokes has managed that balance. I'm not sure all of them have.
Quickly to Bohannon. It's good before it is, yeah. Cookie's kind of halfway back towards the long-on boundary. He's gone to his right-hand side towards that wide long-on boundary. 4 runs to Bohannon. He's ticking along quite nicely here. He's up to 60 from 67 balls. 184 for 3. Getting cut by Bohannon to backward point, where Dan Lawrence will be in that England squad next week on the back of a brilliant century yesterday. Scoops up the ball and hands it back to Critchley. Into Bohannon, edged beyond the reach of Cook. Flashed at it pretty hard, did Josh Bohannon. Cook went diving away to his right, down towards the boundary, and that's 4 runs.
Bit of width on it, that's what brought the edge, but those catches, they've got to really come straight at you and you've got to knock them up. It did go quickly.
Critchley again to Bohannon. Cuts gathered by Lawrence at backward point, no run. Would that knock by Lawrence yesterday, do you think? As Critchley comes in and bowls, and forward was Bohannon, no run, end of the over. Bearing in mind, I know that talking about Moeen playing at 3, and wants to play at 3, but would that type of knock by Lawrence be enough to get him into that fourth test? Or is it?
Well, they'll have a look at the pitch, I guess. I think the bowler's the concern. They always want to kind of make sure that's well balanced, and because they've got a few old uns there, and you need everyone to pull their weight. So spinner helps in that regard. So you probably need one. Whether they'll look at the Lord's spinners don't really win games there very often, test matches, so they played all seam there, but then Stokes could do a bit. It all really hinges on that. I think he probably deserves a crack, Lawrence, because before the Bazball era he'd done really well playing under Roots, and actually had spurned 100 in Barbados to play for the team. He kept smacking it when he could have just taken a short breath and got 3 singles and got his 100. He tried to hit a boundary and got out. But yeah, they don't change much. England won the last game, so they'll probably say stick with the same side. Whether the head chief selector and manager, CEO of the England team, Rob Keel, say, well, we need to give Jimmy a good send-off at Old Trafford, I don't know.
You wouldn't be keen. I don't think.
Robinson didn't do much in the last test, so there's an opportunity there for maybe Jimmy to have a go.
Yeah.
And I think it will help him that Wood's in the team now, because I think batsmen played differently the medium quicks when someone like Wood's at the other end.
Bracewell returns to Jones is off the back foot, defended to mid-on, no run. .188 for 3. We never can quite predict, can you, with this England team as to what they'll do?
No.
But you wouldn't want to go to Old Trafford without kind of your front-line spinner, I don't think. Bracewell. Just onto the pads of Jones, clipped down towards fine leg for a single. Takes him to 11.
Under the old regime, they'd consider, is Moeen doing the job we want him to do, which is, i.e., keep it quiet to give the seamers a rest or whatever. Well, he's not really doing that. But then, of course, Bazball says we don't care what we chase, so it doesn't matter if he goes for 5.5 and over.
189 for 3 is Bracewell. Over the wicket to Bohannon. It's down towards that wide third man boundary. Come back for 2. Took his bottom hand off the bat there, Bohannon. Looking to drive the ball away. Takes his total to 66 not out. It's 191 for 3.
He's rubbing his back. He seems to have gone in the back a bit, Bohannon.
Yeah, he's had that issue a couple of times actually. A little small of his back. I remember a little bit last season he suffered with that problem. And he gets a single. Yeah, he's waving towards the dressing room.
Painkiller.
Oh. He just pushed it and ran through for 1, and he's now kind of crouching down. It's that anyone with back problems will know that particular stance. Crouch down. He wants a drink and wants a painkiller. 192 for 3. Here comes Bracewell. Played his part with the bat yesterday for Essex in that partnership with Lawrence. Bowls to Jones, just leans into it and turns the ball out towards the leg side, where Paul Walter fields. Still hasn't bowled yet, Paul Walter.
Got 3 quick wickets in the first innings, didn't he?
He did, yep. It was an inspired change.
He's sort of loosening up, unless he's feeling sympathy for Josh Bohannon and just getting his own back going.
It was a gentle loosening up, wasn't it?
It was.
Bracewell in bowls a short ball to Jones, who ducks under it and through to the keeper. Oh, here we go. Big man's pulling off his jumper and removing his cap, so maybe we're going to see a bit of Paul Walter. Out comes a drink and a painkiller for Josh Bohannon.
I think that's a good change, actually. Critchley's done his job. 2 unexpected wickets. Okay, well, this is happening. Let's have a little scout around the grounds and look elsewhere.
Starting with the Division 1 leaders, Surrey, who were 332 for 9 in their second innings. So they lead Nottinghamshire by 288 runs, 1 wicket remaining. Hampshire are 110 for 5. Still trail Somerset by 60 runs with 5 wickets left in their second innings. And Middlesex are 85 for 3. And they require a further 238 runs to beat Northamptonshire with 7 wickets remaining.
Well, Walter will get bounced. He's very tall, but he mustn't be too short to Bohannon. He's a very batsman short in stature, and he'll like the short ball better than the good length ball.
Quickly spelled, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 25. So here's Walter, left arm over balls, and that's cut by Bohannon down to deep backward point for a single.
So we'll forgive him that, it's a loosener, but no more there.
Yeah, it did have a bit of a loosener feel to that, didn't it? Ambling in and a bit short and wide. They put Harmer at leg slip, which was a ploy that they used when Walter was bowling in the first innings. So Harmer at leg slip, Cook at slip. Walter to Jones, took the back foot, pushed away into the offside. It's Dan Lawrence in the deep point boundary to field. The score moves up to 194 for 3. To bring Josh Bohannon back on strike. Striding in from the south end of the ground, bowls to Bohannon, who's top edged it down towards fine leg. It's gone. It's been caught by Jamie Porter, and Walter again for Essex strikes as he did in the first innings. He finds a breakthrough for Essex. Bohannon top edging that kind of half pull shot, loop down to Porter at fine leg. He takes the catch. It's 4 down now, 194 for 4.
The painkiller obviously didn't have time to work because that looked a bit of a ginger shot, but I was puzzling, having looked at Walter's field, why he was bowling outside off stump, because he had a 6-4 leg side favoured field. So that time the line was right for the field, and bingo, he's knocked it straight down Longlay's throat.
Yeah, that is definitely the line you want to be bowling to that field that he's been set. Porter didn't really have to move too much. Just crept a couple of paces forward, clutching the ball towards his chest, takes the catch. You can see the reaction of Walter and the Essex boys. That's the wicket they wanted. Bohannon looked in good touch.
He's clearly got the golden arm. 3 quick wickets the other day, and strikes in his first over. It was innocuous, really. I mean, it wasn't like it was a good ball. I suppose it might have bounced a little bit, but yeah, very top edgy.
Oh, it was that extra bounce that the Lancashire batters were struggling with a little bit in the first innings. Bohannon himself and Salt actually.
Right. Okay.
It just took a little bit of time for them to adjust to that extra bounce that Walter was getting in the first innings.
Well, if he's getting extra bounce, I think get a short leg in. It's a position that's not that popular in modern cricket, but if you're getting bounce and you get the length right, could come into play.
They've still got the leg slip. They've got a deep square leg and a fine leg and the leg slip.
But exactly the same field as they had to Bohannon, new batsman.
Salt, the new batter. It's turned away to the leg side. There's no runs. So 3 wickets since lunch. 3 wickets in about 40 minutes. Things could change. The lunchtime score 140 for 1. He's now 194 for 4. Walter balls and run down towards third man for probably a couple here for Salt. It is down towards the boundary. Think about third, decide against it. Yeah, so 140 for 1 at lunch to 196 now for 4 into the afternoon session. Salt on 2, 234 more to win. Walter left arm over balls and pushed away by Salt. There's one run. Since lunch, the wickets there of Wells for 75, Bohannon for 68, Villas in between those two wickets for naught. Jennings fell in the morning session, out for 30. 2 wickets for Critchley, 1 for Walter, 1 for Bracewell. Yeah, that's intriguing start to the afternoon session, and a good one for Essex after an excellent morning session for Lancashire. 197 for 4 comes Bracewell. Balls again down the leg side to Salt, taken by the keeper. There is no run. Well, Salt comes into this match in pretty good touch, with 35 not out in that first innings of 145 for Lancashire, and prior to that 56 as he defends this time from Bracewell, and a 54 against Surrey, and then the game prior to that is 103, which was his first class century for Lancashire. They're going to have to find a partnership here at Lancashire and start to rebuild a little. With 3 wickets falling for about 40 runs since lunch. Bracewell to Salt.
Probably going to show my ignorance here, but did Luke Wells used to play for Sussex?
He did, yeah.
And Salt also played for Sussex. What's the connection? Sussex to Lancashire?
I think Wells was basically a bit out of favour there. It's a bit of a quirky way ender for Luke Wells, because you watch him bat and bowl as well for Lancashire in both formats. How on earth did they let him go? You know, both have been excellent signings. Bracewell to Salt, stop off his toes and runs it with the face of the bat down to backward point, and there's no run. Sussex loss has been Lancashire's gain for both the players, in particular Wells, who has featured a little bit more than Salt, who's away with the IPL and away with England. Two slips in place. Bracewell balls, is driven. Wesley comes across from mid-off to field.
Because I guess you don't even see Butler anymore.
Not really, no. I mean, they had he actually played 10 group matches of the Blast this year and the quarter-final. He's been with Lancashire for 10 years, and that was just the third time he's played 10 or more fixtures for Lancashire in that period. So yeah, it's a bit of a novelty seeing Butler.
So he doesn't play any red ball cricket?
I can't remember the last time he played a red ball game for Lancashire now, so that is a while back. Well, I think they're going to check the ball here, aren't they?
They're having a look at it, but I think some umpires are pretty immune to such things these days. They have a little caliper, and if it fits through, you get on with it.
Yeah, it's past the test, so you've got to crack on with it. It's at that point, isn't it? 45th over, 44th over. Worked off the hit by Salt. Away to square leg for a single. Takes him on to 4. 198 for 4. At the end of the over? It is, yeah. He's nicked a single off the last ball of the over. So through 44 overs of the Lancashire second innings. Salt on 4, Jones on 12. 198 for 4. The man of the moment, Paul Walter, seems to be a bit of a golden arm in this match for Essex. He's going to send down his second over. Feels set as it was before with that leg slip, the deep square leg and the fine leg. Just pushes that ball away into the offside and there's no run. Probably some scores from Division 1. We'll have a look at some of the games in Division 2. There's a run chase for Derbyshire in their match at Sussex. Sussex declaring their second innings on 384 for 9. Derbyshire set 380 to win. Walter to Salt. 4 in defence and there's no run. Derbyshire are 5 without loss after 2 overs. With that target of 380 to win. Glamorgan against Leicestershire, well, there's been loads of rain around in that game. They didn't play at all on the first day, barely played on day 2. Which was still into just the second innings of the match.
Ooh.
Salt playing and missing from Walter. To the keeper, no runs. So Glamorgan made 403 for 9 declared, and Leicestershire in reply are 158 for 1. And they're off at New Road with rain in Worcester, with the home side 49 for 2 in their second innings, still 116 runs behind Yorkshire. And Salt defends. There is no run. 198 for 4.
Well, I doubt the Kookaburra ball at this stage is moving in the air anyway. Whether it will move off the seam at this stage either is also a bit of an unknown.
Walter left arm over bowls and driven by Salt. Comes round from deep point to backward point to field the ball. They hurry back for 2. Brings up the 200, that for Lancashire. 200 for 4, Salt on 6.
Anyway, they've gone 6-4 the other way to Salt. 6 on the offside, 4 on the leg. I think perhaps he may play with a slightly open face. They brought a gully in.
Final ball of the over, Walter to Salt. It's driven square of the wicket. Again, Lawrence is there to field. Keeps the strike. Phil Salt moves on to 7. 201 for 4 at the end of the 45th over. Well, it's not had massively good reviews, this Kookaburra ball, has it, from these 2 rounds of fixtures it's been used for. The bowlers have been keen on it.
Well, the Aussies only stick up for it because it's their ball, but I mean, it's hopeless for bowlers. Batsmen probably like it. Now, I always marvel, they always say, if you're a swing bowler in Australia, you need to get hold of it before it's 12 overs old, otherwise no chance. Doesn't do anything.
This is a legacy from the Andrew Strauss high performance review, isn't it? This idea of
I mean, you can understand it because every time we go over there we get absolutely hammered. I mean, we hardly threaten to win a test match. I mean, since that series that he won, because Cook had a great series and Anderson had a good series and a few others chipped in around the edges, we've not featured in Australia.
Bracewell in. Salt drives. And it's 4 runs. Good looking shot by Salt down to backward point.
Yeah, he likes that in-out shot. I think maybe another one there catching if you want to be aggressive. Doesn't look like a man who's going to hit it through mid-on very often, Phil Salt.
205 for 4. Moves on to 11.
think Bracewell wants him back. He's tired of going for runs.
Out towards that point boundary, so one slip and the gully, deep point. Salt gets right in behind and defends this next delivery from Bracewell. And there is no run. Yeah, I mean, you can understand the logic of the idea behind using it, but 2 rounds in cricket, middle of a test series. The
only trouble is he is slightly, it's sort of box ticking, because
Bracewell balls to Salt, who defends, no run.
It's box ticking because unless you can replicate the hardness of the Australian pitches, you're not really getting an idea of how to use it. You're using it in English conditions and not Aussie conditions. So maybe they think we can somehow work it to reverse swing, but even the great Pakistan teams rarely got the kookaburra to reverse swing very often.
Whether it's an experiment that will return next season remains to be seen. Salt defends to the leg side, actually just drops it away to mid-wicket, takes his bottom hand off the bat and goes through for 1. Moves on to 12, 206 for 4.
Good old bowler's excuse, kick the footholes, they're not right, that's why I'm not bowling that well. I mean, he's not looking that threatening, Doug Bracewell. But he's mainly a swing bowler, I guess. As I said, that this kookaburra won't be swinging now.
Well, Essex, if they can keep chipping away through this afternoon, as he balls short ball to Jones, through to the keeper, there's no run. Of course, they will have the use of a new ball later on today. They try and squeeze out another wicket or two through between now and then. New ball later on, and it's game's still very much alive. Lancashire know that it's perhaps this little period through the afternoon now where they try and capitalise if they've got ambitions of chasing. So a lot of runs down as Jones plays forward and defends, and there's no run. End of the over. 206 for 4. I suppose the concern for Essex will be the lack of threat really served up by Harmer so far today.
Yes, he looked more dangerous the far end, I thought, but I guess the same thing applies. He's got massive hands, and I think the big seam on an English ball or a British ball he prefers, and there's not much to bite into the pitch with a kookaburra, especially once he gets old. It's why generally in Australia they tend to produce leg spin bowlers, because the rotation and the softness of the kookaburra, they sort of get some grip on the pitches, their pitches. That's why they tend to favour leg spinners over there. But obviously they've produced a couple of decent finger spinners as well. I mean, Nathan Lyon is a fantastic bowler, but he generally relies on dip rather than spin.
There's Walter, left arm over to Salt, edged, and through Buttleman down towards the third man boundary.
Was that a chance, or did he miss it completely? Just trying to gauge from the body language.
Yeah.
It's sort of a bit neutral at the moment. Nobody seems quite sure.
Oh no, he's giving it as a bye.
Yeah, I didn't think he hit it. Didn't look like he hit it.
It's a bye signalled by umpire O'Shaughnessy. So Salt remains on 12. 207 for 4. Big Walters in again, bowls, and Jones works the ball to mid-wicket where Nick Brown fields, and there's no run. Towers past umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy as he wanders back to his mark. Jones comes down the pitch with a prodding and poking with the bat. Walter turns and sets up again. It's a glorious day at Stanley Park in Blackpool as Walter balls to Jones. Jones off the back foot carves the ball away through the offside for a single. Takes him on to 13, 208 for 4. Made all the waiting around worthwhile, seeing the day like this and the weather like this. It's It's not much fun, I don't think, when they're at out grounds when it's chucking it down, but...
No, there's little protection, isn't there, for the public anyway.
Oh. A media marquee was slowly filling up with water as well as the day went on, but the sun's shining. It is lovely. Let's run down to third man by Salt. Come back for 2. Lawrence will get across the ground for the ball, which was slowing up. Reaches the ropes, the throw comes in. 2 for Salt, he moves on to 14, 2-10 for 4. Left for Walter, his third over. Full length ball. It's worked away towards the onside, and there is no run. 210 for 4.
Can you look at Colin, Scott? Thank you.
Walter. To Salt. It's pushed away into the offside, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. 210 for 4. Salt has 14. Jones on 13.
Yes, well, Paul Walter, having got that wicket, it's not too threatening, but as I've already mentioned, this kookaburra does go pretty soft. It's a hard ball to kind of, for bowlers, you've just got to be patient, try and outball the batsman if you like. Lancashire also, I mean, they don't seem to be in any great hurry here, so I can't read their body language whether they think they're going for this or not. I suppose Phil Salt, you know, he can accelerate, so he's probably just biding his time, see where they are at tea.
Yeah, there was a sense of that certainly in the morning session, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Luke Wells got after it. He looked, you know, we can chase these boys. The way he batted, his body language was very positive. Had a bit of luck, but there you go.
There's Jones working it off the pads as Bracewell continues down towards fine leg for a single. I suppose if there are ambitions of trying to go for it, what do they need now? 219 to win. I think they need some plenty of reinforcements, aren't they, in the kind of final session to get there?
Yeah, I mean, the next, you know, these 2 and the next 3 batsmen are going to do the bulk of it, I imagine.
Yeah, de Grandon and Hartley, the next 2 batters. It's pushed away into the offside by Salt, and there's no run. Then Blatherwick, Bailey and Williams. .48 overs left, a minimum of 48 overs left in the day.
So 4 and a bit over.
Which is what they were going at pretty much this morning. It's pulled by Salt towards Dan Lawrence on the square leg boundary. Salt moves on to 15 now, 212 for 4.
I think if I was Essex, I might give Paul Walter 1 more, then bring Harmer on that end. Brace will have a rest after this one and bring Porter or Cook on this end. Just for a short burst. I don't know what time it is actually. I'm marooned here how long there is till tea. Probably quite a long time still.
Yeah, got another hour, haven't we, till tea, I think.
Yeah.
It's a full ball.
Maybe not then, maybe Walter another couple.
Full ball to Jones. That's worked out through the leg side for a single. 213 for 4. Yeah, 22-3. So tea should be at 340 on the final day. I think that's something that can't be moved. Time of the tea interval on the 4th day of the match. So another hour of cricket. Comes Bracewell, balls again. Salt punches the ball away towards Critchley on the point boundary. Moves on to 16. 2:14 for 4. So it's just a little kind of period of calm, isn't it? Like it should have become a little bit calm, but losing those 3 relatively quick wickets in the first kind of half an hour, 40 minutes after lunch is forced that.
Salt's doing a very unfashionable thing. He looks like he's playing himself in. Batsmen don't bother to do that these days.
That'll get you absolutely nowhere in the game, that will it now? Bracewell in to Jones. He doesn't offer a shot, allows it to travel through to the keeper. It's the end of the over, 214 for 4. There are some games I mentioned elsewhere taking place. If you're watching on the live stream, that's Leicestershire, who are in action at 172 for 1. They're at Glamorgan. That game is certain to go to a draw. They're just kind of going for bonus points really there. Leicestershire 272 for 1. That's in reply to a Glamorgan score of 403 for 9. Had a rotten luck in South Wales with the weather. First couple of days all washed out. It's Walter to continue. As long as he bowled. Walter about to start his 4th over. Into Salt. Just worked out towards deep backward point for a single. Salt moves on to 17. Oh, we've welcomed listeners on Sports Extra to Stanley Park as well. We're watching Rob Jones on 15, Phil Salt on 17. 2:15 for 4. Here's Walter to Salt, full ball, which he brings the bat down on. Keeps it out, comes off the toe end of the bat.
Yeah, well, he may as well try the odd Yorker. They generally doesn't get good batsmen out unless they're looking to play a really big shot.
We had Paul Allett was with us for the T20 quarter-final the other week, and he was telling us about the values of the Yorker in the T20 format that seems to have disappeared. Chopped away by Jones through the offside for a single.
Yeah, I think in white ball cricket it's a different matter. You're trying to stop the batsman heaving it for 6, and of course I think bowlers, they say batsmen move around the crease so well now that if it's not quite there, it's sort of in the slot, and therefore they think may as well not try it anyway. But no doubt about it, I think if you can still nail the Yorker, it's the best ball to stop a boundary.
Chris Jordan did just that for Surrey in that T20 quarter-final.
Well, he believes in them, and I mean, I played against Joel Garner. He could just dial them up at will.
Salt on the drive, back down the ground. Partially stopped by Walter, reaching high up to his left-hand side. There's no run.
If I was Walter, some variation come around the wicket, because he's getting that sort of shape away from the right-handers, and you know, we see Stuart Broad do it to left-handers, that awkward angle. Why can't he try and do it right-handers? Right, just make a little change.
It's left by Salt and through to Buttleman.
I wonder if he has a problem because he's so tall that, you know, he comes around the wicket, runs on the pitch. I mean, I used to not go around the wicket very often because my first stride would take me onto the pitch, and because it's your first stride, there's nothing you can do about it really. It's when you run on with your second that you can kind of adjust perhaps, but when it's your first, there's no chance. Just get warned all the time.
Walter left arm over to Salt. And that's dropped away into the offside, and again there's no run. 216 for 4. End of the over. Thanks, Derek.
Pleasure.
Thanks for joining us, Derek Pringle, with us here at Stanley Park. Elsewhere, what game's this? This is Derbyshire. We're up to next. This is on the south coast. This could be quite interesting because Sussex declared on 384 for 9 in their second innings. So that's set a run chase up for Derbyshire. You can see there, actually 2 former Lancashire players there. Lewis Rees and Brooke Guest are batting for Derbyshire. Derbyshire are 14 for 1, so they require a further 366 runs to win. It's a lot of runs to get in a couple of sessions of cricket, but could be an interesting finish on the south coast in the game between Sussex and Derbyshire. They're the two other matches in play in Division 2. We looked at Leicestershire at Glamorgan and Derbyshire at Sussex. There's one other Division 2 game, but it's currently raining in the match between Worcestershire and Yorkshire. And you see the return of Simon Harmer, a little bit of a break. He's going to bowl again from this north end. Derek Pringle was saying he reckons he should have a go from the southern end of the ground, but continue, at least for the time being, from the north end. Jones looks to sweep his first delivery from Harmer into the gloves of the keeper. And, there is no run. Harmer again. In and bowls, and that's off the back foot and pushed away into the offside by Jones on this occasion. And again, there is no run. So there's a short leg and a slip in place for Harmer, who's in and bowling. Jones sweeps, his cries of catch as the ball bounces its way out towards Bracewell on the square leg boundary. So Jones moves on to 17. It's 217 for 4. And Harmer now with a chance to bowl at Phil Salt, who's 17 not out. Forward goes Salt. It's worked away into the offside. And there is no run. We've got 2 balls left of the over. We'll continue a little look around the grounds at the end of this over. Take a look at what's happening at Taunton. As Harmer's in and bowls. That's off the back foot by Bohannon. Played away to extra cover. There's no run, so just a single off the over so far, which was that Rob Jones sweep out to square leg. Harmer in, bowls again. It's pushed back up to mid-off by Salt, and they get through for a very quick single. End of the over here. Meanwhile, Hampshire are 115 for 5. They're into their second innings with Ben Brown on 35 and Nick Gubbins on 28. They are following on. This is their second innings, and they still trail by 55 runs. So Hampshire with work to do in Somerset in that fixture there. Big first innings score for Somerset. They made 500, then bowled Hampshire out for 330. Put them back into bat, and they still trail by 55 runs, following on at 115 for 5. It's like a double bowling change here at Stanley Park as we welcome Dick Davis back to the say commentary box, but it's a commentary marquee, isn't it?
Yes, thanks, Scott. I'm afraid I can't. I don't compare with former Essex and England all-rounder Derek Pringle, but I did play a lot of club cricket. Not quite the same level. But now I always think that past players.
It's Critchley's in and bowling, and that's worked away into the offside for no run. Just in a replay, by the way. I think Hampshire lost a 6th wicket in that match at Taunton, by the way, 115 for 6.
Past players can always sort of add a different perspective to commentary, can't they?
And he played here, but he said it rained quite a bit in the 3 days he was here.
1980, I think it was.
Critchley balls to Jones. The back foot and picked up by Dan Lawrence at backward point, and there's no run. So little break for the spinners, and they've both returned. Jones off the back foot and defends into the onside, no run. Drives this time on the bounce. Harmer fields at cover. Again, there is no run. Played out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary, which is Bracewell. Jones jogs through for a single. He moves on to 18. Brings Salt back on strike. That's the end of the over. Salt finds extra cover, so just the 2 off it. 220 for 4. Jones on 18 and Salt on 19. So we've had 51 overs of the Lancashire second innings. So that leaves 45 left today.
So the home side are more or less up with the required rate, aren't they? And oh no, 2.32. Oh no, that's 220 divided by 51 is 4 and a bit, isn't it? About 4.4.
Yeah, they're about they're where they need to be. So Jones comes down the pitch and drives up towards deepish mid-on where Lawrence Fields, no run. Homer comes over the wicket and bowls. Jones gets forward. Bat and pad and pushing it into the offside, no run. Defended by Jones and gathered by Nick Brown at short leg. A forward short leg. And there is no run. 220 for 4, so dot ball so far. Ooh, that fisted him a little quicker from Harmer.
He hasn't taken a wicket in this innings, in this match, surprisingly, but he's still a canny performer.
Yeah, zipped in a bit quicker from Harmer. Into Jones, who's going back and defending. Keeps it out, no run. Yeah, this is his 16th over. He's gone for 74, wicketless in the innings and wicketless in the match. Could yet have a say as Jones takes a single up to mid-on. Hurries through for 1. And that is the end of the over. Meanwhile, in the game at the Oval, this is Surrey against Nottinghamshire. Yeah, well, that's the end of the Surrey innings. There were 340 all out. So this is the very start of the Nottinghamshire second innings, this. And they've got quite a big target. You can see there, 292 runs to win in the game at the Oval. So Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid are about to start second innings for Nottinghamshire. 297 to win for Notts at the Oval. It's Jones pushing the ball away into the offside, no run. Eventually Surrey were all out for 340 in that match. That's the Division 1 leaders against Notts. Critchley balls. Jones takes 1, worked away to the leg side for a single, moves on to 20, 222 for 4. Salt waits as Critchley's on strike, plays, misses, gets to cut the ball into the gloves of Buttleman, and there is no run. the back foot and pushed away into the offside by Salt for a single. He moves on to 20. 223 for 4. Jones with 1, eased away. Nice looking shot. Actually might get 4. Chase on there for Wesley. Doesn't get to it.
No.
Good shot by Jones. 4 runs, just threaded through wide mid-off. Scampering forward, thinking that, man, might not be enough on that. Looking over his shoulder, will it reach the rope? Well, it did. It's at 227 for 4 now. Critchley bowls. And Jones plays forward in defence. And there is no run. Completes the over. 53 gone. The Lancashire second innings, 227 for 4. That means there's 203 runs required at this stage. And Essex searching for 6 more wickets. Jones 24 and Salt on 20.
We've had 1 or 2 emails in, quite a few relating to the break we had a while ago. And I think we've explained that. But, thank you for your emails, and we also had a few others. One of it, I'll tell you about them.
Here's Harmer bowling, run down to 3rd man. Salt comes back for 2.
Bit difficult to talk about the emails when 2 slow bowlers are on.
No, they get through it, don't they?
Yeah.
It's Harmer again to Salt. Goes up deep into the crease. Works it down through the through mid-on for 1 run. It's 230 for 4. Salt's on to 23. Harmer in, balls forward, goes Jones and defends, and there's no run. Jones sending Salt back. Porter comes up from backward point to field. 3 off the over so far. Down comes Jones, hits Harmer back over his head. Confident looking shot by Rob Jones for 6. That would have felt good for Jones. Using his feet, coming down the pitch, hoisting it back over Harmer's head. Sam Byrne, Lancashire's physio, scoops up the ball from beyond the covers. Jones moves on to 30. He'll have enjoyed this. Little dance down the pitch. Here he comes. Bang. Back over the bowler's head. And 6 runs for Jones as Harmer's in and bowls, and Jones defends his next delivery. And there's no runs. That completes the over. It's up. It's 236 for 4. Jones on 30 and Salt on 23.
Yeah, one of our emailers, and I apologise that I can't remember who it was from, said in effect, our live streams and the commentaries are picked up by the players of both sides because they're being played out in the changing rooms. I'm not sure, to be honest, if that's always true at every ground. But do we find it sort of inhibiting when we want to pass maybe not a particularly charitable comment about somebody? No, I don't think so, because we don't try to be uncharitable anyway, really. I suppose I certainly wouldn't criticise opposition players, whereas I might be more tempted to criticise, in this case, the Essex players.
Critchley to Salt. Strikes the ball through the offside. When Wesley comes round, he's quite deep, Wesley, quite at long off, and in between mid off and long off, and comes round to his left to complete the fielding.
My thinking regarding that is that, you know, I and my colleagues see these players day in, day out, week in, week out, the Essex players.
Jones back to Critchley, no run.
And so if we take something to if we say something to which they take exception, they've got plenty of opportunity walking around the ground to say, "Oi, what do you mean? Why did you say that about me?" Which is fair enough.
Critchley to Jones. It's a good stop by Brown. Short extra cover.
Whereas the opposition players don't have this opportunity, so in their eyes, trying to balance the books.
Jones gets another single. Cutting the ball away through the offside. There's Bracewell on the cover boundary. .238 for 4 now. It's gone through, slip down towards the boundary. It's gone for 4 off the bat of Salt. It knocked Alistair Cook onto his backside. Salt went back. Went at it pretty hard, Phil Salt. Reaction time for Cook at slip.
Oh,
non-existent, really. 242 for 4. Critchley to Salt, forward again and defends. And there's no run, so they have rattled through another pretty quick over. 242 for 4.
well, I think the bookies will probably make Lancashire favourites at this time. But on the other hand, Essex only need to take a couple of wickets and begin to get into the tail, and then the whole innings takes on a different complexion. So there's plenty of cricket left in this game. Still 188 needed to win with 6 wickets in hand, and Lancashire only required to continue going along at more or less the same rate as they've been going. Well, one boundary and over basically, and they'll be there.
And it's Harmer into Jones. Jones sweeps, good looking shot. Bracewell will come across to cut the ball off, but Jones comes back for 2. .244 for 4. That might be the 50 partnership. Let's have a look. Here's Harmer in and balls. It's turned to mid-wicket by Jones, and there's no run. It is, yeah, 50 partnership with that 2 for Rob Jones. 50 off 76 balls between these two. Jones just eases the ball back down the pitch and gathered by Harmer off his own bowling, and there's no run. And Jones defends, and that's another dot ball. Comfortably Rob Jones' best scorer of the season. Not played too much championship cricket this year, but got the back foot this time, trying to guide the ball away into the offside. No run. It's been a fixture in Lancashire's T20 side. Getting onto that front foot and just nudging the ball down into the onside, and there is no run. So completes another Simon Harmer over here in Blackpool. If you didn't know, well, the live pictures tell you, they give you a bit of a clue. And there's a tower out in the distance away to our right hand side. We can see it actually without having to look onto our monitor, but there is the tower. There's the partnerships that Lancashire have had so far. Some very good starts there. Wells, Jennings, Wells, Bohannon, Jones, and now Jones and Salt. Can they turn one of these good partnerships into a really significant partnership? Could be set for a thrilling final session. It's Critchley to Salt. It's worked off the back foot to Lawrence at Blackpool point, and there's no run. To 144 for 4. Salt going back and defends. Again, there is no run. The leg spin of Critchley's in and bowling, a little flatter and touch quicker, and Salt plays forward. Steers the ball back along the ground. Critchley in, hammered away through the offside. Great effort on the boundary by Bracewell to flick the ball back. Salt comes back for 2.
And a good throw to the bowler's end as well. In front of that stand. I can tell you something about that stand at the end of the over.
Yeah, Salt off the back foot. No run. There's one ball left. 246 for 4. Critchley to Salt. Picked up again by Bracewell. End of the over. 57 gone. Just update the game before that. Worcestershire against Yorkshire. Worcestershire 49 for 2, and they're following on. So they're into their second innings. And they trail Yorkshire by 116 runs. Got Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby batting at the minute. So Worcestershire 49 for 2, following on, still trail by 116.
Yeah, there's a big stand over on the west side of the ground, which I totally inaccurately describes what we had of the first day as a temporary stand put up for this game. Boy, could I be further from the truth. It's actually celebrating its 66th birthday this year. It's a very, very far from temporary. It's very, very permanent and concrete. And it was put up to accommodate the crowds that would come and watch Lancashire play the West Indies in 1957.
Terrific.
There.
I think of all the outgrounds that certainly Lancashire play at, this is probably one of the better viewing ones.
Yes.
Because it you got to kind of dip down. If you're looking on the live stream now, you can see the kind of concrete steps to one side of the ground where you've got a bit of elevation, but you've got basically elevation all around the ground. It's Salt. Works the ball down through mid-on for a single.
Yes, in fact, we're more or less in about the only part of the ground where we're watching from ground level.
Just waiting for Rob Jones, just adjusting his gloves. It's cracked away by Jones, increasingly looking more and more confident. Good looking shot for 4. Jumped onto that in a flash.
Yes, he did, and Harmer looks up to the skies as if to say, well, if I drop it short, I suppose that's what I can expect to get.
Harmer to Jones. Defends this time. 252 for 4. That 4 bringing up the Lancashire 250 in their second innings. Harmer from around the wicket to Rob Jones. Nudge out towards the leg side where Walter fields. So Jones moves on to 38. Brings Salt back on strike. 2 balls left. Salt drives back down the pitch, gathered by Harmer off his own bowling, and there is no run. Final ball for Harmer in this over. Played out through the offside for no run. I would say that Harmer's looking more and more frustrated as the afternoon goes on.
Yes. Yeah. Now, furthermore, about that west side of the ground, I'm a little fond of knowledge today.
You are, aren't you? You've been busy.
Only because I've been finding out from other people, particularly yesterday when I was incapacitated. Next to that old stand, which is 66 years old, was what's now the West Park Kindergarten. Now, that was originally put up in 1933 as the Ladies' Pavilion. A little bit like they still have at Worcester, I believe. And if you wanted to go into the Ladies' Pavilion, now known as the West Park Kindergarten, you had to apply in writing in advance for a permission to be given to go into it if you weren't a member and therefore presumably a lady, or at least of that gender. So that's what, 90 years ago. And that was yes, and that was because again the West Indies were the visitors in 1933. Now, why they felt they had to segregate the crowd or give the ladies opportunity to have an area of their own, I don't know.
Change of bowling with Sam Cook coming in from the south end, and balls left by Jones through to the keeper, no run. Right, so from the Ladies' Pavilion to a kindergarten now.
Yes, one extreme to the other. And one other little gem.
Go on.
The first county game played here was in 1925, when the visitors were Essex. Here endeth the lesson.
That's good from you, is that, Dick? I'm impressed with your extensive research. So Cook back into the attack. Jones down on one knee, playing and missing at that delivery. He's played it a couple of times, that kind of wristy shot off down on one knee, just slide the ball away through the offside. Salt comes down to have a word. Jones takes his guard again. Two slips behind him, Cook and Harmer, and there's a backward point. There's a gap clearly between Cook at first and Harmer at second. He's almost a gully, isn't he, really, Harmer? Taken off the pads by Jones and worked it to the leg side where Walter fields, and there's no run. So a pre-tee spell from Sam Cook. Run down to third man. Lawrence is chasing after it. He will catch up with it. Jones jogs back for two more. Takes Rob Jones on to 40. And Lancashire to 255 for 4. Cook sets off again. Jones leaves.
Well, John in Preston, thank you, John, for your email, which is unambiguous, to the point, and they are John's words, I hasten to add. Red Rose supporters really do have to rein in their expectations when watching this Lancashire side. They are inclined to flatter to deceive, and winning games can never be taken as certain, even on better days and positions than today's. Well, thank you, John. You know better than I.
Cook to Jones. Completes the over, so a dot ball for Cook to complete his 9th over. 2 runs from the over, 59 gone in the day's play. It's 255 for 4. Jones on 40, Salt on 32. Looks like we're going to have a double change. Yeah, it's going to be the return of Porter. So Cook and Porter reunited towards the back end of the afternoon session. Harmer's 5 over spell, going for 20. Look at the bowling figures in this second innings for Lancashire. Bowling figures: Porter 8 overs for 32, Cook 9 overs for 35, Bracewell 9 overs 1 for 35, Harmer 19 overs for 92, Critchley 10 overs 2 for 43, and Walter 4 overs 1 for 13.
Thanks, Steve in Leigh-on-Sea, where I live, for your email. I haven't heard from you for a long time. I'll read that out during the course of this over.
Apologies, it's not Porter, it's Bracewell they've gone back to. And he bowls to Salt. Salt off the back foot defends to Porter. And there's no run.
Steve says, how wonderful it is to have festivals by the seaside. Happy memories when Essex used to play festivals at their former South End venue rather than the latter. Wasn't the club's reasoning that a redevelopment county ground would make festivals superfluous? What happened to that project? Thanks, Steve.
Nice shot by Salt. Pick up a couple through mid-wicket. They might flirt with 2. No. Decides against it. Lawrence out there in the deep to field. Salt moves on to 34 now, so it's 257 for 4.
He also asks whether I still walk our dog in the nearby park or woods. Well, only very occasionally. That's my wife's responsibility, but if I suddenly get told it's my turn, then discretion being the better part of valour, I take the dog for a walk.
To the pads of Salt, but
clearly going down the leg.
It was. Through for a leg by. Salt remains on 34. Angle of this from Bracewell to Salt. I think Bracewell was particularly convinced himself. Thought he'd asked the question. There's not been too many moments. The bowlers have wrapped the pad or beaten the edge. Lancashire have found a good partnership here between Jones and Salt, having lost 3 wickets in half an hour or so after lunch. Bracewell to Jones, just drops his hands, allows that one to go through to the keeper.
If you heard a strange noise, it was a helicopter going across the top. Hope it's not air sea rescue. Going from north to south. These are dangerous waters out here, I believe. Tide comes in and goes out very, very quickly. A few miles further up the coast, Morecambe Bay is really quite notorious, I believe.
It is, yeah. You have to know where you're walking.
Yeah.
Certainly in Morecambe Bay. Lengthy conversation between bowler and
yes,
captain.
there is.
Jones just chilled out, leaning on his bat as he's Phil Salt, waiting for this discussion to come to an end. Nothing much changed. It's a ball just back of a length by Bracewell onto the hip of Jones. shakes it off by walking out towards square leg. Again, Bracewell nattering away as he's walking back to his mark. Looking out towards a leg side. Again, there's nothing much changed. There's a fine leg, there's a deep square leg, mid-wicket, short square leg, and a leg slip. That's swatted out towards the onside by Jones. There was a yelp of catch. Felt like Jones was in control of that kind of pull shot, pulling it down into the ground. It's the end of the over. Jones keeps the strike. He's on 41. So it's 259 for 4. Jones on 41, Salt on 34.
Thanks, Nick. He says, I know it's irrelevant now, but I think Essex should have batted for half an hour more this morning. Well, yes, hindsight, we all have 20/20 vision, don't we, Nick, with respect. Lancs would have been expecting a declaration, and having to come out and field would have been very frustrating. Also, could have given them a more difficult target around 480. Well, yeah, it's a view, Nick, but I think most people, Essex supporters as well, are quite happy with the declaration. And looking at things totally objectively, if Lancashire do win this game, then they'll have deserved to. Hats off to them.
Here's Cook to Jones. Deflected away to square leg. Leg by. There's no bat on that by Rob Jones.
No, I think any side that can chase in excess of 400 in a day is a fine innings. Is worthy of considerable praise. But they're not there yet.
No, still 170 runs away from that.
Yeah, quite.
Sam Cook comes over the wicket to Salt. Just leans forward.
And of course, the worst thing that Lancashire could do, which I know they wouldn't do, you know, they've got, you know, all professional sides have got far more about them. They mustn't be lapsed into thinking, well, it's been pretty straightforward so far. We'll get there. There's a difference between confidence and arrogance. So they'll still be treating every ball on its merits.
No run for Salt here as he turns the ball out towards the leg side. Yes, and I suppose they added a little extra to it. So should Lancashire build this partnership and just chip away at the runs, I guess the nearer potentially they do get to it.
Yes.
A few nerves creep into the dressing room, and that brings an element of jeopardy to it as well. I think we could be heading into a really interesting final session.
It could.
That's down towards this fine leg boundary.
Well, my wife's going to feel that. No, she's not. She wasn't even looking.
It's gone for 4.
If you go to a cricket match, keep your eye on the ball. It's a hard bit of leather and cork.
Nice shot by Salt.
Was.
Leg glance for 4. 264 for 4 now as Salt moves on to 38. Partnership worth 70. It's left. Taken by Buttleman. 70 off 109 balls between these two. So Lancashire have had some good partnerships in this second innings.
They have.
58 to 97, a 39, and now a 70.
So It's not been easy for the Essex bowlers, and it will continue in that vein. It won't get much easier.
Left by Salt, through to Bottleman. And that does complete the over. It's a 264 for 4. The Hanging Gardens of Stanley Park. Yeah, they're the partnership. 70 between Jones and Salt, 39 between Bohannon and Jones, 97 between Wells and Bohannon, and it started with a nice 58 between Wells and Keaton Jennings.
And T, one of the few regulations I can keep up with is that on the final day, T is an immovable feast, and it will be at 3:40, will it not? In a quarter of an hour's time.
Yes, and
irrespective of whether, usually there has to be 32 left in the final session, but irrespective of that, I'm pretty sure it's going to be at the 3:40. But then somebody will email me and say, oh no, they changed that one, good grief. Where have we been for the last N seasons?
well, with using Critchley and Harbour for quite some time in the afternoon session, they have bowled pretty quickly here with Essex. It's a short ball by Bracewell as he starts a fresh over. So they might be able to make up a few extra overs with a new ball a little bit later on. We've got 35 overs left in the day, and we're 15 minutes away from tea. So will be that second new ball that's going to come into the equation. They would love to break this partnership before then. Another tweak to the field. Tom Wesley calling up Paul Walter there. Oh no, it's Nick Brown. Sorry, Nick Brown. So he's going to pop on the helmet. He appears to be the man that has the role of fielding close in on the leg side. Nick Brown under the helmet with the pads on. He's going to forward short leg. His Bracewell is in and bowls, and the short ball. Jones was almost bending underneath it before the ball left the bowler's hand. Because the field is set for this, because there's a leg slip. There's that short leg, that's where Nick Brown is there. Behind Nick Brown there's a mid-wicket, there's a deep mid-wicket, and there's a fine leg, so there's plenty of fielders on the leg side. So Jones will be expecting some short pitch bowling, try and get it to hook or to pull and this time something top edge it. And there we go again, change of line, having bowled around the wicket to Jones, again just ducks under it. Walks away to the leg side, so they're going to have a little go at bowling short to Jones. Might fire in the odd fuller ball, but Rob knows what's coming. 3 balls to go of the over. All 3 have been short so far. It's a fuller ball, I think, with a little bit of pace off from Bracewell there.
Thanks, Peter, for contacting me. He says, you sound as though you've been having a high old time in Blackpool. Well, I've certainly enjoyed it. I knew I would enjoy it. That's why I wanted to come here. As for a high old time, well, might be tomorrow when I go up on the tower. That's quite high. He says he's enjoyed the last 4 days commentary at Stanley Park. It would be a rum do if Lancashire pinched this at the end, though. Well, no, as I say, I don't know about it being a rum do. If they bat well enough to get there, good luck to them. Well played.
Forward goes Jones. Ball of good length and play back to the bowler, no run.
Then Peter continues, but what I don't understand, given the attested excellence of the bowling attack, has the pitch flattened out? Surely rare for an out crowd, even a well-created one. Well, I don't think the pitch, my view is I don't think the pitch ever harboured any great demons. I think it was the other conditions, really. There's been a strong breeze the other 3 days.
It's Bracewell to Jones. This one is short, and it's bouncing over the top of Jones and over the top of the keeper, and the Lancashire fans enjoyed that. It's gone for byes. This was the final ball of the over, going short again. Jones ducks underneath it. No thank you. Keeper says I'll get it. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, there's been a very stiff breeze, whereas today, looking at those trees, there's not even a zephyr moving it. The top of the trees opposite us, I think, are totally stationary. So that may have had quite a big influence on the preceding days.
Yeah, it's been sunny, hasn't it? It's been bright and sunny and dry today.
Yep.
Best batting day, you would think. No ball signalled by the umpire with that deliveries. So he has to complete the over again, which Jones defends to mid-on. So 41 to Jones, 38 to Salt, 270 for 4. Lancashire require a further 160 runs to win.
So thanks very much, Peter, for contacting me. Haven't heard from you for a while. Hope to catch up with you later in the season. The Oval or Beckenham or somewhere in the deep south. So another 8 or 9 minutes before tea break, and Lancashire will, well, assuming they don't lose a wicket between now and then, Lancashire will be undoubtedly the happier side. Will enjoy their tea a lot more. But we've all watched enough cricket to take nothing for granted.
Cut balls to Salt. Nosed away off his hip. Way to square leg for a single.
And as Scott either said or alluded to, pressure can play a major part in, well, it can in most sports, but in batting in particular. And you know, towards that, yeah, the last 30 or 40 runs is, in many ways, the most difficult to get. When you can see the winning line, the red tape, or is it red? No, whatever colour.
It'll be red for Lancashire, won't it?
Yes.
Comes back into Jones by the looks of the way he played it. Brings the bat down and keeps the ball out. Haven't seen the ball do too much through this afternoon. 62 overs old. Just jagged back in the friction there to Rob Jones and did well to keep the ball out. He takes his guard, Rob Jones, from umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. Sam Cook, wicketless so far in this second innings. Jones on 41 here. Straight drive by Jones is stopped by Cook off his own bowling. And there is no run. So Lancashire have got 6 wickets at the minute left. Feels about what they will need. Don't think really afford to lose another one for me before tea. That 6 wickets in hand going into the tea break with about 150 needed to win in the final session. That's game on. But there is the added extra, of course. Essex will get a second new ball after tea. Turned away towards the leg side by Jones for a single. Basically, the last hour of the match will be played with a new ball. So there's lots of factors yet that could come into play. 272 for 4. partnership is now worth 78. Got about 6 minutes left until a tea break. Harmer's gone into leg slip again. So back with Cook at first slip and Harmer at leg slip. And Salt calmly easing the ball away into the offside. No run. Cook ties up his bootlaces. There's one ball left of this over and probably one more. I don't think that, should it be Bracewell, he will get through it too quickly. Be about 4 minutes to go before tea. Cook for the final time. Salt defends. So Cook's 11th over has been complete. 2 runs coming off it. 272 for 4. Maybe people are checking the scores elsewhere in the county championship. Let's have a look, shall we? At what's happening in some of the other games. Nottinghamshire 57 without loss. They're into their second innings. They need a further 240 runs to beat Surrey at the Oval. Hampshire is 7 down, but that's the game there. Hasib Hamid on 4 and Ben Slater on 10. Hampshire 131 for 7. They still trail Somerset by 39 runs. Middlesex still trail. Still require 180 runs now to beat Northamptonshire, and they've got 7 wickets in hand to do it. Here's Bracewell in bowling to Jones. Again, the ball is just back of a length and has Jones going back and defending. Top of the bounce, no run. Division 2 matches, they're back underway at New Road. Worcestershire 82 for 2 in their second innings. 83 runs behind Yorkshire. Derbyshire require a further 277 runs to beat Sussex with 7 wickets remaining. And they're playing for bonus points in the game between Glamorgan and Leicestershire, where Leicestershire are 217 for 2 in their first innings. Bracewell to Jones. It's clipped away off the hip. Down to one of plenty of fielders on the leg side boundary, one of them being Dan Lawrence.
Oh, that's all right, yeah. Thanks for playing it back.
Jones moves on to 43, so 273 for 4.
Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah. Quite a few times.
Brings Salt back on stride. So they've been operating with a theory of trying to bounce Rob Jones, and we've just seen there on the live stream the 2 fielders on the leg side boundary. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg right on the rope. Actually, there's 3 now on that leg side boundary. It's a deep square leg, long leg and fine leg, and there's a forward short leg under the helmet, and there's a mid wicket and a mid on. So it's all set for Bracewell to try and bang the ball in, or maybe give it the old bluff and push something fuller, but nope, goes short, and Salt gets right on top of the bounce. Guides the ball safely enough away towards the offside, and there's no run. Fine leg, long leg, that mid-wicket fielder, short leg fielder, all on the onside. That is Salt pivoting back and pulling towards deeper square leg for 1 run. Sam Cook completes the fielding for Essex. Salt moves on to 40. 274 for 9. Looks like this will be the last over before tea, because it's 3:39 on the clock I'm looking at. Still got 2 balls left. Bracewell around the wicket to Jones. Ducks underneath it, hops away towards the leg side. There is no run. The umpire has a little look over his shoulder. He's looking in the general direction of the pavilion where the clock is. Maybe just double checking the time, working out whether or not there'll be a break. There it is. Oh, it's almost ticked across to 3:40. Not
half
quite.
a minute to go.
Yes, not quite yet. There's Bracewell running into to Jones. Nicely played by Jones, safe enough into the offside. So will that be tea, or is it time for one more? That looks like it's going to be tea. It is.
Yeah.
Well, that's an excellent partnership between Rob Jones and Phil Salt. They will be and should be really pleased with how they put that together, because Lancashire losing 3 wickets pretty quickly after the lunch break, and Essex sensed an opening, and at the minute these two, Jones and Salt, have closed that opportunity. 80-run partnership, 274 for 5. So there'll be 1 session of cricket left. There will be a minimum of 32 overs remaining, and Lancashire need 156 runs to win.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
It's incredible. You don't see any other regions doing something like this, so it's like I said, such a privileged position. And obviously there's so much excitement about women's cricket in India at the moment with the WPL going on. Obviously we've got Sophie Eccleston representing Thunder over there and Tara Norris as well, and they've both done brilliantly, so it'll be nice to catch up with them. But yeah, it feels like a really great time to be going to places like that and being a female cricketer, and hopefully we can make the most of it and, you know, get stuck into the conditions and I think just get some learning done, because that's what pre-season tours are about.
The training sessions that we had in Dubai, the Sevens ground, at the ICC Academy was absolutely fantastic. We obviously played 3 games there and played some really good cricket. So we're really happy with how the players have developed, really, across a fairly long and intense winter.
Exciting for me personally, like being born here. It brings back a lot of memories. It's quite a special place for me, but especially for the girls, like having experienced these conditions or this type of culture. But everyone's really embraced it and absolutely been loving it out here. Not seen my family in a very long time. It's been 7 years, and for them to just come out and like watch me play and watch the girls play and just see what I do, it's really special. Obviously it's quite famous for its spin tracks, and you know the facility we got was absolutely fantastic.
I mean, last year we were competitive in the vast majority of games, and we're unfortunate not to get over the line and get a few more wins. I'm hoping this year we can do that and really push on. And today is around our approach and our mindset. Our focus can only be on performance and making the best of today. Basil, a few things that you want to share about this ground, etc., isn't there?
For me, I remember coming here with England, and the reason why we come here and train is because they took 10 Dulkers from here. It has got some real legacy to it.
Ready to go? Yeah. I'm so ready.
Looking forward to captaining, are we?
Yeah, I am actually. Yeah. I've never done it before. Something different. Girls? Yeah. See? Good all. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. There's been so much learning, and I feel like we can hopefully take this on into our games here, but as well as the season.
Come to join us, drinks. Really special. Energy. Turn and pro, mate. Yes, baby.
I was a little bit slow in Dubai. I think I've not played much cricket for a while, so I think it just comes down to that. But it did click that day. I think obviously it got quite a big score, and I felt great. And I think it finally came together.
Terrific all-round performance. Even even when things go slightly against us, we're not losing the fight. We're staying in it and showing a lot of character. The way we've gone about this business today is nothing short of outstanding in terms of batting, without a shadow of any doubt. But that's the way we need to play cricket. And that's really important. We keep moving on. Another game in 2 days' time. We're playing the women's state team.
One last thing. Always celebrate 100.
Yeah.
They look like synchronised swimmers. It's been absolutely amazing. I think it's just good to get some cricket outdoors and put everything what we've done in the winter into practice, and it's been really good. It's been a really good tour and we've got a lot out of it as a team. We've got a few new players, a few fresh faces over the winter. I think just playing outdoors has been great, so we know like how each other works, and yeah, it's definitely brought us all together as a team. Definitely a lot closer now.
The signing of the 3 players have made such an impact by way of maturity and cricket experience, which is rubbing off throughout the winter on the rest of the young players, and I think that's a really good thing, and I think bodes well for hopefully will be a really positive summer, but really strong foundations to be successful moving forward.
Come on, Foxy. Come back the best way.
Do you reckon Sachin Tendulkar's ever had a hat-trick there?
I think if you said 2 weeks ago that we'd have won 4 out of 5 games, we'd have probably taken it. But I think more importantly, like the way we've gone about our cricket these last 2 weeks is exactly what we've spoken about for the winter and also for the last few years. So I think from my point of view, it's been brilliant to see. It's been brilliant to see different people contributing as well.
In those moments, that's where we just need to be brave. When we talk about being fearless, it's still hitting the ball hard.
As we say, it's a tour to start getting closer and closer to the season, so for me, we're on the right track. I've absolutely loved it, and thank you very much for having the season.
Been involved in the game a long time. When the England women's cricket team in 2014, my job was to help the transition of that from amateur to professional. We're doing the same thing here at Lancashire with the Thunder. But the support that Hilton's offered us has been absolutely fantastic, and it makes such a difference because to be travelling, it's not just a cricket development opportunity, which clearly we've taken that with both hands, but also it develops the players as people. Players have really bought into the training here, but also the culture and the people of Mumbai. It's been a fantastic experience. Look, I'm a big believer that anything's possible. I think it'll be a really positive season, and we're going to really look to push and just see if we can surprise a few teams and see where we can get.
imagine we need them. There she is. Oh, wonderful today, my girl.
I think the girls are so excited to be here, and what an opportunity, yeah, for the girls to come out and play some cricket outside. And after a long winter indoors, it's brilliant to be outdoors in the sun.
I always love coming back to the Thunder and being around a great set of girls, and you can see the excitement from them that they're getting the opportunity to be outdoors. I think, you know, being at Emirates Old Trafford for a winter can be quite a slog sometimes, so I think getting the opportunity to get out here, yeah, you can tell there's a lot of excitement in the group, and I think they're all chomping at the bit to play a bit of cricket now, which is a great place to be.
Good morning, let's go.
Sort of easing our way in. Obviously heat was a little bit of a shock. It's been really nice to just get outside, and yeah, no better place I'd rather be. So yeah, the girls are really excited. For us as a group, it gives us a really good chance to play some cricket before our competitive games as well, and put into practice a lot of the things we've done this winter. So yeah, to get the opportunity to do that abroad in different conditions as well, it's just fantastic. So yeah, we're really grateful to Hilton and to the club for giving us this opportunity.
It's great to test the fitness that the girls have put in over the winter. It translates into being able to hold your skills longer or concentrate longer in the field. So it's good to see how the girls are developing. Obviously been away from the group for about 2 months now, and that skill level just seems to keep going up and up, which is obviously what you expect when you're professionalising more of the girls and they're getting more time on task. Like the lads, for a lot of them, they aspire to be professional cricketers from such a young age, like maybe when they first get into the age group system at Lancashire, whereas it's still relatively new for our girls, and there's still a lot of unknown about what the pathway looks like, but what we do know is that there's professional contracts available now, and that's so exciting. Yeah, I think we're unbelievably lucky. Hilton have obviously put a lot of money into this and allowed us to have the same opportunities that the men get every year, which is, I think, a really proud feature of our club at Lancashire. I think the equality that they treat the girls with is fantastic. So yeah, I think we're all really grateful, but equally we know that there's a lot that we can learn out here, and we're trying to use the opportunity to get us all better at cricket.
Gonna get her out, LBW. Over the wicket, slide it on. Ah! There it is, that's the one, yes!
From my perspective, everybody has really moved forward in the winter significantly. So today is our first opportunity to put in a really good performance based on the back of the winter that we've played.
So here we go. We've reached the final session of the game, and Rob Jones is walking out alongside Phil Salt, with Jones on 43 and Salt on 40, and Lancashire 274 for 4, needing a further 156 runs to win, with a minimum of 32 overs left in the day and 6 wickets in hand. Jamie Bowman, cricket writer, could you be tapping your keyboard a little bit later on and writing a story of records being broken?
Well, it would have been lovely to have been a fly on the wall, wouldn't it, in that dressing room, and quite and hear what Lancashire were thinking. Do we have a dart now? See how the first hour goes? Surely they've got to have a go. Just listening to you reading that out, it sounded very doable. But of course, it's a bit different when you're out there.
Yeah.
New ball to come.
Yes.
At one point, it will surely be a worry. But 2 batsmen well set. You do think there's a chance. There's a ripple round the ground, certainly, of could something special happen here.
Well, Jones and Salt batted beautifully through that back end of the afternoon session. The 3 wickets lost relatively quickly after lunch, and you start to think, well, this could unravel if things don't go to plan. But Jones and Salt settle things down calmly and have put together an 80-run partnership so far. So Walter to start off after lunch to Salt, and the first delivery faces. He clips away down to Matt Critchley at fine leg for a single.
Of course, the enticing prospect is that Essex will be thinking the same. They go bang bang. All of a sudden, 6 down. They'll be thinking this game's there for the taking. They're the ones on the front foot. They're the ones who've got to really make the running.
Here comes Walter to Jones.
Yes, I know there's been a few record books frantically being leafed, hasn't there, through the, the tee?
Yeah, we'll have a look at those. There's been, yeah, it's that stage where you're looking at what a successful run chase would mean in the context of previous successful run chases. Walter to Jones. It's turned out towards the leg side, no run. So we'll have a look at them. Radio Manchester might join us for a little update in the next moment or two, so we'll update listeners across Radio Manchester to see as to what's going on here, and then look at these records that, well, Lancashire could be about to undo. Walter just pulls away there. 275 for 4. Walter to Jones. It's a good shot. Just leans back and runs it off the face of the bat down to 4. Yeah, back underway after tea, and we could be in for a really interesting final session as well, with Lancashire in pursuit of a total of 430 runs to win. They've got Rob Jones unbeaten on 43 and Phil Salt on 41. So Lancashire are now 279 for 4 and need a further 151 runs to win.
A few more shots like that, and that target will become more and more doable.
Walter to Jones. Jones drives up towards mid-off, and there is no run.
It's been a good knock from Jones, isn't it?
It has, yeah.
One of those players who's been in and out of the side, really. But such a likeable chap. I think we all want to see him succeed. He had a great season last year in the One Day Cup. Can he stamp his mark on the 4-day game this season?
Walter to Jones. That's stopped by Harmer at Gully, and there's no runs. That's the end of the first over after the tea break. 5 runs off it, 279 for 4. The highest 4th innings totals by Lancashire For context, these are scores of 400 or more, so the highest fourth innings totals by Lancashire. 403 for 8 against Nottinghamshire at Old Trafford in 1910, which they won. 404 for 5 against Hampshire in Southampton in 1910, which they won by 5 wickets, and 464 against Surrey at the Oval in 2007, but they lost that match by 24 runs. So it would be, if they did reach their target, it would be their most successful, the highest successful run chase in first-class cricket.
Makes you wonder what they were eating in 1910, doesn't it?
Going some there, weren't they? Baseball before baseball was invented. So who are we going to have after tea? It's going to be Matt Critchley with leg spin.
Critchley sort of emerged as the main threat in this innings, hasn't he? More so than Harmer, who, you know, we predicted would be the main danger. Critchley's bowled very well.
Yeah, and he's around the wicket bowling. Salt sweeps, top edges it, could be caught, is. Salt's gone for 41. And Critchley gets his third wicket, sweeps the ball to top edge. And caught by Sam Cook. And Salt departs for 41. It's 279 for 5 and a wicket, the first ball of the second over after tea. Consider the reaction there of Cook when he takes the catch here. Watch this, he knew that was an important wicket for 2 reasons. One, it breaks the partnership, but 2, if Lancashire were to try and score these runs, and Salt's a man that could score quickly.
Yeah, half an hour of Salt or more, obviously could have really put Lancashire in contention. Now that there's going to have to be a little bit of a rethink now. Obviously de Gronholm's an attacking batter too. We know what he can do in the one-day game. But yeah, disappointing that for Lancashire. They would have hoped to have a bit more of a dart, I think, with those two settled batsmen. Could take a while for de Gronholm to settle himself at the crease. Instant impact there from Critchley. He's bowled well. Lancashire-born bowler.
Yeah, third wicket in the match for Critchley. He's not bowled much this season for Essex, but I suppose when you've got Harmer at the other end, you're probably not going to get much of a chance, are you? But in comparison to Harmer's 320 overs before this game, he's only bowled 60, Matt Critchley, but has picked up 9 wickets at an average of 21. He's now up to 12 wickets with the 3 he's got in this fixture.
Well, I think we were speaking yesterday, weren't we, about how he did really start off as a leg spinner. That was how he sort of made his name early on in his career. Kind of converted himself into a top order batsman.
And he strikes the first up after tea.
Good ball.
Lost. Going back.
He's causing problems bowling round, isn't he? He's coming across the batter there. Not a nice first ball to face, that, especially with a man at short leg breathing down your neck. Got to be careful what you do with that pad.
Critchley into de Grandon. Oh, it's chipped out towards the leg side. It has Critchley leaping out to his right to try and see if he could almost catch the ball.
He was interested there for a bit, wasn't it? I think it was a risky little shot, that. Get down the other end.
He gets a run. De Grandon brings Rob Jones back on strike. Critchley to Jones. He looks to reverse it. Just gets a single, moves on to 48. De Grandon in the first innings out for naught. So he's keen to get off the mark there.
There's been a few players in this game on a pair, isn't there?
Yeah. Nick Brown and Dane Villas. Initially to de Grandon, just blocks that front foot down and defends the ball. There's no run. He's not had the impact I'm sure he would have hoped, and Lancashire would have hoped. De Grandon is averaging just 19 this season. And he gets a run here, clipped away down towards the fine leg boundary. Sam Cook chasing after it.
Well, it's a good opportunity this for him. It's sort of, he can almost play it like a one-day innings, I suppose. I think one more wicket though, and Lancs might need to reassess, see where they are, think about what they want from this game.
Yeah, Tom Hartley, Jack Blatherwick, Tom Bailey and Will Williams are the batters to come for Lancashire.
I think we've seen them all this season. They can all hold a bat. There's no mugs there, but I think if that new ball comes in as well, it's going to be difficult for them to survive and score the runs required.
14 overs until that new ball becomes available. Here's Walter to Jones. Just takes a single down to short fine leg. Moves on to 49. The score moves on to 284 for 5.
Walter's had a really good game, hasn't he? He's been a thorn in the side of Lancashire, both with bat and ball. Just seems to cause so much. Not so much threat, it's just almost like difficulty with the way he bowls.
Into de Grandon, that's left.
It's coming round the wicket and the ball coming down from such a height. I think it's just awkward. They're just not used to it. Not many bowlers that height.
Yeah, 76 with the bat in the first innings, Paul Walter. And of course, 3 wickets. He's back over the wicket to de Grandon. That's hammered down towards third man. It's fallen wide, and de Grandon made the most of it.
Threw the kitchen sink at that, didn't he? He's going to flash hard. He'll be feeling a lot better now. He's got a few runs next to his name. Looks determined, doesn't he?
Yeah. I think this is going to be his last game. So he's got a chance here, hasn't he? And he's clearly an international player. He has the ability to do it. It's a big ask, but
yeah, there'll be the pride factor there will be high. I think. Yeah, he'll want to go out with a bang.
Walter to de Grandon. It's driven square of the wicket. Just for a single. Dan Lawrence sweeping around on that cover boundary, so de Grandon moves to 8. 289 for 5. So it gets Jones back on strike, who's a run away from a 50. Nice little knock this for Rob Jones. I'm sure he's feeling pretty good about things. He'd like to be there and try and get Lancashire over the line. He's pushed up to mid-off and there's no run, but watching him bat today, you can almost see him get more and more confident as the innings has gone on.
Yeah. He always feels like he needs to prove himself. Always feels like he's battling for his place, doesn't it, poor Rob? But he's got such enthusiasm for the game. You see him in the field, brilliant fielder.
Walter to Jones. It's fallen just on his off stump and he drives to mid-off.
And he loves Lancashire, doesn't he? I mean, he's had the opportunity to, I think a few counties have been sniffing around him over the past couple of seasons, and he's been determined to stay and fight for his place and prove himself at his home county. And all credit to him for doing that. Loves his nature.
Yes.
Loves a walk. I remember asking him what he'd been up to during the winter, and he told me he'd been walking around Orkney. bird watching. Not what you expect from a cricketer.
He's Critchley into de Grandon. He's off the back foot and cuts the ball down to point. And there's 1 run.
Loves his whiskey.
I said to him before, I think he's puddled. There's a run of games, and he said, "Oh, I'm absolutely knackered." And there was a little bit of a break. I said, "What are you up to in your break?" "Oh, I'm going hiking."
Yeah, he loves it, doesn't he?
Absolutely crackers.
Loves the nature.
Trying to force his ball away through the offside, trying to get through for 1. But
he did a talk at my cricket club, I remember a few years ago, our cricket society, and he said when he retires from cricket he'd like to work for the National Trust.
Actually, to Jones, that's fizzed in much quicker, flatter ball to Jones, who defends.
Or the RSPB, and I think that would be his dream, just dreaming of a big knock now.
290 for 5, Critchley to Jones. Oh, he tries to catch it because it was turned to short leg where Brown...
He's dropped that.
He has. To Brown, into the mid-drift, I think, of Nick Brown. Second chance he's put down in that. Actually, it was Walter, wasn't it? This morning that put one down at silly point. This is a single. This will bring Jones a 50. In fact, it's 4. Nicely timed and nicely battered, Rob Jones. He gets a half-century here for Lancashire. He's 53 not out. He's a super popular player. And teammates will be thrilled. He's got himself a very nicely put together 53.
It was a lovely shot to bring it up as well, wasn't it? Just almost a gentle push, brilliantly timed.
Oh. He just pulled away, didn't he, at the last moment, and Critchley sent the ball down anyway.
It's always must be difficult to concentrate after you've made a 50 and you've raised your bat and all the clapping. Got to get your head down again.
Critchley to Jones. That's forced down the ground to Wesley at mid-off, no run. So Jones 53, not out. Bring his details of his half-century. It's come off 98 balls with 1 6 and 6 4s.
Yeah, lovely knot. Really nice knot.
So it's 294 for 5. This is defended by de Grandon up towards mid-on where Cook fields, and there is no run.
So you had the company of Derek Pringle earlier?
That's right, yeah.
Entertaining?
He was chatting about he's on the Ashes beat at the minute, so we've been chatting about all that. And, John looks to try and swap the ball away. I think there's an inside edge on that. So yeah, he was chatting about how much he'd enjoyed covering England and how much he actually thinks they've evolved a little bit in the series from kind of all-out brash attack to slightly more cautious, judging the situation a bit better as the Test series has gone on. He's played here as well, back in the 1980s, I think he said.
Right, yeah.
Albeit it rained for 3 days. Walter to de Grandon. It's gone high. He tries to catch it. Should be caught. Is. De Grandon goes. Walter celebrates another wicket. Lancashire lose their 6. 294 for 6. Caught by Jamie Porter on the fine leg boundary. And he's not really worked for de Grandon with the bat this season in county championship cricket, and if that is his last game, then he'll be disappointed, I'm sure. Out for 9.
Yes, that kind of sums up his spell really at Lancashire. Big swing of the bat. Just looked a bit lazy really, didn't it? With the fielder out there, needs to hit it over him, really. Never looked like going for 6. And you've got a player at the other end batting so well. Maybe you need to support them a bit more.
It's a sense of having a bit of a licence for de Grand Homme.
I suppose, yeah.
If it comes off, it comes off, doesn't it? And
yeah, that's true. Maybe I'm being a bit harsh on the big man.
Hartley's only got one way of playing, though.
Yeah,
that's at least what we've seen so far.
So, well, ranks have got to be careful now. We saw what happened in the first innings. All the excitement at tea of looking through the record books at what could be achieved. Now suddenly there's 6 wickets down. It's Essex who are the favourites. Long way to go. Not a lot of overs left. It's a loud siren, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Hurtling around the ground somewhere. Walter strikes again. He's been a bit of a thorn, hasn't he, in Lancashire's side?
He really has. They've just, as I say, they've just found him awkward and difficult to kind of get away. And he's come on for these sort of quick bursts, and every time he's come on, he's made an impact.
Hartley defends. And there is no run.
As I say, we all thought the big threat would be Harmer. I think it's still wicketless.
Yeah, that's. We kind of. I suppose Essex win the toss. They bat first, and it's not entirely, but perhaps some of it is driven by the fact that Harmer gets to have a ball last. He's bowled 19 overs, 2 maidens for 92. He just looked increasingly more frustrated as the afternoon went on when he was bowling. It's a full ball by Walter into the toes of Hartley. That's clipped down towards backward square leg for a single. So it's 295 now for 6. And it's 135 more runs needed. It's Jones back on strike, having just reached a very nice half century. Hopping back and steering the ball nicely through the offside for 1. 296 for 6. Jones moves on to 54, so that's the end of the over.
I spent a bit of time in the pavilion earlier. I was up there when the electricity went down, sitting with the match referee. Lovely view from up there.
Yeah, Dick's been for a little bit of a peek around, so it's a lovely pavilion inside.
Yeah, lovely up there. Lovely view.
For those watching, well, that's the view you get. For those watching on Lancs TV, that camera is on the it's on the balcony of the pavilion. So yeah, you get an excellent view. So 296 for 6 is the score. Jones has 54. Hartley's on 1. Jones on strike as Critchley is about to start a fresh over. Bowling from the north end of the ground, spins the ball from one hand to the other, and in he comes. Forward goes Jones and defends.
Yeah, we're sitting with the match referee, Will Smith. Not that one. Not the Hollywood superstar, the ex-Durham captain. He was very interesting and having a good chat with him.
Reverse sweep attempted by Jones and gets it nicely away. Takes him to 55 not out, 297 for 6.
Of course, it's not so long ago that he was still playing. I was chatting to him about Simon Harmer. He's faced him, saying what makes him such a good bowler, and he said it was it's a variation of his lengths and the control he has. He says once you can master that, becomes a lot easier to play. But he said it's just his consistency. Rarely bowls a bad ball, varies his lengths, always keeps you guessing. Good to hear, interesting to hear that from someone who's faced him.
Yeah. Required just at the minute for Essex as Crixie continues to. Hartley has defended, there's no run.
There'll be a bit of rough there for him to play with, no doubt. Outside the off stump, bowling round the wicket into it. Bit of a quicker one there.
Yeah, muscled out through the onside. Hartley through for another, so he moves on to 2. Score ticks along to 298 for 6.
Has he not got 100 gig, Mr. Grandon? Is he flying home, or is he?
He has. No, I think Darren Mitchell has.
Mitchell has, yeah.
Flattering quicker again by Critchley. Jones chops it down to backward point for a single. Quite difficult to keep across all these 100 squads and play wild cards. And
there was a press release today, wasn't there, which I kind of, after about 2 paragraphs, I was lost.
It's Critchley in, swept. Hartley gets another. It's going to bring up the 300, I think, for Lancashire. Scoreboard's gone a bit on the go slow, but that's 300. It is end of the over. Yeah, at a period where you've got 100 contracts and wild cards and overseas signings and drafts. Well, the draft's already happened, doesn't it? That's already been and gone.
I was reading about Sunil Nareen. Yeah, this is a good story. Have you heard about this?
No, I haven't.
Well, he's obviously been playing for Surrey, and they're in the Blast final, aren't they? But he's also down to play in this American league.
Okay,
which I think begins tonight, doesn't it? So there was a plan that he was going to fly back and forth across the Atlantic.
Oh my word! There's Walter to Hartley
in an attempt to make both games. A bit like Phil Collins at Live Aid.
So he's not going to do that through the course of the tournament then?
Well, I think the opening games in the early hours of this morning.
Right.
I think he's down to play in that, and then you've got the Blast. Is the Blast Saturday?
Blast is Saturday, yeah.
So I think he was planning to fly back Friday evening and play. I don't know.
Blimey, good effort. Walter to Jones. Well, they're adamant that that's been caught down the leg side. And, give over is the cry from the Lancashire supporters. And the umpire, Steve O'Shaughnessy, tends to agree and says not out.
That didn't go down well with the crowd, did it? Didn't go down well with the press box. Oh. But yeah, so I think he's now, Nareen has now told Surrey that he's not going to do this, and Alex Stewart's a bit annoyed with him.
Walter to Jones, hopping back and chopping it away through the offside for a single.
And not someone I'd want to annoy, to be honest, Alex Stewart.
So it could be without Sunil Nareen then for finals day. I mean, it's a bit absurd, isn't it? I mean,
if anything sums up cricket.
Well, it does, yeah. We're going to play a flight back and forth over the Atlantic just to play some T20 matches.
Surrey disappointed and frustrated as all-rounder opts against 9,000-mile round trip from USA. So he's abandoned a planned flight from Dallas to Birmingham.
Walter left arm over balls. Hartley takes a single out to midway.
It's one of those sentences you thought you'd never read,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Dallas to Birmingham. Disappointed I can't take that flight.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So he's now with the Major League Cricket.
Major League Cricket, yeah, with LA Knight Riders. So he's going to play for them this weekend. Yeah, the club said in a statement that they'll be informed on Wednesday night about a change in Noreen's plans. Noreen will instead remain in the USA, leaving Surrey with only one overseas player for Saturday's showpiece in Australia's Sean Abbott.
Jones defends and there's no run.
It's disappointing and frustrating to lose a player of Sunil's quality at such late notice, said Alex Stewart through gritted teeth.
Yeah, through a glare.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the type of fellow you want to cross, is he?
But he's a big loss, isn't he? He's a good player.
Yep. Oh, this Major League Cricket league, he's going to hoover up quite a few players, you would think, from well, from the 100, basically. From domestic cricket in this country. Walter to Jones. Through to the onside. Rob Jones playing very nicely, 58 not out, and Lancashire are 304 for 6. They have just lost Colin de Grandhomme, the second wicket to fall since the tea interval. Phil Salt first out, top edging a sweep shot, and caught by Sam Cook off the bowling of Critchley for 41, and then de Grandhomme was caught by by Porter rather, off Walter for 9. So there's a lot of work to do for Lancashire. 126 more runs are required to win. It looks now a rather tall order. There's a new ball due in 9 overs time, but Rob Jones batted nicely, 58 to him, Tom Hartley on 5. It's 304 for 6 with 126 more needed to win.
Harmer coming back on.
Still searching for his first wicket of the match. It's played back towards him by Rob Jones. He gets through for a single.
Yes, Lancashire will look at this score card, won't they, and think Harmer hasn't got a wicket, Phillips out for naught, Grandhomme out cheaply. They think, well, you know, we're not that far behind. Could be one of those annoying post-match post-mortems where you think, well, if only we'd done that, we could have been a lot closer.
What could have been type situation. Harmer from around the wicket to Hartley. That's left. It takes some recovering, doesn't it, when you're skittled out for 145 in your first innings?
It does. I mean, in all credit to Lancashire, they've come back and, you know, scored over 300, which is a rarity in itself in the 4th innings. But after you've been skittled for below 150, it's a great effort.
Harmer to Hartley. Pushing away at that. Through to the keeper, no run.
They are a team that does seem to relish the fight and coming back from difficult positions. We've seen it a number of times this season. You can't question them on that.
Forward again, Hartley in defence, and there's no run.
It's always intriguing, isn't it, when a spinner's bowling to a spinner, I think.
Beats Hartley and through to the keepers. That's the end of the over. 305 for 6.
You wonder how Jones is going to play this now. Is he going to try and keep the strike a bit more, maybe? Hartley's not quite a tail ender, but if Lancashire are going to get anywhere near, you feel that Jones is the man who's going to have to take the responsibility of scoring the majority of the runs. In fact, they're having a long chat now. I wonder if that's what they're talking about. How do we play this? I've no idea.
Yeah, good luck with that. Critchley spell's going to restart because Walter's 4 over little burst has come to an end. It's worked a treat, hasn't it? 4 overs, 1 for 17.
Yeah. As I say, been coming on and causing these problems. Short bursts. Critchley going to have a go at the other end. Is that the north end or the south end?
South end.
That's the south end.
He's had a go from both ends, hasn't he? He started from the south end this morning and switched to the other end for a little bit and then back again. And
you'd think that would be the park end, wouldn't you? and this would be the coast end, or that?
Jones in position to try and just kind of paddle it around the corner, but
I like a bit of variety in my ends.
Well, I don't blame you.
Bit prosaic, isn't it? Just calling it north and south.
You could have park and pavilion, I suppose.
Yeah.
Jones sweeps, but can't get it past Walter. When we were at Sedbergh for the first time, I think our colleague Paul Edwards asked the question, "What are the name of the ends?" And nobody really knew.
There was a church, wasn't there, at one end? I remember.
Jones is beaten, there's no run.
And there was a ruddy big mountain.
Yeah. Well, Paul just made them up.
Did he?
Yeah, he just created the names, I think, for himself. I'm not quite sure what the names of the ends are. You could have, yeah, with Sedbergh there was the mountain end.
Yeah.
And school end. Maybe.
School end, yeah.
I think it's a fell. I must say. Okay.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
It was big.
It was big. It was big. Yeah.
It was bigger than a hill.
Yeah. Back up to Sedbergh in a few weeks' time for that one-day cup game. And it's Essex that are there as well. Are you going this year?
Well, I'd like to. I loved that visit. We went a few years ago, the 4-day game.
Critchley's into Jones. Oh, it's fizzed in it. Jones swings and the ball beats the keeper and goes down towards the boundary. It's 4 more to Jones.
Not everyone liked it, did they? I mean, it seems to be they're always moaning, aren't they? Some of the fans, but there was. I know they're moaning, aren't they? This year, were there no buses going there or no coaches going there this year?
Right, okay.
I think they've got to make their own way there.
Critchley to Jones.
That's a big one.
It is. It's 6 over
out the ground.
It's another one out the ground. I think we had 5 balls lost yesterday.
Terry's cut price carpets have had a lot of good advertising this game, haven't they? Been a lot of 4's gone over that advertising sign. If you're looking for cut price carpet, yes. Terry's your man.
He's quite clearly your man. So Jones moves on to 65. The score is 315 for 6.
Bit of a delay while they had quite a few. Had to get quite a few balls, haven't we?
Yeah, I think we had 5 lost yesterday. which I think Lawrence was responsible for most of it. It's played by Jones back to the bowler, and there's no run. So Jones on 65. It's 315 for 6. It's 115 more runs required to win. Are you coming in? Oh, can you stay for a bit?
Yeah, no problem.
Dick's gonna come and have a little burst, and I'll be back in a bit.
Dick's just gonna get his headphones on, thanks to Scott Reed. Harmer back on, holding into that rough outside off stump. Watchful defence there from Hartley. Harmer, as we keep saying, still wicketless. The man everyone thought was the real threat today. It's not quite turned out that way.
No, nor in the entire game.
No.
Wicketless so far.
Hartley rocks back on, plays that off the back foot. Yes, he'll be disappointed. A fourth day. It's all set up for Harmer, but he can still make an impact. Still 4 wickets to get.
Oh, well fielded by Paul Walter at mid-off.
You must have seen seen Harmer do this many a time on a 4th day. It's kind of what Essex set themselves up to do, isn't it?
Yes. Stifled appeal.
How's the voice, Dick? Okay? Bearing up?
I don't want to tempt fate.
So you've got your fisherman's friend.
I've got my fisherman's friend made in...
not far from here.
Fleetwood, just down the road.
Yeah, not far from here. Have you ever been to Fleetwood?
I went there last night.
Did you?
Because we drove out to end of the over, 3:15 for 6, needing another 115. Yeah, we drove out and had a meal in Poulton Le Fylde.
Lovely.
And then while we were there, I thought, oh, you might as well go a bit further north and have a look at Fleetwood.
Did you see the factory?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fleetwood was an experience.
Yep, it is. See the football ground? Oh, that's just by the factory there, I think.
I presume it's quite a historic place, because some bit looked as if it could have been there for donkey's years.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose it's one of the nearest ports to Ireland, isn't it?
Yes, definitely, yeah.
As Critchley moves in round the wicket, bowls, played off the back foot out into the covers.
So have you enjoyed your few days here? You haven't had the best weather, but...
I haven't had the best weather, but...
You've not felt the best?
Although it's been... I agree, Jamie, it hasn't been the best, but it's been better than what was forecast.
No, that's true.
Looking at it over last weekend, I thought we're going to spend 4 days watching the rain. That's pushed out in the mid-wicket area.
And in a strange way, that first day's rain has set up this exciting finish, hasn't it?
Yes, it has, yeah.
So it just shows, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, when my dad used to take me to watch cricket when I was knee-high doing that, I mean, it was all 3-day cricket in those days.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I remember that too.
Really?
Yeah, I remember 3-day cricket.
Then there was a season or two when they played both 3 and 4 day. In fact, it might only have been one season. Critchley moves in to bowl to Hartley. Around the wicket to left-handed Hartley, who goes for the pull. And he's picked up a single here. Fielded just in front of the West Park Kindergarten, which, as I was saying earlier this afternoon, used to be the ladies' pavilion.
Oh, right.
Built in, I've got notes here, built in 1933. Played off the back foot, out into the covers.
I think I read the park itself is almost 100 years old, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's a couple of years away from that.
Yeah, I mean, this is only one corner of the park, but Stanley Park itself is...
I think the cricket ground was here, wasn't it, already, and then they sort of built the park around it, I think.
Oh, right.
And then it sort of got swallowed up by the park. It had a different name, the cricket ground, and then it became part of Stanley Park.
I think they also had 2 cricket grounds, because there was one, which is now an athletics track, which they called the Oval. Critchley moves in round the wicket. Reverse paddle doesn't really come off. In fact, it doesn't come off.
Got the athletic stadium just over the trees there. They've been very loud, haven't they, the last few days? They've been Lancashire,
there was a big
schools, I think it was. Lancashire schools having a big meeting.
Lancashire schools athletics event. We saw all the coaches and buses bringing them in. They didn't. That's dot ball the end. Yeah, they didn't have a very nice day really. They'd probably been looking forward to this day for weeks and weeks.
Oh, it's my 2 kids' sports day today.
All right.
I'm glad there's sunshine on them.
Yes.
Always looked forward to that, didn't you, when you were at school?
Yeah. It's also better than a day in the classroom, isn't it?
Yeah.
Although this stage of the year, from what I remember, middle of July, exams were over.
Yeah, they're all finishing next week.
Yeah.
Harmer's continuing. Desperate for that wicket. Comes in. It's another sweep shot played there. Well fielded, just behind square. They're still playing their shots here, aren't they?
Oh, they are.
They're still playing their shots. They've not gone into a shell. I think they're still looking to score runs.
Well, yes.
There was some
111 off 21.
Forward defence from
his own lead. Are you doing an update?
Oh, big appeal there. Sorry about that. We had some music coming into our ears there.
The music will disappear soon. But until it does, I hope you're enjoying it. One of us must be. Playing a miss there. Goes through the wicketkeeper. Harmer in round the wicket, met with solid defence by Hartley. No addition to the score.
I don't even know the song. I can't sing along.
Neither do I. Oh, it's gone. Right.
So we're just getting a replay. There was an appeal during that.
Yes.
Essex were very confident they got their man and edge to slip, but I think it was a case of the bat hitting the ground, maybe. The ball turning. It's clearly turned. I think it turned away from the bat and.
Yeah, Critchley to continue from the south end of the ground.
We were just saying that Critchley's not bowled that much this season.
No, not really. Been very much in the shadow of Harmer, of course. Moves in now, and it's just Jones waits for that to come onto him and then just chops it straight down to Nick Brown at third man, short third man, so they don't go through for a run.
I think a lot of us in this region remember him as quite a prospect as a spinner when he first came through.
Yes.
Lancashire lad. Played for Wigan in the Liverpool competition.
Did he? Yeah. I gather, I can't remember who was telling me that the Critchleys all hailed from somewhere around these parts.
Yes, one that slipped through the net for Lancashire.
Yep. And eventually, Derbyshire. It's played out on the onside. Critchley himself goes after it. They amble through for a single.
It often is the sort of next port of call if they don't make it at Lancashire. They sort of tend to appear at Derbyshire.
Yes. Well, I suppose for a lot of them it doesn't involve moving house and things.
Yeah, yeah.
As Critchley moves in, bowls. That's met with solid defence by Hartley. No addition to the score. Yeah, so Derbyshire's loss was Essex's gain a couple of years ago.
In fact, you've got two Lancashire lads batting as well, and a Lancashire-born bowler.
Yep. Moves in now, bowls. And 4 down to fine leg. Probably didn't get as much bat on it as he wanted to, but nevertheless, even if it got a thin bottom edge, then it still went through for 4. Just much finer than it probably intended. Just have a look at the replay. Yes, I think that's probably the case.
We're seeing a lot of sweeping, aren't we, in this game? A lot of sweeping.
So 106 to win off 20 overs. 5 and over. It's going to get... I was going to say it's going to get very tense. It's already quite tense, but as it goes on, it'll get more so. And at the moment, well, there are any of 4 possible results. Win for the home side, win for the visitors, draw, or even that rarity, a tie. That would be fun.
It would.
Well, I don't expect either side would think it'd be fun, because they'd think it was a game they should have won.
Ken, our stats guru, I think, was saying Lancashire have never tied a home game.
They're not. No.
So there's all kinds of history could be made today. Lancashire's biggest chase for victory.
Well, certainly, as I was saying earlier, if Lancashire do get this 4:30, then nobody can really deny them the victory. They'll have deserved it to chase 4:30 on the final day. Even if it is only effectively the 3rd day, is a heck of an achievement as Harmer moves in and bowls. Flailed away through the...
Good shot.
Yeah, it was. Just evaded. Tom Wesley, I think it is, going after it.
You're beginning to sense in the crowd as well the reaction to that boundary. It's a bit louder than there have been. I think there's a bit of excitement growing here. This could happen.
Oh, it could easily happen. And he comes down the wicket. Played out to long on for another 4.
Let's listen to that roar, yeah.
Yeah, in amongst the hydrangeas.
The crowd are up for this.
They are.
No doubt a few beers have been drunk.
Well, yes, it's that time of day, isn't it? 5 to 5. That brings up Harmer's 100. He's now taken no wicket for 102.
Can't imagine that's happened too often.
No. Moves in now and bowls. And that's pushed out on the onside, no addition to the score.
Yeah, there's a lovely terrace here outside the pavilion where you can have a beer and watch the game.
Yes.
Packed at the moment.
Harmer again. Jones, good use of the feet, gets the pitch the ball, just plays it out into the onside. No addition to the score of 3-3-2 for 6. Jones just comes forward respectfully. Gosh, how Essex would love to get rid of Rob Jones now.
That's the key, isn't it? You do think he has to be there at the end, really.
Yeah, he's going to be the prize scalp, with all due respect to those still to come. Plays that watchfully off the back foot. Yeah, I mean, Harmer may not have taken a wicket in the match so far. He's conceded 102 this innings. But he's still a canny performer, and not to be taken lightly. 3-3-2 for 6.
How many overs left now?
Another 98 needed for victory as the camera pans round this delightful ground.
Yes, it probably looks the nicest it's looked over the last 4 days right now, doesn't it?
Yes.
Beautiful afternoon.
Yeah, I can't off the top of my head think of any grounds I've enjoyed coming to more than this. On the other hand, I can't remember what I had for breakfast, so I may have been to.
You're one of those counties that don't get to go to outgrounds, aren't you?
Oh,
really? Yeah.
Oh, don't remind me. That's just played solidly.
You miss it.
There was a time when they were the most nomadic. They didn't have a home base. They played at 9 different grounds all around the county, and they had what was always referred to as a travelling circus going round the county. It's just worked away on the onside.
So what would some of those grounds be?
Well, some I could tell you all 9. We're going around the coast first of all. There's Westcliff, Southend, Clacton. That sort of appeal, born of optimism rather than anything else. Chelmsford, Colchester, then up the A12 to Brentwood, Ilford, Romford, as Critchley moves in, and their first real home was Leighton in the East End of London.
Really?
That was their base for years and years. Then they went nomadic, and that's complete reverse paddle. So they finished it up.
And when did that stop? When did they stop going to outgrounds?
It's a very good question. Well, you mean completely?
Yeah.
Oh well, only about 2 or 3 seasons ago.
Really?
When they stopped going to Colchester.
Yeah.
That's the end of the over. But they've been using Chelmsford as their base for 50 years or more.
Mm-hmm.
It all came about. There's a well-known story. By story, I don't mean fairy tale. It's a fact that the Essex captain of the time was also secretary of the club, which shows the way things were in the 50s or 60s. Trevor Bailey, and he was apparently at a dinner. Trevor Bailey loved going to club dinners, especially if he wasn't driving. And this was at Edgbaston, Warwickshire. Sam Cook to take up the attack. Come back to that in a minute.
Yes, dispenser with spin. Burst from Sam Cook here.
It's met with a solid defensive bat. Anyway, so Bailey went to this evening dinner at Edgbaston, given for some excuse, somebody's benefit do or something, I don't know. And he happened to be seated next to the chairman of Warwickshire County Cricket Club, and Essex were known to be in very serious financial straits at the time. And the chairman said to Trevor Bailey, "Well, Trevor, I'm sorry to see Essex's plight. Nobody likes to see that. Cook moves in and bowls. That's just worked away on the onside for certainly one. They'll think about it. No, they won't think about a second. Square leg, fielded by Paul Walter. And they said, what is the problem basically? So Bailey said, well, money. We haven't got enough money to work with. So he said, well, you know, if a fairy godmother came along and said, what would get your club into a more stable position? He said, well, if a fairy godmother came and gave us X amount, I can't remember the amount, and it's a long time ago, so it doesn't really mean anything, so that we could buy the lease of the Chelmsford ground, then, yeah, that would put us on a secure footing indefinitely. And that's just nudged down to third man, or the vacant third man, so it's probably going to go away for 4, although maybe this outfield is still slow. It is still slow, and they only go through 4. 2 or 3.
Every run being applauded now.
3, I think, yes. New message. We're now on Sports Extra, so welcome along, dear listeners, on Sports Extra. A very, very interesting phase of the game, because come back to that after this delivery from Sam Cook. Played out on the square on the offside. They'll go through for a single. The situation is that the home side, Lancashire, needed a total of 430 to win, by Essex declaring overnight. And they've reached 337 for 6, which means they need another 93 with about 16 and a bit overs to go. So, and they're making a good fist of it. As Cook moves in and bowls, that's nudged down to third man. And this just seems to have a few more legs on it. It may well cross the boundary, and it does. So most of the batsmen have made contributions. Jennings 30, Wells 75. Villas a duck, he got a pair in this game, unusually. Bohannon 68, Salt 41, the Grandholm 9. And the present incumbents are Tom Hartley on 17, and the mainstay of the Lancashire innings at the moment is Rob Jones on 79. As that's played out to mid-off. No addition to the score on the end of the over. I was in the middle of telling a tale of how Warwickshire came up trumps as far as Essex's point of view, and so at the end of the dinner, this fellow came up to Trevor Bailey, and it turned out to be treasurer, I think, of Warwickshire County Cricket Club, and he said, "Here, I've got something which I think you might appreciate," and it was a cheque to cover the cost of buying the lease at Chelmsford. And he said, "Have that as a loan from us. Oh, and by the way, it's interest-free. Just pay it back as and when you can." So much as Essex want to beat Warwickshire, just as much as they want to beat all the other counties, in a way, they owe an enormous debt of gratitude
to them, yeah,
to Warwickshire for their very existence.
Wow. Well, suddenly, it's just 89 runs to win.
Yeah, 89 runs to win off 16 overs, which is, what, 5.5 an over, more or less. 5 16s or 80, yeah.
I'm trying to work out what it would be on the old WinViz.
Oh, yes.
Which we've seen so much of during the Ashes.
So 6 wickets down, 89 to win, 16 overs in which to get them. It's all set up, as I said to Jamie a little while ago, any of 4 results is possible as Porter moves in, bowls. The first over with the new ball, I didn't notice whether they took it immediately. Sometimes the bowler has 1 or 2 deliveries just to limber his arm up.
16 overs left, 89 runs required for Lancashire. Rob Jones unbeaten on 7.
Did you see whether they're taking the new ball or not, Jamie?
I think they've just taken it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the over from this end, the ball looked a lot older than that.
Oh, of course, yeah. So Porter moves in again. Bowls, and that's played down to long leg, well fielded by Sam Cook, just away to our left. Good throw.
Brilliant throw.
The base of the stumps. Keeper breaks the stumps, but doesn't even appeal. Batsman was home comfortably.
Every run suddenly precious, so that fielding on the boundary there, more important than ever.
Oh, yes.
Will make the batter think twice before he takes a run like that again.
Well, maybe, yes.
It's a really important moment in the game now. The new ball taken. If Lancs concede this off, the game could be theirs.
Could well be. Loud appeal for LBW, but not given. Understandably, as any team would. Essex appealing for it almost, well, not almost everything. That would be totally unfair. But whenever they think they're in with a chance. But that was not given by the umpire.
Of course, when you do have the new ball, it comes out much harder off the bat as well.
Yes, indeed.
So Lancashire will be hoping that's the case, and it flies to the boundary. It's a small ground. We've seen plenty of sixes.
Oh, have we ever? Plenty of lost balls as well.
Yeah.
And the next delivery is played with great confidence, driven hard into the covers, but only straight to the unmistakably tall figure of Paul Walter.
We saw 5 going over the wall
Yes.
this day. So if there are any enterprising children who want to collect a Kookaburra ball, which probably is going to be a collector's item after this season.
Yes.
Not sure we're going to see it again. You know where to come.
Walter round the wicket now. Left-handed Hartley plays solidly. Trickles out of the offside.
Hartley's really tried to develop his batting in the last couple of seasons.
Well, this is the perfect opportunity to do it.
Really try to sort of become that solid number 7, number 8, offer something more with the bat. Especially in the blast games, he's really sort of looked to develop his batting.
Left-handed batsman, which is why Porter's bowling round the wicket to him. And he plays that, doesn't time it properly, plays it back to the bowler. No addition to the score, end of the over. And needing 430 to win, Lancashire are 344 for 6, which means they need 86 off 15 overs.
Right, I'm going to go and do my day job, do some writing.
Yes,
been lovely
right.
talking to you.
Thank you, Jamie, and you
Let you
too.
see Scott see the game through to the end now.
That was that's Jamie Bowman, and he's been a godsend to us the last couple of days in particular, helping out as the boss joins me.
Oh, blimey. I wouldn't go that far. Okay, welcome back to Blackpool Cricket Club. Apologies again for the interruption, just a few power issues at the ground. We've been working hard to resolve that, and we're back underway. For viewers on Lancs TV, it will be a slightly kind of reduced service, but you'll see the action and you'll find out what's going on. I'll bring you right up to date for listeners on the BBC Sport website and app as to what's happened over the last 20 minutes or so. I can tell you that Rob Jones has reached a brilliant century. He's 101 not out. He's batted beautifully for Lancashire today, and he's alongside Tom Bailey, who is unbeaten on 7. Lancashire losing the wickets of Tom Hartley and Jack Blatherwick since you were last able to join us for our coverage. So the score is 372 for 8. As that's chopped away down to third man by Jones for a single. That takes the score on to 273 for 8. And Lancashire are 57 runs away with 2 wickets in hand. We're into the final hour of play in terms of overs left. Let me bring you up to date with that. We've got 8 overs left after this one, which is currently being sent down by Jamie Porter. So I'll recap all that again for viewers and listeners who are back with us. It's actually Sam Cook, apologies, who's bowling to Bailey, and that's through to the keeper Buttleman, and there's no run. In fact, that is the end of the over. So just to recap, back with us on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. We have got 8 overs remaining in the day's play, and we have got Rob Jones unbeaten on 102 and Tom Bailey unbeaten on 7. So the equation is 57 to win from 8 overs with 2 wickets. So it is going right down to the final throws of the final session for this game, with well, again, results possible either way. You can hold their nerve in these final kind of half an hour or so of play. So just to remind you that Hartley, the man out for 17, he was caught by Will Buttleman, the bowling of Sam Cook, and Jack Blather was caught and bowled by Jamie Porter for 1, leaving Bailey on 7, Jones on this brilliant 102 not out, and Will Williams still to come. Seeing Doug Bracewell return from the south end of the ground. Is one slip in place. I'll talk you through the field in a minute. As Bracewell runs in and bowls to Jones. It's down towards the backward point boundary. Lawrence coming up from the rope. It was in the air for a while, but landing safe. And Jones gets through for a single. And he moves on to 374. Sorry, the score moves on to 374 for 8, and Jones moves on to 103 with that shot down to backward point. And with Bailey on strike, they've bolstered the slip cordon. So they've got Cook at first slip, and a little gap to Harmer, who's at second. There's a fine leg, there's a deep square leg. There's mid-off and a mid-on, there's a mid-wicket cover, and Lawrence is jogging down towards the, actually Porter down towards the third man boundary. So we've got, and they're also dropping Harmer back as well towards the rope, not all the way back, kind of like a short third. So here's Bracewell in the sunshine, in and bowls to Bailey, swings high down towards long on, it's in the air. Oh, it's been put down. Well, it went high out towards mid-wicket and been put down. I think that's Paul Walter. Yeah, it is. Walter coming up to try and take the catch. Bailey went for a big shot and put down by Walter. And Bailey survives as he gets through for another run. We'll welcome listeners on Sports Extra back to Stanley Park. It's pushed away by Jones just for a single. Jones unbeaten now on 104. It's his third century for Lancashire. It's an outstanding effort, batting last, and Lancashire, well, they've been set 430 runs to win the game, and they need 54 from the stage. As Bracewell bowls and Bailey goes big again, it's in the air, it might land safe. No, it's a great catch by Harmer. It's a brilliant catch. It's a big swing by Bailey. It went down towards backward point. Harmer has probably run 30 yards or so to his right-hand side. He puts the dive in, takes a fabulous catch, and Lancashire lose their 9th wicket, 378 for 9. And high fives aplenty from the Essex players. Leaves Jones out there in the middle on 104, but Bailey's gone for 8, having to go for big shots here, with Lancashire still needing 54 to secure what would be a record run chase. It would be Lancashire's highest successful run chase in their history, a record that dates back to 1910. And Bailey going for a big shot, having been put down by Walter just a few moments ago. He's caught really well by Harmer. He's come from kind of short third, running away to his right towards the point boundary, puts the dive in and takes a terrific catch. And that leaves Lancashire at 376 for 9. And it leaves them 54 runs away from victory. Let's have a little look and see how many overs we've got left. Well, 7.2 overs remaining in the day for Lancashire to get 54 runs. Essex, of course, needing one more wicket to wrap up a victory. We've had to quickly relocate from our media tent. We're actually up on the players' balcony now. We've had to rewire things and get things replugged in with a few power issues. So again, viewers on Lancs TV, it's a slightly limited broadcast for you, but you'll see the pictures and you'll hear the commentary, so we'll keep you across what's happening between now and the close of play. Will Williams is the new and indeed last batter coming out for Lancashire. It's been really has been a brilliant day's cricket, which all started at 11 o'clock this morning with Essex declaring and setting Lancashire 430 runs to win from the 96 overs, and Lancashire batted superbly in their second innings. They've made a real fist of this, with partnerships littered right the way through the course of their innings. 58 for the first wicket and 97 for the second. It's Bracewell. That's defended by Williams with 2 slips and a gully and a short leg, and pushed away into the onside, and there's no run. Wells and Jennings put on 58 for the first wicket. Wells and Bohannon 97 for the second wicket. Bohannon and Jones 39, and then Jones and Salt 85, and then Jones and Hartley 65, just keeping Lancashire in with a prospect of trying to chase a victory here and record a famous win, but odds certainly stacked in the favour of Essex at the moment, as Williams is pushing at this next delivery sent down by Bracewell from the north end of the ground, and there is no runs. That completes the over, and Lancashire are 376 for 9. So 7 overs left and 54 runs required. If you have just joined our coverage, whether it's on Sports Extra or the Lancs TV, and seeing that plenty of people are joining all the time, this is how it's all kind of worked out over the course of the 4 days. In fact, basically 3 days of cricket. We lost the entire first day because of rain. Well, we had 28 balls. I mean, it was lovely, 28 deliveries. We waited 6.5 hours between delivery number 25 and delivery number 26. But Essex all out for 282. Lancashire then had an absolutely shocking day, really, with the bat and with the ball yesterday, and they were all out for 145. And Essex came out to bat and battered their way up to 292 overnight, with Dan Lawrence making a brilliant century, 134. Then came the declaration, setting up this 4th and final day, in which Lancashire was set, would have been a record, or would be a record run chase, and they've They've gone about it in a pretty impressive manner, but Essex, with their bowling attack, have chipped away at wickets through the course of the day. And they took the new ball as well. It was always perhaps building up to this new ball being taken after 80 overs. We start a fresh over. There's Jones off the front foot as Sam Cook runs in and bowls and pushed away out towards the offside, and Jones gets through for a single. The wickets for Essex today: Porter 1 for 45, Sam Cook 1 for 68, Doug Bracewell 2 for 45, Matt Critchley 3 for 70, and Paul Walter 2 for 30. The one name I'm missing there, with the team batting last, is Simon Harmer. He's bowled 23 overs for 102. It's not been Harmer's day, but the others have all contributed between them. Rob Jones has offered some wonderful resistance for Lancashire. Wells and Bohannon and Jennings set the whole thing up at the start, but it's Essex who are favourites as Cook comes in with 3 slips and a gully and bowls to Williams, who plays forward. Let's play back down the pitch and gather by Cook off his own bowling, and there is no run. It's been the best day of the lot as well, this 4th and final day weather-wise. We've had an unbroken day, beautiful sunshine, no interruptions, been nice and warm. It's been by far the best day to watch cricket. The rain and the wind has been pretty torrid previously. As Williams off the back foot pushes away defensively out towards point, and there is no run. So we've picked the best day for a game that's gone, or is going deep into the final session, with counting down the overs to go. There'll be 6 after this. As Williams and Jones perhaps try and dig Lancashire out and secure a draw perhaps. Here's Cook in, balls to Williams off the back foot. Pushed up towards mid-on, there's no run. Of course, Williams fresh from making his maiden first-class half-century in Lancashire's win at Surrey in Lancashire's last game. Came in as a night watchman and got through that final few moments of the day, and then went on and batted for another hour or so the following day and got 60 odd in that victory that Lancashire had. Of course, they come into this fixture on the back of successive championship wins. Essex looking to try and secure a win, knowing that the game at the Oval has ended in a draw. I'll run through the league table as it stands at the minute. Here's Sam Cook over the wicket to Williams, short ball, just ducks underneath that, and taken by Bottleman, and there is no run. Yeah, Surrey's draw against Nottinghamshire in the game at the Oval, with Notts finishing on 118 for 1. Somerset and Hampshire have drawn their game as well. Hampshire 215 for 7 at the end of the close of their second innings. So the top of Division 1 has got a slightly tighter feel to it now. Forward goes Williams and defends final ball from Cook, so that's another over seen through, with 6 remaining of the evening. Surrey atop with 5 wins from 9, 139 points. Warwickshire are second with 116 points. They enjoyed a win over Kent this week by it was an innings victory, wasn't it, in Canterbury. And the Bears move up to second in the Division 1 table. Hampshire are third with their draw at Somerset, 113 points, so 3 points behind Warwickshire, who are second. And as it stands, Essex are fourth with 106 points. So a win for Essex here, bearing in mind that Hampshire have drawn and Surrey have drawn, would be a pretty significant result for them. Somerset are fifth with 100 points, Nottinghamshire 89, Lancashire 87. Of course, Lancashire looking for a third win on the spin, which would propel them right up amongst the top teams in Division 1. So 6 overs left tonight. We won't get any more than 6. It's 10 to 6, and the final hour started at 1 minute past 6. We've got 6 overs remaining, 2 slips in place, It's Jones on strike. He plays off the front foot and defends. And it's pushed up towards mid-off and just starting to creep into that feel around the ground where certainly at lunch and at tea there was a feel, a little buzz around the ground that maybe Lancashire could pull off a wonderful run chase, and now it starts to just creep into a bit of anxiety, doesn't it, in the sense of, well, there's a lot of batting to do, a lot of overs to see through to try and earn a draw, strengthen the slip cord, and there's a gully and there's 3 slips in place. Just eased away off the hit by Jones, and they've gone through for the first. Kind of thinking about coming back for 2, and Williams was a step down the pitch and he's sent back. So just a single to Jones. Takes his total on to 106. It's a fine effort by Rob Jones. He's got 2 previous centuries for Lancashire in first-class cricket, both against the same opposition in Middlesex. Gets his 3rd here on the Fylde coast on a beautiful sunny evening in Blackpool at Stanley Park. Williams on strike, so people start to gather a little nearer to him. 3 slips, Cook, Harmer and Critchley. It'll be Brown under the helmet at short leg. He's been there most of the day. There's also a leg slip. Dan Lawrence at leg slip. Sam Cook at short backward square leg. Porter at point. So Williams on strike. It's down the leg side, taken by the keeper, Buttleman. Got Doug Bracewell bowling from the south end of the ground, where the bulk of Stanley Park is located. The ground just in the western corner of this big 300-acre park, which includes a zoo. There's Bracewell in and bowls, short ball. Oh, actually, he just ducks underneath that. The ball deflects away into the offside, and they get through for a leg by. Now, I think that's come off Williams's helmet. It has, so there will be a mandatory concussion test here, and or at least an examination of Williams' helmet. He's kind of ducked into that. Gone through for a leg by. Sam Byrne, the Lancashire physio, has gone out to see if Will Williams is okay. Just checking the helmet as well. So I'll have a look at some of the other scores while this takes place. I mentioned how the league, the Division 1 table is looking at the minute. There is one other Division 1 game taking place, where Middlesex requires 71 to beat Northamptonshire with 5 wickets remaining. 2-5-2 for 5 Middlesex in their second innings. So it's 71 needed with 5 wickets left for a Middlesex victory at Merchant Taylor's School. Who's batting there? Sam Robson is 107 not out, and Toby Rowland-Jones unbeaten on 26. Middlesex 71 away from a victory with 5 wickets left in the other Division 1 game. Let's take a look into Division 2. We've already seen this week Durham extend their lead at the top of the Division 2 table with a fine win within inside 3 days against Gloucestershire to move further clear at the top of the Division 2 table. There's been some games affected by the weather in Division 2, in particular the match at Cardiff, where they've barely got on, in truth, because of poor weather. But elsewhere, the game between Worcestershire and Yorkshire is drawn. Worcestershire finishing on 142 for 2. So the match at New Road finishes in a draw. Sussex against Derbyshire. Well, Derbyshire 80 runs away from victory. So 80 to win with 5 wickets remaining for Derbyshire in Sussex, with Lias Deploy unbeaten on 114, Wayne Madsen earlier making 48. So 75 to win with 5 wickets remaining for Derbyshire. And that game I mentioned in Cardiff, as we're just waiting for the final tests to be carried out on Will Williams and his helmet. The final game in Division 2 is Glamorgan against Leicestershire. It's basically a battle for bonus points because they lost the entire first day due to rain. I think they lost most of day 2. They may have gotten a little bit at the back end of day 2, but not much. So they're just having a little go for bonus points. And where are we at to here? Well, Glamorgan made 403 for 9 declared. And Leicestershire are 436 for 6 in reply. That's in the 92nd over, so there's still a possibility of bonus points in that game. So they're the current live fixtures. Mentioned the win for Durham this week in Division 2. The top of Division 2 looks pretty healthy for Durham supporters, as they sit pretty with 155 points. Second place, Leicestershire, 95, so a commanding lead at the top. Okay, it looks like Will Williams is, well, he's okay, but the tests have been carried out, and they've looked at his all his gear, and we're okay to continue. So 378 for 9. In comes Bracewell to Williams. It's onto the front foot and just steers that ball away towards the leg side. And there is no run, but there will be 5 overs left after this over from Doug Bracewell. Williams still on 0. He's faced 10 deliveries now. Brown at short leg, 3 slips, leg slip. Got Bracewell sets off past the umpire and balls to Williams, who's right in behind again and defends. And that's Williams negotiating successfully, along with Rob Jones. Another over. Took a little longer, that one, with the concussion test, which had to take place. We're down to the final 5 overs of the match. The bowlers used for Essex, and Tom Westley's had to rotate his bowlers in this 4th and final innings to try and find a way. Of course, the surprise of it all is that the man that's about to come onto the attack, oh dear, from a Lancashire point of view, hasn't yet got a wicket. It's kind of all thought what this was all built up for, because Essex won the toss on Monday. It was a filthy day on Monday. It was dark and overcast, it was rainy. Just like a bowl first day, but no, the Essex skipper chose to bat in the end. Not much play possible, but it's allowed his side to bowl last on the final day, and that in theory brings Harmer into the match. But Harmer's bowled 23 overs for 102 without taking a wicket, but he returns. Simon Harmer with Essex 1 wicket away from victory. Lancashire, well, they are 52 runs away. There are 5 wickets left, 5 overs left to try and bat through. There's a bit of company around Rob Jones, who's unbeaten on 106. So there's a silly point, there's a short leg, there's a leg slip and a slip. Here's Harmer to Jones. It's on the front foot, pushes the ball back along the pitch, gathered by Harmer off his own bowling. There's no run, so catches close in and then scattered out towards the boundary. There's Harmer past umpire Hartley, and Jones reaching for it. Just a little shuffle forward, bat in front of his pad, pushing the ball down into the ground, bounces back along the pitch, gathered by Harmer off his own bowling. Turns with his sunglasses on, his right elbow outstretched and in, and bowls a little quicker to Jones, who's off the back foot and turns it away into the onside. And there's no run. So the fielders that were out deep, which were at deep backward point, long off, long on, deep mid wicket and deep backward square leg, are all creeping in a little nearer now. Halfway through the Harmer over. Let's have a chat with his captain. Rob Jones rests the bat on his right shoulder, staring gun barrel straight down the pitch. Will Williams leans on his bat at the non-striker's end. The view is to bring backward point to extra cover. That's the outcome. Here's Harmer to Jones. It's pushed away. It's big Paul Walter under the helmet at silly point. And again, there's no run. Comes dancing in again. Bowls once more. Turned away into the onside by Jones. Fielded at short leg. And again, there's no run. And Wesley pointing. Wanting Porter, who's at mid-wicket, just to a little squarer. Let's run away down to backward point. That's a perfect outcome, really, for Lancashire, because the final ball of the over, Rob Jones just steers the ball away to backward point. So there's 4 overs remaining for Jones and Williams to try and see this through for Lancashire. Live from Stanley Park in Blackpool, where we've we've battled the weather over the last 2 or 3 days. We've battled a few power issues as well, but we've managed to plug a few things in. We've got a live stream for you via Lancs TV, and we've got 5 Sports Extra, and we've got the BBC Sport website and Apple with us as well. I've absolutely no idea, but the engineers have worked wonders to put all this together and bring you the final 4 overs of this game. I'm afraid you stuck with me for the 4 overs, but here we go. Here's Bracewell in. Oh, that loops away off Jones to the right of short leg. And Brown is in there under the helmet. Nick Brown for Essex. It went to his right-hand side. Jones just walking out towards the leg side. Will Williams comes down, says to him, "You all right, mate?" "Yeah, okay, okay." Twirls his left arm over and gets himself set for another delivery. There's just little change to field because he did have a fine leg and deep mid-wicket, but that's been changed. There might be somebody else coming near the bat. There is. It's tall Paul Walter, who's going to pick up one of these 4 helmets that are lined up behind the keeper. So Dan Lawrence has got a choice of 4. And he's handing one to Walter, so perhaps a leg slip here. Well, it's a short, fine leg. He's under the helmet. It's short, fine leg. He's Walter. So there's a forward short leg, short, fine leg. Oh, there's another helmet. Who else is coming in close? Might be Lawrence himself, perhaps. Nope, he's going to hand the helmet to the captain, Tom Wesley. So he's going to be at silly point. So there's 1 right in front of the batter's eye line, 2 behind him on the leg side. Leg slip and 3 slips. It's Bracewell to Jones. That's clipped away. He's got 4 for it. And this wonderful quirk that Rob Jones has, that even though he hits a boundary, he still has to go through and complete the run. He's done it as long as I've been watching him bat. He hits a 4. He's not really left his crease, but he still has to go through to the other end and tap the bat and come back. In conversation with Will Williams, that's 4 more to Jones. He moves on to 111. Not out. And it's well, it's 4 more to the total, but this is all about overs left now for Lancashire. And trying to bat the game through. Forward goes Jones in defence as Bracewell comes in. Push straight to the Essex captain, Tom Wesley, and there is no run. It's 383 for 9. Balls remaining, wickets left, and 1. This is the last wicket partnership. There'll be 3 overs left after this one. Bracewell to Jones. And Jones just dabs the ball away into the offside. And again, there is no run. I think that's ball number 4 of the over. mentioned before, in front of I'm on the balcony, the players' balcony here, looking through the wood slats. So looks like I'm looking through bars. There's Harmer. Looks like he might come in close. No, West has had enough of being there at kind of silly points. So we'll just give the opportunity for Jones here. He's just dropping back a little bit. He's at regulation cover, so still with the short leg slip. That's turned out into the onside and Brownfields. And there is no run. Yeah, we're down to the final 3 overs. We welcome listeners across BBC Radio Lancashire as well to Stanley Park. There'll be 3 overs left after this one being sent down currently by Doug Bracewell. This is the final pair batting for Lancashire, trying to save the match and secure a draw. Rob Jones 111 not out. Bracewell in the ball, a short ball, and Jones ducks underneath it. And that is the end of the over, and Lancashire now within 3 overs of securing a draw in a game which at certain moments this afternoon they would have fancied perhaps doing something that's never been done before, because this would have been Lancashire's highest ever successful run chase. It would have broken a record dating back to 1910 to have got to 430, but they were batting beautifully at lunch and then at tea. They were finding partnerships. It was set up by Wells and Jennings. It was carried on by Wells and Bohannon. It was carried on by Jones and Salt, and then Jones and Hartley. But Essex have plugged away. The second new ball came into the game and managed to take some wickets, and now it's all down to the final pair of Will Williams and Rob Jones. We've got Simon Harmer bowling. Got Williams on strike. He's got plenty of friends around him. Harmer to Williams is off the front foot. Pushes the ball away into the offside, no run. So 3 overs left. Harmer yet to get a wicket. Essex leading wicket taker this season. Slip, leg slip, short leg, silly point. Williams right onto that front foot. So he's a tall man, Will Williams. He's got a good stride forward, bat in front of his pad, pushing that one back along the pitch. So 2 balls gone, 4 left of the over. We're down to that. Here's Harmer to Williams, determined not to allow that to sneak past or find the edge. He's smothered the ball away. And there's no run. Dan Lawrence is now an extra body close in. And a kind of short straight mid-on, silly point, short leg slip, 5 around the bat, under the helmet. It's turned away to the leg side by Will Williams. And there's no run. You can feel just around the ground that sense of, well, I better not move just in case something happens. Here's Harmer to Williams again, right forward. Be careful, doesn't pull his hamstrings. He's stretching that much on the front foot. Back in front of the pad. Defends back down the pitch. 383 for 9's a score, but it's about balls left. It's about wickets. It's turned into the onside. He's got through another over. And every over, certainly almost every ball, but it will be soon, he's greeted with a sense of relief amongst the crowd. There are 12 balls left of the match, with Essex needing 1 more wicket to win. Lancashire, it's about trying to see 12 overs through. I thought they negotiated their attempt to chase a substantial score superbly well. They gave themselves opportunities, but it's a big ask, it's a big score, and now it's about trying to get through 12 deliveries. For Essex, a win will be massive for them, with Surrey dropping points this week. Here's Bracewell to Jones. Doesn't offer a shot, allows it to go through. Rob Jones has got 3 fielders catching close in on the leg side. It's a leg slip. There's a forward short leg, and there's a kind of super short mid-wicket. There's a silly point. So 3 fielders under the helmet. There's a leg slip And there are 3 slips in a backward point. He's 111 not out. That's 1 ball gone of the over. Here comes Bracewell over the wicket. Balls again to Jones. And he's clipped it to Lawrence at leg slip. And Essex have won the match. Jones out for a wonderful, a brilliant 111. It's a fantastic effort by Jones to try and get Lancashire to a draw, but just turned it around the corner to Dan Lawrence at leg slip. He takes the catch, and you heard the roar from the Essex players as they celebrate a victory that would have propelled them right back up towards the top of the Division 1 table. It will narrow the gap on the leaders, Surrey, who were held to a draw this week. So it's a really big result, that, for Essex. For Lancashire, it ends a sequence of successive wins. It's a super impressive effort today to try and get somewhere near to the idea of winning the match and scoring 430 on the last day, which was, well, within reason at lunch, and it was a possibility at tea. And in the end, they've got within 11 balls, I think it was, of actually saving the match, with the odds stacked firmly in Essex's favour. I'm sure Rob Jones would be gutted that he couldn't get through to the end and remain unbeaten and see Lancashire through to a draw, but it's a fine effort. 111 batted for 170 deliveries for his 3rd first-class century. But Lawrence with the catch at leg slip, Bracewell with the wicket for Essex. They've claimed an important win here for them. They've won the match by 46 runs, and that will do their chances of narrowing the gap to the leaders no harm at all. For Lancashire, it does end that sequence of successive wins, but it's been an excellent few days here at Stanley Park. Rob Jones will get a really fine reception, and it's wonderfully well deserved. His captain waits for him. He'll be gutted that he's not got Lancashire to a draw and not got Lancashire a fighting result here, but he can be really proud of his performance with the bat. And the players shaking hands in front of me here. The sense of tension actually down below me. I mentioned this, I'm up on the players' balcony. I've had to relocate rather hastily, and the Lancashire players were down on the level below me, and there were plenty of fingernails being bitten, and not many people moving, and not many people looking at each other, and not many people wanting to do much other than to try and watch Lancashire earn a draw. But the result belongs to Essex, and let's of course be fair in our assessment. Despite the fighting performance on the final day by Lancashire, Essex across the 3 days have been in charge and have had the better of the match. The damage for Lancashire was done really yesterday. It was done on that with the bat, the way that their first innings kind of melted away, and then the damage was hammered home emphatically by Dan Lawrence in particular to put Essex into a really strong position at the end of this at the end of that 3rd day, and that set up a really enjoyable 4th and final day. It was 430 to win for Lancashire. It was 10 wickets required for Essex. It's Essex that got over the line. They have won by 46 runs. As Radio Lancashire listeners rejoin us again, just to wrap up here, victory for Essex by 46 runs. They bowled Lancashire out for 383 with Rob Jones, the last man out. It was a brilliant knock by Jones, but he was out for 111, caught at leg slip by Dan Lawrence. Maybe fitting that Lawrence took the catch, because it was Lawrence's innings yesterday that has helped to set up this victory for Essex. It ends a run of 2 successive wins for Lancashire, and they have suffered defeat here at Stanley Park. Essex winning the match by 46 runs. For viewers on Lancs TV, we shall bid you a fond farewell, and let me just say to Badger and Coombs and to the Lancs TV lot, an outstanding effort to get us back on air and to get us back broadcasting, both for Lancs TV and for the BBC Sport website and app. So brilliant work by the whole team. For viewers on Lancs TV, we'll be back with you in a couple of weeks for the home match against Northants at Emirates Old Trafford. Oh, It has, yeah. I mean, it's been a chaos really at times.